Zi Juedao muttered. The young master of the Nether Spirit Palace has probably reached perfection level in 7 different types of elements. Even though they were cultivators of the same generation, the other party had reached perfection level in 7 different elements. Compared to him who had only reached perfection level in 3 different elements, they were at completely different levels. Zi Juedao felt his heart palpitating when he spoke about the young master of the Nether Spirit Palace. Even his father, the world master of the Purple Vision world, would have to show some respect when meeting the young master of the Nether Spirit Palace. His father might have comprehended 6 different elements, but he had only reached perfection level in 5 of them. Compared to the Nether Spirit Palace prince, he was still lacking too far behind him. You're probably right. The young master of the Nether Spirit Palace once said that he wouldn't leave seclusion unless he reached perfection level in 7 different elements. Now that he has reappeared, he definitely managed to do so. Zhen Shifeng nodded his head and exclaimed, "The young master of the Nether Spirit Palace has unparalleled talent. He took a mere several tens of millions of years to reach his current level." Huang Xiaolong and the others had no idea what Zi Juedao and the others were talking about. At that instant, Huang Xiaolong was traveling towards the Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital with Yuantianyi and the others. Since he was trying to make the Purple Lightning Peak look like a peak-grade cosmos artifact, they had lowered their speed to a crawl. It took nearly a month for them to finally arrive. Even though they had some guesses on what the Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital would look like, everyone was shocked when they actually looked at the capital city standing before them. No, it was more appropriate to call it a capital region. Massive islands and palaces drifted across their eyes, and there were countless beasts standing guard around the various palaces. Massive spirit stones hung from the air, and they resembled giant stars. All the spirit stones that hung in the air were at the Genesis level, and they were placed at precise locations to form a massive star spirit grand formation. Traces of star spiritual chi drifted down from the void, and they enveloped the Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital. Huang Xiaolong and the others sucked in a cold breath. All of them felt the star spiritual chi seeping into their bodies, and they felt a wave of comfort washing over them. It was as though their souls and physical body were going through a round of refinement under the influence of the star spiritual chi. These are 9th-grade star Dao stones that would only appear during the creation of the world. A light flashed in Yuantianyi's eyes. Every single one of them are priceless treasures. Who would have thought that the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire would lay them around the entire region? Anyone who enters the Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital would be able to absorb the star spiritual chi. Huang Xiaolong nodded in agreement. It's no wonder the Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital is the most prosperous region in the Blazing Dragon world. Even Huang Xiaolong wasn't able to do something of that scale. After all, 9th-grade star Dao stones were something money couldn't buy. Even if the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire was willing to put them on auction, a single star would be worth an insane amount of money. Let's go. After stopping for quite some time, Huang Xiaolong and the others made their way over to one of the nearest sacred lands. The Blazing Dragon Celestial Capital was surrounded by countless sacred lands, but the Blazing Dragon Sacred Land was located at the heart of the region. Despite their strength, only core disciples of the Blazing Dragon Sacred Land and their upper echelons would be able to enter the Blazing Dragon Sacred Land. Experts who came from other worlds were definitely not allowed to approach, unless they received an invitation from the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire's invitation. If anyone dared to barge into the Blazing Dragon Sacred Land, there would only be one ending for them. They would be killed on the spot. Your Highness, the Nether Spirit flying ship has been following us for quite some time now. He-Zhen spoke up all of a sudden. Ignore it. Since they had entered the Blazing Dragon Holy World, the flying ship had been following them around. Huang Xiaolong had detected it a long time ago, but he decided to ignore it. Nether Spirit Palace. Huang Xiaolong growled. He knew exactly who they were. In fact, the only reason he was allowing them to do as they wished was because they hadn't got on his nerves yet. If they pissed him off, he wouldn't mind using them as a warm-up to announce his arrival. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land. The reason he chose the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land was because he had heard that the headquarters of various powers were situated there. With that being the case, the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land was the richest and most prosperous sacred land if one took the Blazing Dragon Sacred Land out of the picture. It was also the place with the highest concentration of experts. When Huang Xiaolong arrived at the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land, he headed straight for the exiled Dragon City, the main city located in the area. The exiled Dragon City was the largest city in the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land, and no other cities even came close. As the richest sacred land in the region, the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land was the size of several thousand sacred lands combined. The exiled Dragon City itself was the size of a small-scaled sacred land. However, the price of entering the exiled Dragon City wasn't low. Everyone who wanted to enter would have to pay up 1,000,000 Dao coins. Moreover, they had to leave after 1 year if they weren't residents of the city. If they wanted to enter the city again, they would have to pay another 1,000,000 Dao coins. In order to become a resident of the exiled Dragon City, they would have to possess some sort of property in the city itself. The Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire should be rolling in the dough just from the income of the exiled Dragon City, Li Shua exclaimed after they entered. As the Blazing Dragon Holy World was controlled by the various princes of the Celestial Empire, every single region would have to pay their due taxes to the empire. Moreover, the amount they had to pay wasn't a small one. A chuckle left Huang Xiaolong's lips. Wealth was nothing if one didn't have the power to protect themselves. Ultimately, strength ruled supreme. Without enough power, one would never be able to defend their riches. When Huang Xiaolong arrived in the city, the Nether Spirit flying ship paused for a moment above the city gates before leaving. "Your Highness, the members of the Nether Spirit Palace left," Hezhen reported. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong knew that the Nether Spirit Palace wouldn't let him off so easily now that they had their eyes on him. They were definitely planning their next move now that they learned that he was in the exiled Dragon City. Several hours passed and Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the headquarters of the Radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce. It was the largest chamber of commerce located in the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land. As soon as he arrived, Huang Xiaolong told the attendant that he wished to purchase a manor in the city. The eyes of the attendant lit up in an instant and a brilliant smile formed on his face as he tried his best to attend to Huang Xiaolong. If Huang Xiaolong was serious and bought a manor in the city, he would be able to receive a huge amount in commission. "I wonder which manor Lord wishes to buy. Would you be interested in those ranging in the tens of billions? Or would you be looking at those in the 100 billions? The disciple laughed. Instead of replying to the attendant, Huang Xiaolong got the man to introduce every available manor in the city. When he was done, Huang Xiaolong decided on one that would cost 300 billion. With his wealth, 300 billion was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. Along the way, the amount of Dao coins he had changed had reached a number ranging north of several quadrillions. If he counted the Dao coins he had obtained from plundering the various powers that crossed him, his wealth would already range in the trillions. When the experts in the Radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce saw how Huang Xiaolong bought a manor worth 300 billion without batting an eyelid, they stared at him in shock. Many of them couldn't help but ask around about Huang Xiaolong. After paying up, the elder in charge of the branch in the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land personally came out to bring Huang Xiaolong around. When he finally arrived at the entrance of the manor, he handed over the keys respectfully. He even told Huang Xiaolong to look for him directly if he wanted to buy anything else. As long as Huang Xiaolong was the customer, the branch elder would be more than willing to give him a discount. Moreover, the elder gave Huang Xiaolong a VIP card for any other purchases in the future. Holding the card in his hand, Huang Xiaolong chuckled to himself before throwing it into the Blood Dragon steel. Not too long after Huang Xiaolong purchased the manor, the woman in the Nether Spirit Palace received the news. When they heard that Huang Xiaolong purchased a manor in the exiled Dragon City for 300 billion, the woman from the Nether Spirit Palace was shocked. Even world leaders of the various holy worlds might not be able to bring out such a large amount without batting an eyelid. Even if they could bring out 300 billion, they wouldn't buy a residence with it. "Senior Sister Chun, the youngster's identity might not be as simple as we thought," a female disciple reported. "No shit. How could anyone who could throw out 300 billion be a nobody?" The woman started to sneer, So what about it? No matter how important he is, our prince has already set his mind on recruiting him as a subordinate. Why would our prince recruit a nobody? Look at all his subordinates now. All of them were people who could cause the world to shake with a stomp of their feet. However, they are all obedient dogs serving His Highness right now. Yes, Senior Sister Chun is right. The disciple who spoke previously replied in haste. The person whom they called Senior Sister Chun was one of the 4 ladies of the Nether Spirit Palace. She was called Xianxia, and she had served the palace master for many years now. She was extremely strong, and she was extremely cruel when she made her moves. Many experts of the blazing dragon world would feel fear gripping their hearts when they spoke about her. Xianxia sneered. Humph! If he managed to throw out 300 billion, he should hold more than 1 trillion on him. Our prince would be more than happy to accept a subordinate like that. In the future, he would be able to hand over all his riches to His Highness. With over 1 trillion, our Nether Spirit Palace would be able to do a lot of things. That was also how the Nether Spirit Palace did most of their dealings. After forcing experts to submit to their rule, they would confiscate the wealth of their subordinates. No matter how angry they were, they wouldn't dare to go against the palace anyway. After all, one needed to be alive to spend their wealth. Senior Sister Chun, when will we be paying the young man a visit? Another disciple asked. Let's wait for a few days. We'll let him run about for a little longer. Whatever the case, I'll be busy when the time comes. The few of you can head over in my place. Xianxia snorted. The disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace started to hesitate. What if the young man is really as strong as reported? None of us will be his opponents. What if he doesn't agree? Haha, if he's smart, he will obediently submit to our Nether Spirit Palace. She handed over a bottle and continued, This is a bottle of ghost dragonfly poison. It's formless and odorless. If he refuses, use it on him. Once he's affected by the poison, A sinister smile formed on Xianxia's face. The female disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace felt a chill running down their spines. The smile on Xianxia's face might scare them, but the poison in the bottle was even more scarier. A ghost dragonfly was one of the most terrifying insects in the world. No matter how strong one was, nothing would matter once they were poisoned. Their life would turn into a living hell. They didn't expect their palace master to obtain a fearsome treasure like that after his trip to the poison lands. Hold it properly. All of you should know what will happen to you if you lose this. Xianxia growled. Beads of cold sweat started to form on their foreheads. Several days passed, and Huang Xiaolong and the others were enjoying their time in the manor. Huang Xiaolong knew that he would have to spend quite some time in the exiled dragon city, and he chose to refurnish the entire manor. Every single item used in the reconstruction was a peak-level treasure. He might have bought the manor for 300 billion, but the treasures he used during the reconstruction were worth far more than 300 billion. Moreover, he personally laid down the formations around the manor. That greatly aided him in his understanding in the art of formations. Several days later, the manor was basically completed, and he decided to take a break. Releasing more than 100 spirits, he ordered them to continue the construction with Heijun before sending Li Shua out to gather some information. First, he needed to gather information about all the gods of creation in the universe. Next, he needed to look for news on the Flower of Time or the Void Reincarnation Thistle. Of course, the most important thing was the whereabouts of the Huang family. One fine day, when Huang Xiaolong was cultivating under the Tree of Origin, Li Shua came in to make a report that the disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace were there to meet Huang Xiaolong. When he heard the report, a sneer formed on his lips. He had been waiting for them to arrive, and it seemed as though they didn't disappoint him. Let them in. Bowing respectfully, Li Shua left the courtyard. When the 4 disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace entered the manor, they stared at the treasures around them in shock. Golden flame stone, 9 phoenix wood. Don't tell me. 5 lightning spiritual vein. The 4 female disciples looked at each other and gasped in shock. A burning flame lit up in their eyes. It didn't take long for them to arrive in the main hall of the manor. Once they arrived, They met with Huang Xiaolong. When they saw the amount of spiritual stones lining the hall, the four of them were shocked. Huang Xiaolong actually used the purple sun dragon stone to craft the floor they were standing on. The purple sun dragon stone was one of the rarest spiritual stones formed during the creation of the world. Every single piece of rock seemed to contain a purple sun, and they seemed to be nurturing a dragon spirit with them. Spiritual stones of that level were extremely useful to experts with dragon bloodlines, and even if one didn't possess a dragon bloodline, they would benefit greatly if they used the purple sunstone for cultivation. Who would have thought that the young man before them would use it to pave the floor? When the four of them were still in a state of shock, Huang Xiaolong spoke. "Are you the disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace? What do you want?" The four of them snapped back to attention and looked at each other in shock. They had already prepared a speech before they arrived, but after looking at the number of treasures around the manor, they started to hesitate. "Since young master brought up the question, we shall not beat about the bush. Our Nether Spirit Palace has always placed great emphasis on inviting experts to join our ranks. Young master fits all of our criteria, and we wish to invite you to take on the role of an eminent elder in our Nether Spirit Palace." One of the disciples said, "As an eminent elder of our Nether Spirit Palace, you will wield great authority. Other than the palace master and the prince, no one will be able to command you around. Moreover, you will be able to cultivate any Dao art you wish. Of course, if young master wishes to deal with anything else, our Nether Spirit Palace will be more than willing to handle it for you." Opening with all the benefits provided by the Nether Spirit Palace, the disciples started to tempt Huang Xiaolong with everything they had. Instead of interrupting them, Huang Xiaolong allowed them to finish. When they were finally done, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "Your conditions are pretty good, however, I have no interest in joining you. Please leave." The four disciples looked at him in shock. They didn't expect him to refuse them so decisively. A snort eventually left one of their lips. "Humph! No one has dared to refuse a request from our Nether Spirit Palace since the start of time. Everyone who tried eventually submitted to us anyway. You had better think this through." When Huang Xiaolong heard what the female disciple of the Nether Spirit Palace said, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. It had been a long time since he had last heard a threat, especially since he came from the Huanglong world. Yuan Tianyi, Li Shuo, and He Zhen couldn't help but laugh out loud. When the disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace saw four people laughing them off, the gaze in their eyes turned cold. "Is this very funny?" The disciple who threatened Huang Xiaolong previously sneered. "You can keep laughing if you like, but I'll give you 3 minutes to make a decision. I hope that you will accept the offer. Otherwise, I'll personally ensure that you won't be able to laugh after 3 minutes. Also, the only person we are making the offer to is you. The 3 slaves of yours won't even be able to step through the gates of the Nether Spirit Palace. They are nothing more than dogs to our Nether Spirit Palace. In fact, I'll allow them to be our slaves and wash our feet for us if you accept the offer." The female disciple continued. When Yuan Tianyi, Li Shuo, and He Zhen heard what they said, their expressions turned cold as they glared at the 4 ladies of the Nether Spirit Palace. Releasing a tiny bit of his aura, Yuan Tianyi's terrifying strength was finally showcased to the world. The entire city felt as though the heavens were about to fall on them, and all the experts stationed in the city were shocked. The disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace felt as though they were rapidly approaching the gates of hell as a crushing pressure descended on them. Under Yuan Tianyi's aura, they felt as though they would be mashed up into some sort of human meat paste. The 4 ladies were shocked, and when they thought about the ghost dragonfly poison they had brought with them, they were terrified to realize that they couldn't even move, much less unleash the poison on Huang Xiaolong's party. Scram! Yuan Tianyi's voice boomed through the air, and it was like an explosion that shattered the heavens. Everyone in the city heard his yell clearly in their ears, and the sound waves started to ripple through the entire region. The 4 ladies of the Nether Spirit Palace felt like they were struck by a sledgehammer as they were sent flying out into the streets. Their bodies felt like glass that had shattered into pieces, and the clothes and veils they wore were torn to shreds. Their clothes were made out of a special material, and it was even reinforced with a special restriction from the Nether Spirit Palace. Even so, Yuan Tianyi's yell was more than enough to send them packing. Since the manor Huang Xiaolong had bought was located in the heart of the city, the sorry appearances of the four ladies was witnessed by everyone walking around. Their naked bodies were gawked at by the various experts strolling about the street. When they realized that the four ladies were disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Nether Spirit Palace was an existence that stood above everything in the blazing dragon world. No one dared to provoke them, much less humiliate them to the point of throwing them out on the streets, naked. Of course, Yuan Tianyi had already shown great mercy. The female disciples might be core disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace, and they might possess the ability to enter the top 70 ranks of the extermination list. However, strength at that level made them nothing more than slightly bigger specks of dust in Yuan Tianyi's eyes. Despite not killing them, Yuan Tianyi had to make them pay for their offenses. They managed to keep their pathetic lives, but Yuan Tianyi shattered all their meridians along with their Dao heart with his previous warning. Not only did he do that, he even crushed the small world they had developed. It was clear that he crippled the four of them without giving them the chance to ever return to their peak. As for the way he destroyed their clothes, it was more than intentional. After all, they started it by calling him a slave. You! The four ladies felt killing intent rising in their hearts when they were thrown out of the manor. They roared at Yuan Tianyi through the barrier before hastily putting on a new set of clothes. All of you are asking to die. The lady who made the threat previously roared and released the ghost dragonfly. As the formless ghost dragonfly shot towards Huang Xiaolong, the ladies of the Nether Spirit Palace were greeted by a terrifying sight. Huang Xiaolong casually reached out and several black insects with sinister looks on their faces appeared in his palm. The faces of the four ladies changed as they could recognize the creatures in Huang Xiaolong's hand. Those were the ghost dragonfly they were so afraid of. The young man before them actually discovered the ghost dragonfly. When the insects flew through the air, they wouldn't cause any fluctuations in the void, nor the wind. Even peak-level experts wouldn't be able to discover them. Huang Xiaolong not only discovered them, he even grabbed them in his hand. Could that mean? The expression on their faces changed. Ghost dragonfly? Huang Xiaolong's face turned frosty when he looked at the insects in his hand. When Li Shuo and the others heard that Huang Xiaolong had captured a handful of ghost dragonflies, they were shocked. Even though they were strong, it would take a lot of effort for them to get rid of the poison if they were affected. That was how terrifying the ghost dragonflies were. That's right. The ghost dragonflies are pets of our palace master. If you dare to harm any one of them, you'll die a horrible. That was as far as she got. Pointing his finger at them, Huang Xiaolong pierced a hole through the bodies. You're now affected by the power of absolute poison. Go back and tell whoever you serve, I will pay them a personal visit. Huang Xiaolong muttered. Absolute poison. The ladies were appalled. They stared at the ghost dragonflies in his hands, but they chose to remain silent. Turning around, they ran away as quickly as they could. Staring at the four of them, Huang Xiaolong didn't stop them from leaving. After all, they would die even if they returned. The power of absolute poison he had unleashed wasn't something they could counteract. In one of the luxurious manors in the exiled dragon city, a young man turned serious as he retrieved his heavenly eye. Is that the young man who purchased a manor in the city for 300 billion several days ago? He turned to ask the experts beside him. Every single one of the cultivators standing around him held unfathomable auras, and one of them stepped forward to reply, That's right, Your Highness. However, he changed the original name of the manor from the Mirage Sea Manor to the Purple Lightning Manor. We are unable to verify his identity, and we only know that the Radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce addressed him as the Purple Lightning Young Master. The young man, also known as Third Heaven, nodded slowly. Your Highness, the youngster isn't weak and neither are his subordinates. Should we recruit him? Since he already offended the Nether Spirit Palace, he will definitely be looking for some sort of protection right now. If we take him in, he will definitely jump at the opportunity. Another expert mentioned. Shaking his head, Third Heaven sighed. I don't lack experts. He might be strong, but he might not meet my criteria. You should know that every single one I accept as my subordinate should reach a perfection level in at least 5 elements. There are too few experts at that level. Moreover, I will need to stand against the Nether Spirit Palace if I choose to accept him as my subordinate. Offending the Palace Master of the Nether Spirit Palace for a random expert isn't a wise move. Forget it. Your Highness is right. We cannot offend the Palace Master of the Nether Spirit Palace for some random young man. Someone piped up from the side. Caretaker Pang. What's the situation like over at my oldest brother's side? Third Heaven changed the topic all of a sudden. He no longer bothered with Huang Xiaolong. Caretaker Pang replied in haste. His Highness went over to the Dao Emperor world. From what I can guess, His Highness should be looking for the Dao Emperor sword. The Dao Emperor sword was naturally a creation artifact, and it was the creation artifact that the Dao Emperor cared for the most. Third Heaven sneered in contempt. My oldest brother is getting delusional. He's crazy if he thinks that he can obtain the Dao Emperor sword. The Dao Emperor sword holds the inheritance of a god of creation, the Dao Emperor. Every expert in the universe is looking for it, but to no avail. Even if he heads over to the Dao Emperor world, he's wasting his time. What about my second brother? Caretaker Pang continued. His Highness discovered a massive dragon corpse in the soul-burying Silver River. From what I've heard, the Flood Dragon corpse is something at the creation level. What? Creation level Flood Dragon corpse? Third Heaven's expression changed. When he left seclusion, he managed to bring his strength up to a whole new level. He was in a pretty good mood initially, but when he heard the news, his heart sank. There were more than 20 princes in the blazing Heaven Celestial Empire. As the spot for the Son of Creation was never actually set, the battle between the princes was getting more and more intense. Out of them all, the only people who posed a threat to Third Heaven were the brothers older than him. Yes, Your Highness, the second prince entered seclusion after obtaining the corpse of the Flood Dragon. He should be taking the chance to reach perfection level in 12 elements. Caretaker Pang muttered. Third Heaven's expression sank, but he roared with laughter in the next moment. It's not that easy to reach perfection level in 12 elements. Even if the second brother managed to obtain the corpse of a flood dragon at the creation level, he won't be able to do so without several billion years of hard work. One of the experts standing behind Third Heaven brought up a piece of news that shook everyone present all of a sudden. From what I've heard, His Majesty, the Blazing Dragon Celestial Emperor, is planning to accept a disciple. He wishes to pass down his inheritance. What? How is that possible? Third Heaven and the others jumped in fright. All of them were upper echelons of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, and all of them knew what it meant for the Blazing Dragon Celestial Emperor to pass down his inheritance. After recovering from his shock, Third Heaven's expression turned extremely unsightly. Does the old ancestor really think that none of us are capable of accepting the mantle? Is that why he's planning to pass down his inheritance? The god of creation, the Blazing Dragon, was also known as the old ancestor of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. He was also the creator of the Blazing Dragon world, and since the start of time, he hasn't accepted a single disciple. No one thought that he would accept one anyway, and the news caught everyone by surprise. When the expert who spoke saw the ugly expression on Third Heaven's face, he nodded his head solemnly. I'm afraid so. Since the start of time, the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire reigned supreme. However, the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire formed and started to fight against the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire and solidified its place in the universe. Even so, the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire never managed to surpass the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. When they thought that the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire would rule supreme forever, the True Dragon Celestial Empire made an appearance. With the entry of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, the 3 celestial empires ruled over the universe. The True Dragon Celestial Empire had produced geniuses after geniuses, and in the recent millions of years, they had nearly caught up to the power of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. It was the wish of the Blazing Dragon for one of his disciples to possess enough talent to take over his inheritance. But as the river of time ebbed on, he lost all hope. He didn't see the possibility that any of the current princes would be able to enter the God of Creation realm. As such, none of them would ever be able to accept his inheritance. If things were to keep up, the true Dragon Celestial Empire would soon overtake them, and when they did, the blazing Dragon Celestial Empire so painstakingly built up by the blazing dragon would be reduced to dust. He had no choice but to look for a suitable successor among the younger generation. Elder Fong, the old ancestor, has the blazing dragon physique. With the dragon force powering the blazing dragon world, it should be extremely difficult for the old ancestor to look for a successor without our bloodline. Right? Third Heaven asked. Indeed. However, it's not impossible. Elder Fong nodded. What do you mean by that? Guesses filled Third Heaven's heart. Your Highness, you have already thought of the answer. As long as one has the bloodline of a dragon no weaker than the blazing dragon himself, it will be possible for him to inherit the old ancestor's inheritance. Caretaker Pang shook his head slowly. The blazing dragon bloodline is the strongest bloodline in the universe. There is no bloodline comparable to it. That's where you're wrong. The Huanglong bloodline possessed by members of the Huanglong clan isn't weaker than our blazing dragon bloodline. From the terrifying talent displayed by the old ancestor of the Huanglong clan, it was clear that their bloodline was comparable, if not stronger, to the blazing dragon bloodline. Caretaker Pang's expression started to fall. Even so, the old ancestor will never be able to accept a disciple of the Huanglong clan as his disciple. Other than them, there will be no one who is talented enough to accept the inheritance. When Third Heaven and the others were quarreling about the bloodline matters, the 4 disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace returned to make their report. When Xianxia saw their sorry appearance, she was shocked beyond belief. What's going on? In front of Xianxia, the 4 female disciples revealed terrified appearances, and they made their report. Senior Sister Chun, the young man not only refused our invitation, he even made a move against us. He inflicted us with absolute poison, and we'll be dead if Senior Sister Chun doesn't help us. The 4 of them knew that Xianxia had reached a perfection level in the power of radiance. It was a great counter to the power of absolute poison possessed by Huang Xiaolong. With a wave of her hand, the power of radiance turned into a rain of light that eventually enveloped the 4 ladies. However, black qi started to emerge from their bodies to devour the rain of light. As the black qi congealed to form a terrifying ray of light, it shot towards Xianxia. With her expression changing, she hastily dodged the incoming attack. When she was busy dodging, the power of poison devoured the 4 ladies, and not even their bones were spared. By the time Xianxia used every single evasive ability she had to dodge, the 4 of them were as dead as could be. Killing intent filled her heart, and she roared in anger. How dare you disrespect our Nether Spirit Palace? You even dared to kill the core disciples of the palace. Brat, you're dead. She quickly reported everything to the Prince of the Nether Spirit Palace. Perhaps it was because of Yuan Tiany's terrifying power, but the exiled Dragon City remained quiet for an entire month after his outburst. One fine day, Li Shuo returned happily to make a report. Your Highness, I have good news. The Radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce will be holding an auction soon, and they will be bringing out a batch of Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle. Oh! A light lit up in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. A batch! Huang Xiaolong stared at Li Shuo in shock. Chuckling softly, Li Shuo continued, Yes, Your Highness, you heard right. However, no one of us knows how many they will actually be bringing out. Rumors have it that they will be bringing out 100 or so. Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock. That was indeed extremely good news for him. However, the starting bid would be raised to more than 10 trillion Dao coins. Li Shuo continued. 10 trillion. The price itself made it such that even the world masters of the Blazing Dragon world would be left out of the bidding phase. After all, world masters like the Heavenly Sword Holy World Master wouldn't be able to bring out the starting bid. Not to mention the fact that the bids would only go up. Many world masters might be able to do what Huang Xiaolong did and bring out 300 billion for a manor in the exiled Dragon City, but 10 trillion was a whole other concept. Of course, 10 trillion was nothing to Huang Xiaolong. The higher the price, the more it would benefit Huang Xiaolong. However, the number of people who would fight for treasures at that level would be astounding. The princes of the blazing dragon celestial empire might even appear personally to fight for it. Li Shua continued, moreover, there are some people who said that the young palace master of the Nether Spirit Palace, the mysterious pool Black Devil, and the golden bamboo old ancestor will be present. The mysterious pool Black Devil and the golden bamboo old ancestor were supreme experts in the blazing dragon world. Even world masters had to lower their heads before experts of their level. Oh, the young palace master of the Nether Spirit Palace. Huang Xiaolong perked his ears up when he heard the title. As for the other experts, Huang Xiaolong forgot their names as soon as he heard them. Yes, Your Highness, the young palace master of the Nether Spirit Palace might appear. Li Shua grinned. Lu Shua couldn't help but pray for the young palace master of the Nether Spirit Palace in his heart. He even considered observing a moment of silence for the man. He hoped that the man would be able to know his place during the auction and keep himself in check. If he were to anger Huang Xiaolong, the consequences would be dire. Oh right, Your Highness, the princes of the extreme heaven celestial empire might also be present for the auction, Li Shua explained. Several people said that there was a mysterious being who handed over the corpse of a dragon at the creation level to be auctioned off. What? Even someone like Huang Xiaolong was shocked by the news. A creation-level dragon corpse? Creation level. An expert of that level was only born during the creation of the universe. They were born before the creation of the various worlds. The blazing dragon world was a monstrous presence that held its place as the oldest world in the universe, but an existence at the creation level was something born long before it was formed. When the creation-level dragon was born, it absorbed the energy used during the creation of the universe. It wasn't hard to imagine that the body of the dragon was a priceless treasure. For someone with a dragon bloodline like Huang Xiaolong, the corpse of a dragon at the creation level was sort of a heaven-sent gift. As long as he managed to refine it, he would be able to obtain endless benefits. Yes, Your Highness, Li Shua chuckled. Do you know who is auctioning off the corpse? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. Shaking his head, Lu Shua sighed. Not at the moment. Even the experts of the Radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce have no idea. The only person who knows is the director of the Radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce. No matter how hard they try, the director refuses to reveal the identity of the seller. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly. There was only a single doubt that remained in Huang Xiaolong's mind. No one in the right mind would put the corpse of a creation-level beast out for auction. One had to know that treasures at that level couldn't be bought with money alone. Regardless of whichever faction obtained a treasure of that level, they would never sell it off. Eventually, Huang Xiaolong obtained reports on everything that had happened in the past month. It was nearly impossible to obtain any news on gods of creations, as they were godlike existences. Unless something happened to threaten the safety of the world, a god of creation would never show their face. As such, it would be extremely difficult for Huang Xiaolong to obtain any news about his father, Huang Long. Even so, he didn't give up. He sent Li Shua out to continue looking for news. After another half a year of snooping around, Li Shua returned with some pretty good news. The auction was set 20 years later. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised by the long wait. After all, the auction house wanted to draw all sorts of experts over. The longer they chose to delay the auction, the more resources those attending would be able to gather. 20 years were also more than enough for the various princes and the powerhouses of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire to rush over. Are the members of the True Dragon Huang clan planning to bid? Huang Xiaolong asked. I have no idea. The relationship between the Huang clan and the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire isn't the best. The prince of the True Dragon Huang clan might not come. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. Soon after, he sent Li Shua out to continue observing the True Dragon Huang clan. After Li Shua left, Huang Xiaolong turned around to stare in the direction of the True Dragon Huang clan, and he fell deep into his thoughts. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye. During the time that passed, Many experts went over to pay their respects to Huang Xiaolong. There were several experts who served princes of the Celestial Empire who came knocking, and there were also several world leaders of members of ancient races. All of them came with their own intentions, and Huang Xiaolong was too lazy to deal with any one of them. He refused every single person, and he offended many powers in the process. As such, there were several factions spreading rumors about him in the dark. In the 20 years that passed, Huang Xiaolong barely left the manor. He cultivated diligently under the Tree of Origin along with Yuan Tianyi. He would release the 100 fierce souls when he was at it to temper his Tao souls, and with the constant refinement, his Tao souls improved quickly. Like his physical body, his Tao souls soon reached their limits. It was extremely difficult to improve, but with the help of the fierce souls, he managed to painstakingly push it up a level. After so many years of hard work, Huang Xiaolong could hardly find any flaws in his Tao body after his constant refinement. His Tao physique had reached the absolute limit, and no one under the God of Creation realm would be able to surpass him. He was basically indestructible with his fleshy body alone, and only experts who had reached the perfection level in all 13 elements would possess the chance to try to hurt him. That was also the reason why the ghost dragonflies were unable to do a thing to him despite being captured by him. Your Highness, the auction will begin in 2 hours, Li Shuo and He Zhen reported. Finally, Huang Xiaolong emerged from the sun-moon furnace with Yuan Tianyi. Let's go. Without making any preparations, he brought the 3 of them towards the auction venue. As the place wasn't too far away from Huang Xiaolong's Purple Lightning Manor, the 4 of them arrived in slightly less than an hour. The reason behind naming the manor the Purple Lightning Manor was because of the Purple Lightning Peak, and Huang Xiaolong had no intentions of coming up with another name for it. Because of that, many powers thought that he was the young patriarch of the Lightning Yang race. The Lightning Yang race was one of the ancient races in the Blazing Dragon world, and it was also one of the strongest. There were rumors going around that the old ancestor of the Lightning Yang race was born from the first bolt of lightning in the Blazing Dragon world. Members of the Lightning Yang race were extremely elusive, and they would hardly appear in the outside world. To the guesses of the outside world, Huang Xiaolong could only remain impassive. He couldn't do a thing about what others wanted to think of him. Just as Huang Xiaolong and the others were about to enter, Li Shuo turned to him and reported, "Your Highness, those are the people from the Nether Spirit Palace." Turning to look in their direction, Huang Xiaolong saw a group of experts walking over. It was a coincidence that he was standing at the fork of the road. The female disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace looked the same as before, and all of them were clad in black with veils covering their faces. There was a handsome young man who stood at the very front of them, and from his extremely pale skin, he looked more like a girl. Whatever the case, his body was that of a man and it possessed a weird charm. Young Palace Master of the Nether Spirit Palace. He was one of the most famous individuals in the Blazing Dragon world. It was obvious that the disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace noticed Huang Xiaolong, and Xianxia quickly whispered to him, "Young Master. That's the Purple Lightning Young Master." Staring at Huang Xiaolong, he quickly made his way over. "Purple Lightning Young Master, we finally meet." Yu Wui smiled, and his smile was even more captivating than the ladies behind him. "I am Yu Wui from the Nether Spirit Palace, and your reputation has long since made it into my ears." He didn't bring up anything about how Huang Xiaolong had destroyed the bodies of the disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace, and the look on his face made it seem like they were long-lost friends. Glancing casually at Yu Wui, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother stopping to reply as he continued on his way. When Yuan Tianyi walked past Yu Wui, he glanced up and down before sneering, "Freakish physique." There was an extremely rare Tao physique under the heavens called the Yin-Yang physique. The person who possessed it would possess exceptional talent, and their cultivation would remain unimpeded. Of course, Yu Wui possessed the Yin-Yang physique. But from what Yuan Tianyi implied, his body was one that wasn't male nor female. Yu Wui was stunned beyond belief. No one had ever said something so insulting to him. Yuan Tianyi's words stunned him to the core. His expression sank the moment he calmed himself down. Killing intent roared in his heart as a frosty gaze flashed in his eyes. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and the other three, and his glare lingered on Yuan Tianyi. How dare a slave say that I am? How dare you? The disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace finally reacted, and they roared in anger. Before they could make a move, Yu Wui stopped them. Let him live for a few more hours. I'll deal with him after the auction ends. His voice seemed to originate from the depths of hell. Yes, young master. Several moments later, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived at the auction venue set by the radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce. As there was only an hour left before the auction began, there were countless experts waiting eagerly in anticipation. The auction would take place outdoors, and the skies were lit up by various spiritual stones. The glow was extremely comforting, and a sense of majesty emanated from above. Countless pavilions could be seen floating in the skies above, and anyone who could enter the pavilions were of extremely high status in the blazing dragon world. For someone like Huang Xiaolong, whose background was unknown, no one assigned him to any of the pavilions. Not too long after he arrived, the members of the Nether Spirit Palace arrived. Without delay, Yu Wui was invited into the pavilions. When Yu Wui entered his pavilion, he stared at Huang Xiaolong, who was standing in the plaza below, and a snort left his lips. Everyone turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong when they felt the killing intent rolling off Yu Wui's body. Who is that guy? Why would the young palace master of the Nether Spirit Palace want to kill him? A random world master asked. That man is called the Purple Lightning Young Master. The young palace master invited him to join the Nether Spirit Palace, but he refused the offer. He even destroyed the bodies of the disciples sent to make the offer. Someone else replied. That's him. Several experts gasped in shock. It was evident that most of the people present had heard of what had happened. He offended the Nether Spirit Palace, and he deserves to die. Yu Wui's methods are cruel, and he probably doesn't know what he got himself into. In the past, Yu Wui exterminated the fantasy moth race alone, and he even refined the souls of their old ancestor and patriarch. Some people said that the young man is the young patriarch of the Lightning Yang race. I wonder how true it is. Many people started to guess Huang Xiaolong's identity. The fantasy moth race was one of the ancient races in the blazing dragon world, and even though they weren't one of the strongest ones, they were pretty strong. When Yu Wui personally exterminated their race, the ripples that were sent across the blazing dragon world weren't small. It was also where Yu Wui's reputation started to spread. As everyone was stuck in discussion, an announcement pierced through the air. The young master of the Lightning Yang race, Lei Qinghai, has arrived. Silence fell upon the land instantly as everyone turned to look at the man. They saw a well-built expert clad in blue robes strolling into the plaza, and his body was covered in terrifying waves of lightning qi. The weaker experts present felt a crushing pressure pressing down against them, and they couldn't help but gasp in shock. That's a powerful aura. The experts of the Lightning Yang race seem to all have comprehended the power of absolute lightning. Their Lightning Yang Dao physique is really something else. Lei Qinghai's aura doesn't seem any weaker than Yu Wui. In front of everyone, Lei Qinghai entered one of the pavilions floating in the skies. No one expected the elusive Lightning Yang race to appear, much less the personal appearance of the young patriarch of the race. Perhaps he was also there for the corpse of the creation-level dragon. Whatever the case, Lei Qinghai's appearance crushed the illusion that Huang Xiaolong was the young master of the Lightning Yang race. As soon as the members of the Lightning Yang race entered their pavilion, one of the eminent elders roared, I've heard that there's someone impersonating our young master. I wonder who grew a pair of balls as big as the sun so be daring enough to do that. Get out here and apologize right now. It was unforgivable that someone tried to impersonate the young patriarch of their race. If anyone were to commit crimes in the young patriarch's name, that would tarnish the reputation of the entire race. As such, they were planning to punish the perpetrator seriously to serve as a warning for everyone else. They wanted the world to know the outcome of committing such a crime. In an instant, the gazes of everyone present turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. When Yu Wui saw what was going on, he couldn't help but feel a trace of joy sprouting in his heart. A frown slowly formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. He had never proclaimed himself as the young patriarch of the Lightning Yang race, and the members of the Lightning Yang race didn't even bother clarifying it with anyone. Yet, they chose to take action in front of everyone in the auction. It was clear that the Lightning Yang race thought that he was a rollover they could mess with anytime they pleased. When the experts of the Lightning Yang race looked at Huang Xiaolong's lack of reaction, a snort left the lips of the eminent elder. "Are you the one who dared to impersonate our young patriarch? How dare you stand there like a fool? Get over here and apologize right now. At most, we'll cripple 100,000 years of your cultivation. If you refuse, I'll cripple you completely." The eminent elder's yell shook the heavens, and everyone felt a buzzing in their ears that refused to subside. Many experts present gasped in shock. They didn't expect that the eminent elder of the Lightning Yang race would act so overbearingly. When the sound wave finally subsided, those experts who tried to pay Huang Xiaolong a visit but were refused at the door sneered. Does he really think nothing will happen to him if he refuses to go up there? Ha. His legs should be completely soft right now after the threats. I'm pretty sure I can smell the stench of urine in the air. Many people present burst into laughter. When everyone was roaring with laughter, Li Shuo reached out and grabbed at the eminent elder of the Lightning Yang race. Seeing how Li Shuo had made a move, a sneer left the lips of the eminent elder. How dare a lowly slave move against me? As soon as he spoke, he slapped downwards and 1,000,000 lightning dragons came crashing down from the skies. Every single lightning dragon had the power to tear a sacred land to shreds, and just when everyone thought that Li Shuo would be beaten half to death by the eminent elder from the Lightning Yang race, a shocking scene played out before them. The lightning dragons that were shooting towards Li Shuo disappeared as though they never existed in the first place. No one understood how they disappeared. As their jaws dropped, they saw the eminent elder's figure slowly turning blurry. When he reappeared, his neck was gripped firmly in Li Shuo's hand. Raising his arms slowly, Li Shuo looked like he was holding a dead chicken in his hands. A look of terror formed in the eminent elder's eyes when he looked at Li Shuo. What? Everyone in the plaza yelled in shock. The eminent elder's previous show of strength shook the hearts of everyone present. But from the looks of it, he couldn't even fight off a random slave. Li Shuo glared at the eminent elder and growled. Impersonating the young master of your race. The identity of your young master is nothing more than a piece of shit in his highness' eyes. Why would he waste his time impersonating you? Piece of shit. Li Shuo's words rang loud and clear through the plaza. As soon as they heard what he said, the expressions of those standing around turned weird. Killing intent rose in Lei Qinghai's heart, and the experts standing behind him jumped to their feet in rage. You lowly slave! How dare you! Get to your knees and beg for mercy right now. Two experts from the Lightning Yang race leaped at Li Shuo instantly. The two of them were also eminent elders of the Lightning Yang race, but they were much stronger than the eminent elder who was in Li Shuo's hands. If they were to use the extermination list of the Huanglong world as a benchmark, the two of them would be ranked in the 20s. Their power wasn't something anyone could underestimate, and when they joined hands, the threat they possessed was pretty huge. Massive lightning bolts formed in the skies as it rained down towards Huang Xiaolong's group. Seeing as the lightning rain was about to land on its target, two snorts rang through the air and caused the exiled dragon city to shake. Two shadows, with only their blood-red eyes revealed to the world, charged into the air, and they emitted a dense sea of death and corpse chi. Boom! The lightning rain was scattered in an instant. The two eminent elders of the Lightning Yang race were blown away instantly, and they slammed into one of the nearby pavilions, shattering it into pieces. Everyone stared at the two shadows standing behind Huang Xiaolong in shock. Fierce souls. Moreover, the two fierce souls that stood behind Huang Xiaolong were of considerable strength. The eminent elders of the Lightning Yang race might be easy for anyone in the party to deal with, but Huang Xiaolong didn't wish to reveal the strength of Yuan Tianyi and the others. To add insult to injury, the two fierce souls Huang Xiaolong summoned were the weakest among the 100 he had. Humph! A cold snort left the lips of Lei Qinghai. As the exiled dragon city shook once again, A terrifying aura filled the skies. The experts who felt Lei Qinghai's aura felt their expressions changing. Even Yu Wui had to turn serious. Right before Lei Qinghai could make his move, a voice rang through the air. Young Patriarch Lei Qinghai, my auction will be starting soon. I, Gu Chuanguang, hope you can stay your hand. His voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it clearly in their minds. Everyone was shocked, but a sense of excitement filled their hearts. Gu Chuanguang. He was the president of the largest chamber of commerce in the blazing dragon world. One could say that he was an existence only lesser than a god of creation. Gu Chuanguang might have hidden himself from the world, but no one would dare to ignore his presence. As soon as Lei Qinghai heard his name, he jumped in fright. He didn't expect that Gu Chuanguang would be present for the auction. Turning around, he clasped his fists together and he bowed. Greetings to Lord President. Lei Qinghai didn't intend to offend you. Please forgive my rash actions. A grunt rang through the air before silence took its place. Not a single sound could be heard throughout the entire sacred land. Only after a long time did the buzz return. When the experts in the plaza realized that Gu Chuanguang was present, they felt their legs going soft. Especially those who were planning something stupid. They shelved their ideas instantly. Even Yu Wui, the mysterious pool black devil, the golden bamboo old ancestor, and the princes of the blazing dragon celestial empire felt a sense of pressure in their hearts. The only person who was completely unaffected was Huang Xiaolong. He turned to look at a certain place in the void as he casually raised one of his eyebrows. Even though Gu Chuanguang was strong, he couldn't escape from Huang Xiaolong's senses. When Huang Xiaolong retracted his gaze, Gu Chuanguang yelped in shock as he turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Brother Chuanguang, what's wrong? A middle-aged man who was clad in golden robes couldn't help but ask when he noticed Gu Chuanguang's unusual behavior. As someone who could speak casually to the president of the largest chamber of commerce in the blazing dragon world, one could only imagine how important the young man was. When one looked at the robes on the young man's golden dragon robe, they would see that there were 20 claws on the body of the dragon. Even princes of the blazing dragon celestial empire would only be able to wear robes with a 10-clawed dragon. Peering through the countless layers of void, Gu Chuanguang stared at Huang Xiaolong. That's strange. That kid seems to be able to determine our position. The young man sitting beside him stared at him in stunned silence. However, he soon chuckled in amusement. There's no way. After all, he will have to be as strong as us if he wishes to detect our presence. Do you really think a kid like that is as strong as us? In the blazing dragon world, the number of people who can match up to our strength can probably be counted on one hand. How can someone who appeared from God knows where reach such a high level? Gu Chuanguang stared at Huang Xiaolong and he nodded slowly. I might be mistaken. With his tone changing all of a sudden he said seriously, nothing can go wrong this time. Lord Creation personally requested for me to auction off the corpse of the dragon. And nothing is allowed to mess up the auction this time. The golden-robed young man nodded in confirmation. The old ancestor's intention to accept a disciple has already started to spread around. I wonder which lucky kid would be able to obtain the old ancestor's inheritance to become the son of creation. Gu Chuanguang laughed. Too bad our old bones won't be lucky enough to grab the chance. The two of them burst out laughing in response. In the auction venue, Lei Qinghai returned to his seat and he glared at Huang Xiaolong coldly. He snorted. I'll let you off for the time being. When the auction ends, I'll kill you, you dog bastard. The eyes of Yuan Tianyi and the others turned cold in unison. Raising his hand, Huang Xiaolong stopped them from destroying the future of the Lightning Yang race. We'll deal with this after the auction. When the auction ended, he would just deal with Yu Wui and Lei Qinghai in tandem. There was no need to waste time hunting them down one by one. Yes, Your Highness. After they spoke, they backed down. As the various ancient races and world masters arrived, the plaza became rowdy again. An hour passed in a flash, and the auction commenced. The first item they brought out was a rarely seen Genesis-level herb, and it had a starting price of 200 million Dao coins. For auctions of that level, the items wouldn't go any lower than several hundred millions, and everyone present knew that. Eventually, the herb was bought by a random world leader for 500 million. Several tens of items of the same level were sold, and the quality of the items slowly got higher. Like Huang Xiaolong, Yu Wui, and the others were there for treasures at the level of the Flower of Time and the Void Reincarnation Thistle. Of course, the eventual goal was the corpse of the creation-level dragon. However, Yu Wui and the others bought several items before the final treasures were revealed. Every time they raised a bid, they would glance at Huang Xiaolong in provocation. However, he ignored them all as he had long since gotten used to it. The only people who were bored enough to play with Yu Wui and the others were He Zhen and Li Shuo. They rolled their eyes whenever they caught them looking over. When Xianxia saw their reactions, she couldn't help but sneer with rage. How dare those slaves disrespect me? When the auction is over, I'll show them. I'll let you deal with them when this is all over. Yu Wui spoke up all of a sudden. Young palace master, you can rest assured I'll make their lives a living hell. Nodding slightly, Yu Wui turned his attention back to the auction. After all, he was clear how cruel Xianxia could be. There were 100 items up for auction, and eventually the last 10 items were left. Every single one of them were priceless treasures, and they were the main goal of many experts present. Now, we will auction off a batch of Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle, the auctioneer yelled, and the entire plaza fell silent in anticipation. In the various pavilions, anyone of respectable status sat upright as they stared at the stage. An expert from the Radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce carefully brought a multi-sided crystal and laid it on stage. When they saw the crystal, the eyes of many experts lit up. That was an artifact made from the Crystal of Time. The Crystal of Time was something that grew around the Flower of Time to protect it, and not every flower would be able to produce something at that level. The benefits of the crystal were no less than the Flower of Time, and the auctioneer quickly started his introduction. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with the Crystal of Time. Our resident blacksmith managed to turn it into a time-attributed cosmos artifact, and that in itself is a priceless treasure. It possesses both offensive and defensive capabilities, and one would be able to make a speedy escape with it. Of course, the artifact contains a total of 68 stalks of the Flower of Time and 80 stalks of Void Reincarnation Thistle. When he was done, he released the restriction on the artifact and revealed the treasures to those present. Everyone felt their breathing speeding up when they saw the sheer amount of herbs. Even monstrous presences like the mysterious Pool Black Devil and the Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor couldn't sit still. Huang Xiaolong rejoiced in his heart. He didn't think that there would be that many of them. Of course, the more there were, the better it was for him. After the hammer sounded, the price started at 15 trillion Dao coins. The excitement in the hearts of many died down instantly. Didn't they say it would start at 10 trillion? Yu Wui's expression sank. The price was too far off his estimations. The Nether Spirit Palace might be a hegemon in the Blazing Dragon world, but their expenses were huge. The number of Dao coins Yu Wui brought with him wasn't enough to compete against the ultra-rich, especially when the starting price was 5 trillion Dao coins higher than his estimates. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. The princes of the Celestial Empire were equally surprised. 15 trillion and 100 billion. When everyone was hesitating, a voice rang through the air. When everyone turned to stare at the source of the voice in shock, they were flabbergasted to discover that it was Huang Xiaolong. The entire plaza broke out into a ruckus. How can someone like him bring out 15 trillion and 100 billion? Bullshit. Didn't he spend 300 billion on a manor? Are you stupid? How can you compare 300 billion to 15 trillion and 100 billion? He's definitely here to cause trouble today. Several experts in the crowd started heckling and asked for Huang Xiaolong to be thrown out of the venue. All of them were from the various races that held grudges with Huang Xiaolong, and now that they found a chance to mess with him, they weren't going to let it go. Even though the number of people who wanted to throw Huang Xiaolong out weren't many, they were from superpowers like the Lightning Yang race and the Nether Spirit Palace. The auctioneer turned to look at Huang Xiaolong with a trace of doubt flashing through his eyes. No one in their right mind would mess around in an auction carried out by the Radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce. There were always exceptions when it came to the matter. The auctioneer was afraid Huang Xiaolong was one of them. When those present turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, He Zhen threw out a spatial ring. As the restrictions on it shattered, everyone saw mountains of Dao coins filling up the entire space contained within. The grand Dao Qi they emitted filled the space instantly, and everyone felt a crushing pressure falling from the skies. No one knew if He Zhen intentionally directed the energy towards the members of the Nether Spirit Palace and the Lightning Yang race, but everyone from the two factions were almost knocked off their feet from the sudden change. "Here's 60 trillion and some change for you if you would like to count it," He Zhen sneered. Those who were shouting for Huang Xiaolong to be kicked out of the auction shut their mouths instantly. They stared at He Zhen in shock when they realized that he could bring out more than 60 trillion without batting an eyelid. That was more than 60 trillion Dao coins they were talking about. A mere slave around the young man who dared to mess with them had the ability to throw out over 60 trillion Dao coins. The faces of Yu Wui and Lei Qinghai sank in that instant. As the young masters of their factions, they couldn't even take out that amount if they sold everything they had. One could only imagine the shame they felt when He Zhen, a mere subordinate of the man they were planning to kill, took out that amount of Dao coins. They were actually poorer than a mere slave. Even the auctioneer and the princes of the Celestial Empire couldn't help but stare at Huang Xiaolong in amazement. None of them could comprehend what was happening. If Huang Xiaolong personally brought out 60 trillion, they might not have been shocked at all. After all, someone who dared to offend the Nether Spirit Palace was someone they couldn't look down on. However, He Zhen was the one who brought out the money. A lowly subordinate was carrying more money than any one of them ever had. A flash of greed entered the eyes of the mysterious Pool Black Devil and the Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor. "Can we carry on with the auction now?" Huang Xiaolong muttered. His voice might be soft, but the auctioneer hastily replied, "Yes, yes, yes, we shall continue right now." He was flustered beyond belief. When the bids resumed, everyone finally turned away from Huang Xiaolong. The Purple Lightning Young Master bids 15 trillion and 100 billion. Does anyone else wish to compete against him? Huang Xiaolong's identity as the Purple Lightning Young Master was once again emphasized by the auctioneer. Yu Wui's expression sank and he growled in response, 16 trillion 200 billion. 17 trillion. A hoarse voice rang through the air. When everyone looked at the source of the voice, they were shocked to discover a skinny old expert surrounded by an eerie dark green mist. The person who made the bid was the mysterious Pool Black Devil. When several experts who were planning to fight for the batch of herbs saw his appearance, they couldn't help but hesitate. The mysterious Pool Black Devil might not be as strong as the Palace Master of the Nether Spirit Palace and the Patriarch of the Lightning Yang race, but he was still a super expert in the Blazing Dragon world. He was an existence who barely lost to them, and even Yu Wui had to respectfully address the mysterious Pool Black Devil as his senior if they ran into each other. As no one continued to raise the bid, a sinister chuckle left the lips of the mysterious Pool Black Devil. His laughter was extremely hard on the ears, and everyone felt the hair on their bodies standing on end. 18 trillion. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't pay attention to some small fry at that level. Even if the mysterious Pool Black Devil wanted to cause trouble for him after the auction, he could deal with the threat with his eyes closed. Everyone turned to look at Huang Xiaolong once again. "Brat, your soul seems to be of a passable quality." The mysterious Pool Black Devil revealed a weird smile, and everyone saw that his teeth were a dirty yellow. An urge to vomit filled the hearts of those who saw his teeth. After all, rumors had it that the mysterious Pool Black Devil would eat his victims alive. The blood of his victims staining his teeth were the reason behind the disgusting scene. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't even bother looking at the man. Seeing how nonchalant Huang Xiaolong was, the mysterious Pool Black Devil couldn't help but feel a wave of anger rushing into his head. 18 trillion and 100 billion. Lei Qinghai finally continued. 20 trillion. A majestic voice rang through the air all of a sudden, and it sounded like the roar of a godly dragon. The entire plaza turned silent as they turned to look at the source of the voice. As it turned out, the person who yelled was Di Xiaolong, otherwise known as Third Heaven. In the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, the people who held the most power aside from the Celestial Emperor himself were the three eldest princes. Hearing third heaven speak, even the mysterious pool black devil revealed a frown on his face. Third heaven continued, I, Di Xiaolong, wish to obtain this batch of herbs. I hope all of you present will be able to do me a favor and stop bidding for it. I will hold a banquet tonight to thank all of you for it. Your Highness is too kind. The golden bamboo old ancestor cupped his fists and bowed. Since your Highness wishes to obtain the flower of time and void reincarnation thistle, we will definitely do you such a favor. A trace of joy flashed through third heaven's heart and he chuckled happily. I'm glad to hear that. Many thanks to all of you. Since the golden bamboo old ancestor has spoken, no one else would dare to fight him for it. In the blazing dragon world, there was no one daring enough to go against one of the highest authorities. 21 trillion. When Di Xiaolong was still chuckling in his heart, Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air. Everyone present felt their jaws dropping as they turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. The originally happy Di Xiaolong felt his heart sinking as his gaze turned cold. Caretaker Pang, who was standing behind Di Xiaolong as always, snorted in anger. Preposterous! What an idiot! The entire plaza was no longer able to contain their shock as discussions broke out everywhere. I've heard that His Highness, Third Heaven, wanted to give the Purple Lightning young master a chance to submit to him in the future. Now, even if the Purple Lightning young master kneels before His Highness, he wouldn't be able to gain the chance. Working under the third prince is something every expert dreams of. He has to be stupid if he chooses to go against His Highness. Their considerations naturally made their way into Huang Xiaolong's ears. However, he remained expressionless as none of it mattered. Things were different for Yuan Tianyi and the other two though. Sneers formed on their faces. Gu Chuanguang, who was hidden in the void, stared at Huang Xiaolong with a trace of amusement flashed in his eyes. 22 trillion. Di Xiaolong's voice rang through the air again. He glared at Huang Xiaolong when he spoke, and he really wanted to see if Huang Xiaolong would choose to go against him. 23. Huang Xiaolong wasn't anxious at all, and he seemed to be completely fine with throwing 23 trillion at the radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce. 24 trillion. Di Xiaolong felt a trace of anger welling up in his heart and he growled. 25. Di Xiaolong's expression turned extremely ugly. 25 trillion had long since passed his acceptable range. Initially, he planned to buy the herbs with 21 trillion. Spending 4 trillion more was a stupid move. The only reason he was so desperate to take part in the auction was because he had a dire need for the herbs. Your Highness, do you want me to? Caretaker Pang whispered. Hesitating for a short while, Di Xiaolongs eventually shook his head. 27 trillion. Bringing up the price by 2 trillion at once, he wanted to scare Huang Xiaolong off. After all, he was at his limit. 30 trillion. Huang Xiaolong's sigh rang through the plaza. As killing intent burst out from Di Xiaolong's eyes, he failed to restrain his aura, and the entire city was once again affected. Feeling the pressure rolling off Di Xiaolong, Gu Chuanguang couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. This little brat hasn't been so triggered for quite some time. The middle-aged man clad in golden robes laughed. The herbs are extremely important to him right now. It's no wonder he's angry. Turning to look at Huang Xiaolong, he continued, This little brat is really daring. He dared to go against the third prince of the blazing dragon celestial empire. Gu Chuanguang sniggered softly. Who would have thought that someone like that would appear? How talented do you think this kid really is? Are you planning to take him in as your disciple? The golden-robed man was stunned for a second. Nodding slowly, Gu Chuanguang muttered, Maybe. However, he shook his head the next second. Never mind. It's been forever since I last accepted a disciple. There's no need for me to accept one now. You're just a lazy bastard. Everyone in the blazing dragon world knows that you're too lazy to take a disciple. Brother Du, it's no wonder we're best friends. In the plaza, 31 trillion. When everyone was shocked by Di Xiaolong's strength, another bid was called. The person who called it had a lovely voice, and everyone turned to stare at the source of the voice in shock. No one expected anyone to continue bidding, and the price had long since exceeded the worth of the herbs on auction. Even if one had the money to do so, no one in their right mind would continue to bid. As the voice came from one of the pavilions above, everyone looked at the people sitting within. Their gazes landed on a noble lady who looked extremely graceful and poised. The design embroidered in her robes was extremely special, and it gave off an enchanting vibe. "It's the sixth princess of the extreme heaven celestial empire," someone screamed in shock. Sixth princess of the extreme heaven celestial empire. The entire plaza erupted. In the blazing dragon celestial empire, first, second, and third heaven were the princes who held the most power. However, it was different for the extreme heaven celestial empire. The person who had the highest authority under the extreme heaven celestial emperor was none other than the sixth princess herself. No one knew when she appeared in the auction, not even experts at the level of the golden bamboo old ancestor. Di Xiaolong, who was adamant about obtaining the herbs, cupped his fists the moment he saw her. The anger in his heart disappeared instantly, and he laughed. Who would have thought that Princess Xingying would personally appear for the auction? Zhang Ying smiled in response. Prince Di Xiaolong, well met. When she smiled, it was as though the heavens lost its color. Gu Chuanguang frowned when he looked at Zhang Ying. What a pity! What a pity! The golden-robed young man seemed to know what Gu Chuanguang meant, and a weird expression formed on his face. The old man was probably thinking that it was a pity Zhang Ying didn't belong to the blazing dragon celestial empire. 32 trillion. Huang Xiaolong's voice rang through the air when everyone was still staring at the princess. His bid was like a bomb that exploded in everyone's head. Even Di Xiaolong couldn't understand what was going on. Instead of reacting like Di Xiaolong, Zhang Ying smiled and continued to raise the bid. 33 trillion. 34. 35. As the battle between them started to heat up, the price soon reached a whooping 40 trillion Dao coins. Everyone present felt their throats going dry. 40 trillion Dao coins. Are they crazy, or do they have something against money? At their level, they were no longer bidding for the item in the auction. They were merely messing about with money. Those present in the plaza finally learned what the words filthy rich meant. Dao coins were nothing in the eyes of the two super monsters who had an inexhaustible amount of wealth. Huang Xiaolong finally turned to look at her when the price reached 40 trillion. Raising an eyebrow in response, he muttered the words, 50 trillion, 50 trillion. Many experts felt their hearts trembling when they heard the bid. Their vision threatened to go dark, and the only thing left in their minds was the concept of 50 trillion Dao coins. Even caretaker Pang behind Di Xiaolong gasped in shock. This brat is insane. He couldn't understand why anyone would use 50 trillion to buy several stalks of herbs. Even though the flower of time and void reincarnation thistle were extremely precious treasures, they weren't useful for just anyone. Even Di Xiaolong, the third prince of the blazing dragon celestial empire, wasn't confident that he could comprehend the power of space and time, even if he refined them all. Things would be different if he actually had 50 trillion Dao coins. He could buy many things with the money, and to put it in context, a massive manor in the exiled dragon city's heart only cost 300 billion. How many manors could one buy with 50 trillions? Zhang Yin finally hesitated when she heard Huang Xiaolong's bid of 50 trillion. A soft chuckle left her lips. Fellow cultivator is really determined to obtain the herbs. As such, I shall be pulling out of the competition. The batch of herbs was finally bought by Huang Xiaolong at an extravagant 50 trillion Dao coins. When Di Xiaolong, Yu Wui, and the others saw how Huang Xiaolong handed over 50 trillion Dao coins in exchange for her herbs, their expressions turned extremely complicated. Huang Xiaolong turned into the center of attention for those present in an instant. Maybe he's just a rich bastard who's trying to get our attention. He's so happy that he managed to spend 50 trillion on several herbs. What a dumbass. Yu Wui snorted. The mysterious pool black devil chuckled to himself as he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Soon after, several other treasures were auctioned off. Despite the fact that they were absolute treasures, the price of 10 to 20 trillion no longer excited the audience. Eventually, the final two items were put on sale. Now, we will be auctioning off the corpse of a creation-level universe tyrant dragon. Even Huang Xiaolong was stunned by the revelation. A tyrant dragon was an absolute ruler of the dragon race. The bloodline of the tyrant dragon is no weaker than the blazing dragon. The mysterious person who put it up on sale was crazy enough to sell away a universe tyrant dragon corpse. Even Di Xiaolong and Princess Zhang Ying failed to sit still in the pavilions. When everyone was shocked, the auctioneer released the restrictions on a spatial artifact on stage, and a massive dragon corpse appeared in front of their eyes. Even though it was just a corpse, the pressure it emitted caused everyone present to feel like a mountain was weighing down on their hearts. Huang Xiaolong made some measurements, and he realized that the corpse of the universe tyrant dragon was larger than Yuan Tianyi's true body. It managed to fill the entire space in the spatial artifact, and even a dragon scale from its body was as large as a city in the blazing dragon celestial empire. One could only imagine how large the universe tyrant dragon was. In fact, it was one of the largest organisms in the entire universe. The size alone shocked many experts present. This dragon was born with knowledge in 12 elements at perfection level. The auctioneer continued. 12 elements at perfection level. By the request of the person who commissioned us to auction off the corpse, there shall be no starting price. Please make your bids now. What? Without a starting price, any one of us can make a bid. Someone in the crowd screamed in excitement. It was as though those rich cultivators in the pavilion all rolled over and died or something. As the plaza burst into fervent discussion, a voice rang through the air. 100 trillion Dao coins. The voice was like a bucket of cold water that doused the enthusiasm of everyone in the plaza. No one present knew the person who yelled the bid. But when Gu Chuanguang and the golden-robed man turned to look at the source of the voice, their expressions changed drastically when they noticed the gray-robed expert standing in the hall. When did this old freak appear? Gu Chuanguang frowned. The gray-robed elder was an existence who was said to be at the creation level. He was born along with the universe, and it had been a long time since he last appeared. Despite his disappearance, no one could look down on his strength. Weren't there rumors that said that this old freak left the blazing dragon world? Why is he here? Diyu frowned. If this old freak grabs the dragon corpse, wouldn't that mean? Gu Chuanguang remained silent as light flashed through his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking of. When the auctioneer heard the bid of 100 trillion the moment the bidding phase started, he couldn't help but balk in surprise. None of those present were any better, and even the third prince, Di Xiaolong, stared at him in shock. 100 trillion Dao coins was something Di Xiaolong would never be able to obtain, even if he gathered all the money his subordinates had on them. This old bastard, is he here to cause a scene? Chen Yingshua's voice rang out from behind Yu Wui. How could a random old man they never met before call out such a surprising amount? It was no wonder she was stumped by his bid. However, Zhang Ying turned to greet the man all of a sudden. I greet Senior Extreme East. I have long since heard of Senior Extreme East's reputation, and it's my honor to meet you here today. When they heard how the sixth princess of the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire addressed the old man, those present in the plaza felt question marks popping up in their heads. The only difference was Yu Wui and several others who were more well-informed. Their expressions changed in an instant. Extreme East old man. Could it be? It was especially so for Yu Wui, whose blood drained from his face. The number of people who could threaten his father in the blazing dragon world could probably be counted on one hand. The Extreme East old man was definitely one of them. When he recalled how Chen Yingxue insulted the old man previously, when Yu Wui was still stuck in a state of shock, the old man replied to Zhang Ying. This old man has long since heard of the sixth princess. Little lass, you're pretty good. There were only a handful of people the Extreme East old man would praise in the later generation, and she was undoubtedly one of them. Zhang Ying giggled lightly in response. Many thanks to Senior Extreme East. However, this dragon corpse, it doesn't matter. If anyone dares to compete with me, I'll fear his head off. The only exception is you. If you bid against this old man, I won't take any offense. His tone was overbearing, but he had the qualifications to do so. Then I'll have to thank Senior Extreme East. Even though those in the plaza might not know who the Extreme East old man was, they were confident that he was someone they couldn't offend just from what Zhang Ying said. 101 trillion. Zhang Ying's voice rang through the air. 102 trillion. The Extreme East old man continued. 103 trillion. Soon after, the two of them started an intense bidding war, and the price soon reached 120 trillion Dao coins. No one else dared to interrupt, and they wisely chose to observe from the side. Of course, it wasn't because they didn't wish to bid. Even Third Heaven wouldn't be able to bring out 100 trillion Dao coins. After all, he wasn't in sole control over the treasury of the Celestial Empire. The only person who had the capital to compete with the Extreme East old man was Zhang Ying, who managed to obtain the treasury of a supreme expert somewhere in the depths of the universe. When the Extreme East old man yelled out a bid of 120 trillion, Zhang Ying started to hesitate. She might have obtained the treasure of the supreme expert, but she would be hard-pressed to bring out any more money. When the old man saw that Zhang Ying was slowing down, he couldn't help but reveal a self-satisfied smile. 130 trillion. Of course, Zhang Ying might have run out of money, but Huang Xiaolong's wealth wasn't something the Extreme East old man could match up to. What the fuck? Someone in the crowd screamed. The Extreme East old man's smile froze on his face, and he narrowed his eyes to stare at Huang Xiaolong. Brat, didn't you hear me? I'll kill whoever dares to bid against me. Seems like you're not planning to take my words seriously. You overestimate yourself. Huang Xiaolong sneered. Everyone stared at him as their jaws dropped in disbelief. When Caretaker Pang heard what Huang Xiaolong said, he chuckled in Di Xiaolong's ear. Hey, seems like that kid has no idea who the Extreme East old man is. If he learns of the old man's identity, he will probably be pissing his pants. He's crazy if he thinks he can get away after insulting the old man. Even someone like him didn't dare to disrespect the Extreme East old man, much less some nameless bastard who popped out of nowhere. Zhang Ying turned to look at Huang Xiaolong in disbelief. She didn't know if Huang Xiaolong had no idea who the old man was, or if he was really fearless of the consequences. Whatever the case, the Extreme East old man's laughter roared through the skies. Interesting. As someone born during the creation of the universe, I've experienced life in more than 30 worlds. This is the first time someone in the later generation dares to speak up against me. The Extreme East old man snorted in contempt. Brat, I have no idea who you are, and I have no intention of finding out. If you stop right now, I'll spare your life and pretend nothing happened. I'll even give you the chance to follow me as my attendant. Heh! Yuan Tianyi couldn't control his laughter, and a chuckle left his lips. That one sound resounded loud and clear through the hall, and everyone who was present turned to stare at Yuan Tianyi like they were looking at some sort of maniac. The Extreme East old man was no exception, and a snort escaped from his lips. As the sound wave tore through the void, several weaker experts spat out mouthfuls of blood. A horrifying pressure struck down on Yuan Tianyi. However, the pressure disappeared right before it could strike Yuan Tianyi. When everyone standing around saw what happened, they couldn't help but stare at Huang Xiaolong's group in disbelief. Even though that was a casual probe by the Extreme East old man, no one was confident of taking it head-on. Not even world masters present could shatter the attack as easily as Yuan Tianyi. They could see that Yuan Tianyi sent the old man's attack into another layer in the void, and that itself meant that Yuan Tianyi's ability to control space was at the major completion level or higher. In the Origin Sea, Yuan Tianyi already attained perfection level in 7 different elements. Moreover, 3 of the other elements he comprehended were at the peak of the major completion stage. After several years of following Huang Xiaolong, he managed to push himself further with the assistance of the Tree of Origin. He reached perfection level in 8 elements, and the other 2 were 1 step away from reaching perfection level. With Yuan Tianyi's strength, even experts who reached perfection level in 10 elements wouldn't be able to stand against him. The Extreme East old man might be strong, but defeating Yuan Tianyi wasn't something he could do in a short amount of time. Humph! Your slave is pretty good. The old man sneered. If you can take on an attack from me without dying, I'll spare your life." Right before the old man could make his move, a lofty voice descended from the void. "Old bastard, this is my auction." The person who spoke was none other than Gu Chuanguang, the president of the Radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce. "Aren't you going too far by making a move on someone's subordinate?" The extreme East old man chuckled lightly in response. "Gu Chuanguang, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not." After he spoke, his palm came crashing down on Yuan Tianyi. That was his personality anyway. As long as he made up his mind to do something, no one would be able to stop him unless they were leagues ahead of him in strength. Pointing his finger at Yuan Tianyi, a terrifying ray of gray light shot out. When Di Xiaolong, Zhang Ying, and the others noticed his strength, their expressions changed. They could see that the ray of light contained the power of 10 different elements. Just as the ray of light could reach Yuan Tianyi, a golden dragon covered in flames appeared in the void above them. It charged at the ray of light, and the gray beam was shattered like it never existed in the first place. Everyone stared at the sudden change in shock. "That, old man, what if I'm here too?" Another majestic voice descended from the void. "Du?" The extreme East old man's expression finally changed. As soon as the words left his lips, Di Xiaolong got to his feet. He cupped his fists at the void and greeted, "Xiaolong greets second uncle." Everyone present felt a bomb going off in their minds. Second uncle? Du? That was the third strongest expert in the blazing dragon celestial empire. Many people got to their knees in an instant as they greeted Du respectfully. "All of you can get up." Du's voice rang through the air once again. When they got his permission, they finally got to their feet. As the extreme East old man's expression started to sink, his mind started to move. He didn't expect Du to be present as well. He wasn't afraid of anyone else in the blazing dragon celestial empire, but he had to admit that Gu Chuanguang and Du would really be able to threaten him. Moreover, a terrifying possibility flashed through his mind when he noticed Du's presence. With this expression turning dark, he got back in his seat. 131 trillion. The extreme East old man snorted. 140 trillion. With icy light flashing through his eyes, the old man snorted, "Brat, do you really think the two of them can protect you forever? When you leave the auction venue later, you'll die a horrible death. If you're poor, just admit defeat." Yuan Tianyi snorted, "Your threats won't work." Zhang Ying felt her brain buzzing when she heard how Yuan Tianyi spoke to the extreme East oid man. He was just a subordinate, but he was even more arrogant than her. Even with her identity and status, she wouldn't dare to slight the extreme East old man. However, Yuan Tianyi didn't just disrespect the man, he threw out a slew of insults. With his expression turning darker by the second, the extreme East old man snorted, "You're just a dog of a slave. You will die a death several thousand times worse than your master." A sneer left Yuan Tianyi's lips, and he didn't bother replying. Finally, the old man gave up on the bidding process. With 140 trillion, Huang Xiaolong purchased the corpse of the creation-level dragon. After handing over the Dao coins, Huang Xiaolong retrieved the corpse and placed it in the sun-moon furnace. After obtaining the batch of herbs and the corpse of the dragon, Huang Xiaolong's strength would take another leap forward. He might even be able to immediately bring his comprehension of the power of space to perfection level. If that was the case, he could easily suppress experts who had reached perfection level in all 13 elements without lifting a finger. When everyone saw how Huang Xiaolong brought out the cash, a complicated expression appeared on their faces. There were some who were shocked and some were jealous. There were some who were gloating in his misfortune, and there were others who shook their heads in pity. "This young man caught my attention?" Gu Chuanguang looked at Huang Xiaolong and continued, "If he dies in the hand of the extreme East old man, that would be a pity." Du chuckled. "Should we join hands and save the brat?" "All right." The two of them chuckled in amusement as they looked at each other. A massive blade was the final item of the auction, and it was a creation-level artifact. Naturally, many experts started to bid for the treasure. With Huang Xiaolong sitting out of the bidding process, The fight was naturally extremely intense without some crazy bugger adding tens of trillions at a time. Now that he had the entire Huanglong armor set, the Sun Moon Furnace, the Purple Lightning Peak, and the Blood Dragon Steel, Huang Xiaolong couldn't be bothered with some random blade. When everyone realized that Huang Xiaolong really had no intentions to snipe the item at the end, they heaved a sigh of relief. After all, everyone saw the terrifying financial power in Huang Xiaolong's pockets. No one would be able to outbid him if he chose to fight for the item. Eventually, the blade fell into Di Xiaolong's hands. With the final transaction complete, the auction ended. As soon as it ended, everyone turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Everyone knew that as soon as Huang Xiaolong stepped out of the auction venue, the extreme East Old Man would make his move. Even if the old man didn't do anything, the Nether Spirit Palace wouldn't let him off. Of course, he had too many treasures on his body. With the herbs, along with his terrifying amount of Dao coins, even the golden bamboo old man might make a move. As everyone kept their gazes on him, Huang Xiaolong got to his feet. With Yuan Tianyi, He Zhen, and Li Shuo, Huang Xiaolong left the venue. As soon as he did, many auras locked on to him. Despite that, no one made a move as they turned to look at the extreme East Old Man. A sneer left his lips. "There's no need to look at me. You can do as you wish. As long as his slave lives, I won't do anything to you guys. All I want are the herbs and the corpse. All of you can take whatever you manage to obtain." As soon as the words left his lips, the venue erupted. More than 100 experts leaped towards Huang Xiaolong at once. Even the weakest one of them would be able to rank on the extermination list of the Huanglong world. Chen Yingxue and the various disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace sprung into action instantly. Just as they were about to arrive, 100 black shadows appeared beside Huang Xiaolong. A horrifying amount of death qi and corpse qi filled the air and swallowed the entire region. Miserable shrieks filled the skies, and golden blood formed clouds that rained down on the lands. Including Chen Yingxue, everyone who lunged at him was killed. Everyone stared at the scene before them in shock. They saw how the 100 figures swallowed the souls of their victims, along with their physical bodies. The scene where an expert at the level of Chen Yingxue was torn apart with a single move filled the minds of everyone present. "Motherfucker!" Yu Wui screamed in anger. His sword slashed forward, and an uncountable amount of sword qi slashed at the spirits. With 7 elements at perfection level, one could only imagine how strong Yu Wui was. As sword qi rained down from the skies, the power of radiance, darkness, lightning, metal, frost, wind, and earth stabbed at the fierce souls. They were strong, but they were comparable to an expert with 5 elements at perfection level at best. With a snort, Yuan Tianyi slapped at the incoming sword qi. As a blast resounded through the skies, Yu Wui was sent flying. As he retreated, he smashed through God knew how many structures. What? Lei Qinghai and the members of the other races balked in shock when they saw what happened to the young palace master of the Nether Spirit Palace. Even Di Xiaolong, Zhang Ying, and the others had no idea what just happened. With 7 elements at perfection level, Yu Wui was one of the most talented cultivators in the younger generation. However, he couldn't even take a single attack from Yuan Tianyi. 8 elements at perfection level. The extreme East Old Man was stunned for a moment, but he burst into laughter in the next second. "No wonder you're so arrogant." Indeed, Yuan Tianyi used the power of 8 elements at perfection level when he stopped Yu Wui previously. After the old man spoke, he slowly got to his feet. Terrifying waves of pressure started to emerge from his body, and every time it increased by 1 level, the entire city trembled as though it was about to crumble. Many experts retreated in horror, and that included the world masters who were present. Even Di Xiaolong wasn't able to stand against the old man's strength. The only person who managed to hold her ground was the 6th princess of the extreme Heaven Celestial Empire, Zhang Ying. When Gu Chuanguang and Di Yu saw the princess' reaction, a weird light flashed through their eyes. It seemed as though they had underestimated her strength. As the aura of the extreme East Old Man grew even stronger, experts who weren't in the city could feel a sense of fear gripping their hearts. With 13 lights swirling around the old man's body, A brilliant glow expanded to illuminate the entire region. When it reached the heart of the Blazing Dragon world, the Blazing Dragon Sacred Land, it was finally stopped by the restrictions surrounding the land. 13 elements. The faces of Gu Chuanguang, Diyu, and the others changed instantly. In the past, the extreme East Old Man could only control 12 elements. No one would have thought that he would comprehend the power of time after disappearing for so long. The experts of the various superpowers, like the Nether Spirit Palace, Lightning Yang race, and the others, couldn't help but feel their hearts shaking in shock. 13 elements. There were countless geniuses in the Blazing Dragon world, and every generation would produce someone whose talent couldn't be measured by ordinary standards. Despite that, the number of people who comprehended all 13 elements could probably be counted on one hand. In fact, that was very much true, as there were less than 5 people in the Blazing Dragon Empire who managed to comprehend all 13 elements. Someone at that level would hardly appear every 100 million years. There were tons of people present at the auction, but even they hadn't seen someone who wielded the power of all 13 elements. From what they could see, the extreme East Old Man reached perfection level in 11 of the 13 elements. Even though the power of time was only at the minor completion stage and the power of space was at the major completion stage, the rest were at perfection level. Some people who had no idea who the extreme East Old Man was finally realized why the 6th princess of the extreme Heaven Celestial Empire would be so respectful to the Old Man. With a snort, the extreme East Old Man grabbed at Huang Xiaolong's group of 4. All 4 of you kneel. His attack contained 9 elements at perfection level, and the number of people in the universe who could stand against him were few. Of course, 2 of them were standing right in front of him. With an expressionless face, Huang Xiaolong glanced at the old man as though he was a fool. A heaven-shaking roar escaped Yuan Tiany's lips, and the sound waves sent everyone standing around flying. A mere roar from Yuan Tiany was terrifying to the extreme. Soon after, 13 lights formed around Yuan Tiany's body, and like the extreme East Old Man, they were only stopped by the restrictions around the Blazing Dragon Sacred Land. The aura Yuan Tiany emitted wasn't any weaker than the extreme East Old Man. 13 elements. Lei Qianhai felt his mind going numb when he realized how strong Yuan Tiany was. Even the mysterious Pool Black Devil and the Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor couldn't believe it. Di Xiaolong was equally stunned. Gu Chuanguang and Diyu, who were about to reveal themselves, stared at Yuan Tiany with their eyes wide open. When Yu Wui, who was sent flying by Yuan Tiany earlier, looked at the 13 lights emerging from Yuan Tiany's body, he felt a sense of dread appearing in his heart. The killing intent that once remained rooted in him dissipated without a trace. 13 elements with 8 of them at perfection level. 2 of them were at the peak of major completion stage, and the power of space, time, and radiance were at the major completion stage. Even the extreme East Old Man was stunned. He traveled through countless worlds, and he met several experts who had also comprehended all 13 elements. However, all of them were terrifying experts who could cause the world to shake with a stomp of their foot. Now, the person standing against him was the same, the only difference was, he was a subordinate of some nameless junior. When Di Xiaolong, Zhang Ying, and the others were too shocked to speak, Yuan Tiany sent a palm strike containing the power of 10 elements towards the extreme East Old Man. Boom! As their attacks slammed into each other, a heaven-shaking explosion rang in the skies. The entire Blazing Dragon world trembled under the might, and a terrifying shockwave swept through the lands. The experts standing in the plaza were strong, but they weren't strong enough to withstand the blast from the exchange of 2 peak-level monsters. Miserable shrieks rang through the skies instantly. After the exchange, Yuan Tiany and the extreme East Old Man took a step back unsteadily. Surprisingly, they were equally matched. Those still standing felt their jaws dropping in shock. Even though the extreme East Old Man didn't use everything he had, he realized that neither did Yuan Tiany. Earlier, he was confident of suppressing Yuan Tiany the moment he struck. Of course, suppressing the man was the best outcome he could hope for. With Yuan Tiany's strength, he would be unable to kill the man even if they fought for several days straight. If he wanted to kill Yuan Tiany, he would need to reach perfection level in all 13 elements. With his strength, He refused to believe that he couldn't kill a mere subordinate of a youngster he had never heard of before. Staring at the extreme East old man, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "I told you. You're overestimating yourself if you think that you can do anything to me." Di Xiaolong and the others no longer dared to feel that he was bluffing. Previously, Di Xiaolong even said that Huang Xiaolong would piss his pants if he knew how strong the extreme East old man was. However, he wisely chose to remain silent now. Roaring with laughter, the extreme East old man felt a trace of excitement and killing intent rising in his heart. "Brat, do you really think that a mere subordinate will be able to protect you? Regardless of your identity, I'll kill you right here and now. I, the extreme East old man, have been in existence for so long and no one will be able to stand in my way. I'm not someone you can insult and get away with, you little ant." As soon as he spoke, the extreme East old man lunged at Huang Xiaolong. This time, he used his full strength and he wanted to kill Huang Xiaolong regardless of the consequences. "Brat, let's see if your slave can stop me now." A malevolent laugh escaped his lips. Roar! All of a sudden, Yuan Tiany's body shook and he returned to his true form. He turned into a giant beast that was God knew how many feet tall, and his body seemed to be a pillar that held up the heavens. His palm that covered the span of several sacred lands came crashing down on the extreme East old man. Boom! Once again, the two of them were sent flying. The two of them were flung out of the sacred land as they continued to do battle elsewhere. From what everyone could see, Yuan Tiany was sent flying a little further, and he seemed to be a little weaker than the extreme East old man. Despite that, they were shocked that anyone could even stand up to the old man's strength. The extreme East old man used his full power in the previous strike. He used the power of all 13 elements, but he was still stopped by Yuan Tiany. Even though the extreme East old man was born during the formation of the universe and could draw on the power of the universe's origin, Yuan Tiany received the nourishment of the tree of origin. His physique wasn't any weaker than the extreme East old man, and it might even be stronger by a little bit. As for Yuan Tiany's bloodline, it was leagues ahead of the extreme East old man. After transforming back into his true form, Yuan Tiany's aura reached a whole new level. When Di Xiaolong thought about the time when he didn't feel like angering the Nether Spirit Palace and refused to take Huang Xiaolong in as his subordinate. What type of universe beast is he? Several world masters asked when they stared at Yuan Tiany. No one was able to reply, as no one had ever seen anything like it. Even Zheng Ying, Gu Chuanguang, and Diyu had no idea. Boom! In the heavens above, massive explosions rang out unceasingly as the two monsters clashed with each other. The more they fought, the further they got. They disappeared from everyone's sights, and the two of them eventually left the region. Everyone finally snapped back to attention as they suppressed the shock in their hearts. They turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, and the unmistakable expression of jealousy, envy, and hatred flashed through the eyes of many. If Yuan Tiany was still present, they might control themselves. However, now that he was gone, it seemed as though there was no one else left to protect the kid. Of course, there were still 100 fierce souls around Huang Xiaolong they had to deal with if they wanted to make a move on him. All 100 of them were a force to be reckoned with, and even though everyone was thinking about it, no one dared to make the first move. The world seemed to fall silent, and Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. Finally, Lei Qinghai made the first move. "Purple Lightning young master, you impersonated me in the past, but I don't wish to blow this up. As long as you hand over the Dao coins you have, I'll let you leave." He knew that everyone pined for the herbs and dragon corpse in Huang Xiaolong's possession, and he wisely chose to grab the Dao coins the man had on him. "You want my Dao coins?" Huang Xiaolong revealed a smile as he looked at Lei Qinghai. Even though he bought the herbs and the corpse of the dragon, he probably had more than 900 trillion Dao coins on him. "That's right." He swept his gaze across the spirits and the two other experts standing beside Huang Xiaolong and continued. "They might be strong, but killing you won't be a tall task. You better think about your answer." Yu Wui stood out all of a sudden and sneered. "You killed several disciples of my Nether Spirit Palace. Now, your subordinates even killed my attendant. How do you plan to compensate me? Huang Xiaolong shook his head and he tried his best to control his laughter. Lightning Yang race? Nether Spirit Palace? Laughable. How laughable. He was finally unable to control himself and he laughed uncontrollably. The look of mockery in his eyes caused the expressions on the faces of Lei Qinghai and Yu Wui to sink. Laughable? Are you mocking the Lightning Yang race and the Nether Spirit Palace? Lei Qinghai roared in anger. Killing intent filled his eyes and he snapped. Let me show you who's the joke here. After he spoke, he released his aura completely. Eight elements with 7 at perfection level. Someone screamed. Everyone was shocked. Without a doubt, Lei Qinghai was even stronger than Yu Wui. Even though it was only a single element more than the Prince of the Nether Spirit Palace, it was an element at the major completion stage. With pillars of light charging into the skies, Lei Qinghai roared, "Die!" He appeared before Huang Xiaolong after taking a single step and he sent a punch towards his chest. As for Yu Wui, he had long since hated Huang Xiaolong's group, especially after Yuan Tianyi injured him previously. When Lei Qinghai struck, he also appeared before Huang Xiaolong to send out a palm clad in black. The two of them had the power to crush the heavens when they joined hands, and even Di Xiaolong's expression turned somber. "Your Highness, should we?" Caretaker Pang whispered. "We cannot allow the two of them to snatch away the treasures. If the two of them grabbed the treasures, there would no longer be a reason for Di Xiaolong to make a move. If he attacked them after they succeeded, he would offend both the Lightning Yang race and the Nether Spirit Palace. If they moved now, things might be different." Di Xiaolong nodded his head. But right before he could make his move, Huang Xiaolong returned their attacks with a slap of his own. When they saw that Huang Xiaolong was treating them so nonchalantly, they couldn't help but roar in anger as they prepared themselves to end the battle once and for all. After all, he was taking them both on at the same time, and he even dared to do it so casually. When the 6th princess of the extreme Heaven Celestial Empire saw what Huang Xiaolong was doing, she couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment. Even Gu Chuanguang and Di Yu frowned. "This brat is underestimating his enemy," Gu Chuanguang snapped. "Let's save him before we—" Before Di Yu could complete his sentence, his expression froze. A terrifying burst of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's palm, and it seemed to possess a strange beauty that captivated everyone who saw it. Lei Qinghai and Yu Wui felt their hearts shaking, but it was too late to turn back now. A frightening power came crashing towards them. Boom! Drawing 2 beautiful arcs through the skies, they were sent flying. They were blown out of the sacred land as the armor around their bodies shattered into nothingness. Scary tears could be seen around their bodies, and it seemed as though their fleshy bodies would crumble at the slightest touch. Nine elements at perfection level. Zhang Shifeng, the 2nd strongest expert from the Purple Vision Holy World, screamed. Even the World Master of the Purple Vision World was only an expert who comprehended 6 elements with 5 of them at perfection level. Gu Chuanguang turned to Di Yu and chuckled lightly. "Seems like our old eyes can't keep up with the current times." Di Yu laughed softly. "Looks like we overreacted." The two of them were ready to save Huang Xiaolong previously, and they were about to make their move. Nodding slightly, Gu Chuanguang continued. "Even if the little one, Di Xiaolong, moves against him later, he will definitely be able to protect himself. As the 3rd prince of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, Di Xiaolong was extremely talented. His strength wasn't any weaker than the extreme East Old Man, and he comprehended 12 elements with 10 of them at perfection level. When the experts present saw how strong Huang Xiaolong was, they couldn't help but jump in fright. Even the patriarchs of various ancient races couldn't hide their shock. Zhang Ying was equally as shocked. As for Di Xiaolong, his expression turned extremely complicated. If he knew that Huang Xiaolong already attained perfection level in 9 elements, and had a subordinate who comprehended all 13 elements, he would be more than willing to offend the Nether Spirit Palace to take him in. When Huang Xiaolong sent Yu Wui and Lei Qinghai flying with a single slap, he turned to look at the various experts of the 2 factions. He saw them trembling in their shoes as fear threatened to overwhelm them. Not one who would allow favors to go unpaid, Huang Xiaolong gave the order. Kill them all. In an instant, 100 fierce souls lunged at the members of the two factions. As miserable shrieks filled the skies, disciples of the Nether Spirit Palace and the Lightning Yang race were devoured by the spirits. When everyone else saw what happened, those who were still planning on killing Huang Xiaolong for his treasures felt the blood draining from their faces. A chill crept down their spines. Killing so many disciples of the two races, he's definitely going to offend them this time. He might have 9 elements at perfection level, but he's no match for the Palace Master of the Nether Spirit Palace or the Patriarch of the Lightning Yang race. If he ever runs into them, he'll definitely have to give up his life. You're right. The kid is too arrogant. After all, the Nether Spirit Palace Master and the Lightning Yang Patriarch are experts who comprehended 12 elements with 11 of them at perfection level. Discussions rang about, but all of a sudden, the mysterious Pool Black Devil and the Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor appeared before Huang Xiaolong. Their actions drew the attention of everyone present, and the discussions immediately changed direction. Are the two of them planning to join hands to deal with the Purple Lightning Young Master? Someone in the crowd gasped in shock. Everyone felt a trace of excitement bubbling in their hearts. Even if the two of them were not as strong as the Nether Spirit Palace Master or the Lightning Yang Patriarch, they were still pretty terrifying existences. If they joined hands, wouldn't that mean? Even Gu Chuanguang and Diyu frowned. Zhang Ying raised a single eyebrow in interest at the sudden change in situation. The mysterious Pool Black Devil smiled, and he revealed his stained teeth to the man. Purple Lightning Young Master, I didn't expect that you have attained perfection level in 9 elements. However, it's too bad I'm working with the Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor today. We want the corpse of the dragon. As long as you leave it behind, we'll allow you to leave. The Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor didn't say a word, but it was clear he agreed to what the old devil said. It seemed as though they had already reached a conclusion before they moved. Sorry. I'll be bringing it with me, like what I said. If you're strong enough, come at me. Huang Xiaolong muttered softly. The two of them were stunned as they didn't expect that Huang Xiaolong would reject them outright. A chuckle left their lips, and it rang in the ears of everyone present. Are you sure? The Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor sneered. Blood will spill the moment we make our move. With us working together, you won't be able to escape. You better think twice. If it was anyone else, the two of them would have already killed the man. There was no need to waste their breath with anyone else. However, Huang Xiaolong reached perfection level in 9 elements, and his identity remained unknown. They had no idea who was backing him up, and they felt that being a little more careful wouldn't hurt. Your Highness, this is a good chance. Caretaker Pang spoke to Di Xiaolong all of a sudden. Why don't we work with the two of them? A flash of light lit up Di Xiaolong's eyes. Ordinarily, he wouldn't want to offend a mysterious power at the level of the Purple Lightning Young Master. However, the herbs were too tempting for him to pass up. Your Highness, the brat is only an expert with 9 elements at perfection level. No matter how mysterious his background, we have no need to be worried about it. Caretaker Pang continued. With the Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle, Your Highness might just reach perfection level in the 11th element. You might even comprehend the final element and reach a whole new level. If Your Highness manages to comprehend the 13th element, Lord Creation might change his mind and decide to groom Your Highness as the Son of Creation. Caretaker Pang's evaluation rang through his mind. Making up his mind instantly, Di Xiaolong appeared before Huang Xiaolong. When everyone saw Di Xiaolong's appearance, they couldn't help but stare at Third Heaven in shock. Is His Highness planning to work with the two old monsters? The mysterious Pool Black Devil and the Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor were equally as shocked. Your Highness, the old devil couldn't help but ask. Even though he was curious, he still remained respectful. Di Xiaolong raised his hand and stopped the two of them from asking any more. I'm only here for the Flower of Time and the Void Reincarnation Thistles. Your desires have nothing to do with me. They heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts when they heard what he said. After all, if Di Xiaolong was adamant about obtaining the corpse of the creation-level dragon, things might get ugly. Di Xiaolong turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. The starting price of the herbs was set at 15 trillion. I'll cut you a fair deal now. I'll give you 15 trillion, and you give me the herbs. Huang Xiaolong nearly burst out laughing instantly. He bought them for 50 trillion, and Di Xiaolong was planning to obtain them for 15 trillion. He even called it a fair deal. That was the joke of the century if Huang Xiaolong ever heard one. In fact, there was basically no difference between his deal and an actual robbery. Di Xiaolong's expression fell and he growled, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm laughing at your stupid face." Huang Xiaolong smirked before replying. Everyone watching the scene play out in front of them felt their eyes widening in shock. Even Zhang Ying couldn't believe what she was hearing. A piercing light emerged from Di Xiaolong's eyes and he snapped, "Since you don't know what's good for you, you won't be leaving alive today." After he spoke, he released the power of all 12 elements from his body. With 10 of them at perfection level, his strength was something that rivaled some of the very strongest present. He might not be comparable to the extreme East Old Man, but his bloodline gave him a very significant boost. With the power of the blazing dragon bloodline coursing through his veins, the aura he emitted was only slightly weaker than the extreme East Old Man. The mysterious pool Black Devil and the golden bamboo Old Ancestor realized that it was time to make their move too, and they circulated their energies. The two of them comprehended 11 elements, and 10 of them were at perfection level. In the blazing dragon world, the number of experts who had 10 elements at perfection level were rarely seen. However, with Di Xiaolong, the mysterious pool Black Devil, and the golden bamboo Old Ancestor showing off their might, they planned to kill a nameless youngster who was nothing more than an ant compared to them, or so they thought. Excitement bubbled in the hearts of everyone present when they realized that the fight was about to begin. Di Xiaolong frowned when he saw that the two of them wanted to act along with him. However, he chose to remain silent about it. He knew what they were concerned about anyway. In the void above, Diyu shook his head silently. "Looks like he's unable to resist the urge." Gu Chuanguang sighed. "Aren't you his second uncle? Perfect timing. You have a legit excuse to stop him. And if the other brat encounters any trouble, I'll deal with it." Diyu could only nod helplessly. When their discussion concluded, the three of them unleashed their attacks in unison. As Di Xiaolong's fists shot out, the power of 12 elements turned into 2 golden dragons that charged at Huang Xiaolong. A terrifying flame filled the air, and the hidden sacred land and the area around it felt as though the fire of 1,000 suns was threatening to burn them into a crisp. Dark shadows filled the air when the mysterious pool Black Shadow made his move. Scary figures completely black in color covered the skies as they leaped towards Huang Xiaolong. As for the golden bamboo Old Ancestor, he summoned an uncountable number of golden bamboos that were massive pillars in the empty skies. The alliance of the 3 strongest experts present caused the heavens to tremble and the earth to shake. A crushing pressure filled the blazing dragon world as everyone around felt the frightening amount of power contained in their moves. Experts who weren't in the blazing dragon world hastily opened their heavenly eye in order to watch the battle that caused such a huge commotion. When they saw the third prince of the blazing dragon celestial empire acting alongside the mysterious pool Black Devil and the golden bamboo Old Ancestor in order to deal with a nameless brat, they were shocked. Who is that kid? How is he able to incur the wrath of the 3 of them at once? He's definitely going to die there today. The only person who can possibly stop them would be the extreme East Old Man. Right? Everyone stared at Huang Xiaolong as they wanted to see how he would react. Just as their attacks were about to arrive, a smirk formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. His right fist slowly rose into the skies, but the power he used was no longer the same as before. Previously, he used the power of 9 elements at perfection level. Now, the power of nirvana, radiance, darkness, poison, lightning, metal, blaze, frost, wood, wind, and earth could be seen swirling around his fist. As 11 rays of light emerged from his fist, it was as though he held in his hands a mini-sun. The heavens and earth lost their color instantly. Regardless of how strong the power contained in their combined attack, it was eclipsed by Huang Xiaolong's punch. As the rays of light blinded those standing around, a massive blast rang through the air. The two golden dragons from Di Xiaolong were magnificent, but in front of Huang Xiaolong, they were like worms who had been struck by a massive sledgehammer. Releasing a pitiful cry, the dragons were sent flying away. Next, the dark figures summoned by the mysterious pool black devil started to disappear. They were devoured by the light coming from Huang Xiaolong's punch, and there was nothing they could do to stop it. At almost the same time, Huang Xiaolong's punch landed on the golden bamboo that filled the skies. Instead of flying towards Huang Xiaolong, the bamboos were sent flying everywhere as they burst into tiny little fragments. They were like pretty little golden fireworks that were set off in the skies. The explosion lit up the surroundings, and even those outside the region managed to catch a burst of light. Di Xiaolong, the mysterious pool black devil, and the golden bamboo old ancestor were sent retreating from the impact. Out of the three, Di Xiaolong fared the best as he stopped himself after stepping out of the city gates. As for the two old monsters, they basted through several mountain ranges before ending up on a random rock somewhere. As silence descended on the lands, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of rocks shattering when the two old monsters landed in the distance. The experts from the various worlds, ancient races, and even the other celestial empires stared at Huang Xiaolong with their mouths agape. Even the experts who were watching the battle from outside the region felt their minds going blank. 11 elements at perfection level. Zhen Shifeng from the Purple Vision World gasped in shock. As for the young master of the Purple Vision World Master's Manor, Zi Juedao, he felt his legs going numb. In the past, he wanted to challenge Huang Xiaolong to a battle after hearing the rumors about the man. Luckily for him, he managed to resist the urge. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't really be called a battle. It would probably end in one move. No. In fact, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't even need to make a move. He would be able to end Zi Juedao's life by just taking a deep breath. Zhang Ying finally turned to look at Huang Xiaolong seriously. A pretty light flashed through her eyes, and her expression fluctuated slightly. 11 elements at perfection level. Someone at that level was definitely able to cause her heart to tremble. What a pity! Huang Xiaolong might have reached perfection level in 11 elements, but he didn't seem to have comprehended all 13 elements. Even though 11 elements were a lot, it meant nothing if he couldn't comprehend all 13 elements. The only way one could ever become someone important in the universe was if they reached perfection level in all 13 elements. Huang Xiaolong was merely a slightly more interesting person in her opinion. As for Gu Chuanguang and Diyu, their minds were trembling in shock. 11 elements at perfection level. Existences at that level would be considered hegemons in the universe no matter which world they resided in. The expression on Gu Chuanguang's face turned a little unnatural. Have you ever heard of this kid before? Diyu asked with a complex expression on his face. Nope. Sweeping his gaze across those present, Huang Xiaolong sighed. Anyone else wishes to obtain the flower of time, void reincarnation a thistle, or the corpse of the dragon? Huang Xiaolong's gaze lingered a little longer on Lei Qinghai and Yu Wui who were sent flying out of the sacred land previously. When they felt his eyes on them, they wanted to vomit another mouthful of blood. They thought that the alliance of Di Xiaolong, the mysterious pool black devil, and the golden bamboo old ancestor would be able to kill Huang Xiaolong once and for all. But they were wrong. The smiles that decorated their faces froze, and they hastily shook their hands in fear as they took several steps backwards in haste. If they knew that Huang Xiaolong reached perfection level in 11 elements, they wouldn't have tried anything even if the leaders of their factions were present. In front of everyone, Huang Xiaolong casually left the area with Li Shuo, He Zhan, and the fierce souls. The expressions on the faces of the three who finally managed to crawl to their feet might be one of extreme reluctance, but none of them dared to make another move. It was especially so for Di Xiaolong. There were traces of humiliation and rage that flashed through his heart, but a feeling of disappointment and regret soon followed. Eventually, Huang Xiaolong's group left the plaza. As He Zhan tapped on a point in the void, rays of light lit up the skies and the entire group disappeared in front of everyone. In the next moment, Huang Xiaolong and the others arrived back in the purple lightning manner. Gasps were heard in the crowd. God of formations! An expert adept in the art of formations yelled. No! He has already surpassed that level. Someone else muttered in a serious voice. Surpassing the god of formations. Everyone stared at the skies in shock. That could only mean that the person had reached the peak of the art of formations. In the Huanglong world, someone hailed as the god of formation had reached the highest level in the art of formations. However, there was still a level higher than that in the blazing dragon world. Like the different level of comprehension of each element, the art of formations was also classified into different tiers. When someone reached the peak of the art of formations, they would have surpassed the level of a formation god. In the Huanglong world, He Zhen was the strongest when it came to laying down formations. If he claimed to be the second best, no one would ever be able to surpass his level to take the throne. His talent in the art of formations was second to none, and that was also how he gained his title as the Myriad Formations Devil. He had been following Huang Xiaolong for quite some time now, and with the constant discussions with the man himself, he managed to reach the level only recorded in the legends of the Blazing Dragon world. I wonder if he managed to comprehend the power of space. If he did, that would be extremely terrifying. One of the world masters whispered. Even the mysterious Pool Black Devil and the Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor felt their expressions changing. A supreme expert who had surpassed the level of a god of formations comprehending the power of space. That was something they didn't even dare to imagine. They knew exactly how powerful an expert well-versed in the art of formations would be after he comprehended the power of space, as they had crossed paths with one. But the person who disappeared in front of their eyes was someone who had comprehended the art of formations to the highest level. They might not be afraid to run into an expert at that level, but they knew that even with their strength, they would run into a lot of inconvenience. Gu Chuanguang looked towards the purple lightning manor, and a weird light flashed in his eyes. Is the purple lightning young master someone from another world? He knew the identities of everyone in the blazing dragon world who comprehended 10 or more elements to perfection level. As such, he was sure Huang Xiaolong was someone who came from another world. Of course, as the oldest world in the universe, experts from all around would stream into the blazing dragon world from time to time, and it wasn't a surprise if Huang Xiaolong was actually from another world. A deep look could be seen on Diyu's face, but he chose to remain silent. When Huang Xiaolong sent Di Xiaolong and the others flying instantly, his bloodline showed visible signs of reaction. The feeling was extremely complex. He felt a sense of familiarity that he had never felt before. Could it be? Diyu shook his head as he felt that something like that wasn't possible. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had already left with all the treasures, the experts standing around felt that there was no point in staying around. The events that happened in the radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce was one that would cause the blazing dragon world to tremble. The sixth princess of the extreme heaven celestial empire, Zhang Ying, left before anyone could figure out what was going on. Like how she appeared, no one saw her leave. When Huang Xiaolong returned to the Purple Lightning Manor, he opened the Grand Formation immediately in order to get rid of the prying eyes of those outside the region. When he was sure that no one else would be able to spy on him, he sent a punch flying through the void. As his fist tore through multiple layers of the void, it flew towards the extreme East Old Man who was fighting with Yuan Tianyi somewhere outside the blazing dragon world. Even though Yuan Tianyi had returned to his true form, he couldn't deny that he had only reached perfection level in 8 different elements. Compared to the 11 that the extreme East Old Man had comprehended, he was very much lacking. He only managed to hold out due to the power of his fleshy body, and as multiple palm prints slammed into his body, streaks of blood formed as he suffered serious wounds. If not for his body being extraordinarily large, the strikes would have long since blown a hole through him. The extreme East Old Man sneered when he looked at Yuan Tianyi in his sorry state. Hehe, I'll deal with you before taking care of your master. When I'm done, I'll put the 2 of your corpses in the same grave and allow you to reincarnate as one. His laughter rang through the skies, but before he could say any more, a terrifying blast appeared from the void behind him. Unable to think too much, the extreme East Old Man sent a palm strike backwards with all the power he could muster. Even so, he was sent flying. A look of shock formed on his face when he realized the power contained in the punch that hit him. 11 elements at perfection level. Who? Roaring in rage, his voice echoed through the starry skies. However, he couldn't detect the presence of anyone other than Yuan Tianyi, who was standing opposite him. Releasing his Tao soul, he failed to notice any anomaly. Motherfucker, are you messing with me? He sent a palm strike towards the void where the punch seemed to come from, but other than several spatial tears, nothing happened. Of course, Yuan Tianyi wasn't standing there for fun. When the extreme East Old Man was rampaging about, his attack arrived. Without any choice, the extreme East Old Man could only turn around to face Yuan Tianyi. In the instant that he turned around, another terrifying wave of power appeared behind him. Like before, it contained the power of 11 elements at perfection level. However, he could feel that the sneak attack was several times stronger than the last. As he was sent flying again, he vomited a mouthful of golden blood. This fear finally gripped his heart. He was someone who had comprehended all 13 elements, with 11 of them at perfection level. His power of space was at the major completion stage, and the power of time was at the minor completion stage. Even if the other party had comprehended 11 elements to perfection level, how could he be so helpless? No, how could the other party be so damn strong? Of course, there was a reason behind the difference between the first and second attacks. Huang Xiaolong used the cosmos energy contained in 3 small worlds to unleash his first strike. But in his second punch, Huang Xiaolong also used the power of his Tao Physio of heaven and earth. The 2 attacks were something Huang Xiaolong did without even utilizing his Huang Long bloodline, or any parts of the Huang Long armor set. Despite that, a simple punch was more than enough to make the extreme East Old Man suffer grievous wounds. Even so, the extreme East Old Man had no intentions to continue the battle. After pushing Yuan Tianyi away, he tore through the void and ran away in haste. Seeing the extreme East Old Man making his escape, Huang Xiaolong snorted in contempt. With the old man's strength, Huang Xiaolong would need to transform, but that would alarm the true Dragon Huang clan. As such, he could only allow the old man to escape for the time being. When they ran into each other in the future, Huang Xiaolong made a mental note to beat the guy up before ending it once and for all. When he reached perfection level in all 13 elements, he would no longer have to worry about the true Dragon Huang clan. When he saw that his opponent had escaped, Yuan Tianyi tore through the void and returned to the manor. After Huang Xiaolong tossed over some blue lotus liquid, he used that, along with his power of nirvana, to recover. Several days later, his injuries had almost fully healed. Your Highness, A look of shame could be seen on Yuan Tianyi's face when he spoke to Huang Xiaolong. Waving his arm to dismiss Yuan Tianyi's concerns, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. There's nothing to be ashamed of. You only reached perfection level in 8 different elements. It's normal for you to lose to the extreme East Old Man. Just enter seclusion in the Sun-Moon Furnace. When you reach perfection level in 10 elements, you'll be able to defeat the old man with ease. Now that Yuan Tianyi had already reached the peak of the major completion stage in 2 other elements, reaching perfection level was only a matter of time. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong completely opened the formations around the manor before entering seclusion with Yuan Tianyi, Li Shuo, and Hijin. All 100 fierce souls were left in the manor to prevent anything from disturbing them. When he entered seclusion, Huang Xiaolong knew that he wouldn't emerge until he completely refined all the herbs and the corpse of the universe tyrant dragon. First, Huang Xiaolong wanted to refine all 80 stalks of the void reincarnation thistle. Now that his power of space was at the peak of the major completion stage, it was extremely likely that he could push it to the perfection level with the help of the herbs. As soon as that happened, his strength would experience a huge leap forward. Sitting under the tree of origin, he swallowed a stalk of void reincarnation thistle and started to comprehend the power contained within. As strands of qi started to emerge from the tree of origin, they surrounded Huang Xiaolong's party of 4. The power of radiance emerged from the bed of pure soil beneath them as crimson light emerged from the blood moon. The tree of beginning didn't remain idle, and neither did the parasol tree. With the Huang Long bloodline, Huang Xiaolong could be said to possess the strongest bloodline in the entire universe. Refining the void reincarnation thistle and comprehending the power of space was much easier for him compared to geniuses with other bloodlines. And with the assistance of so many peak-level treasures, the effects of the herb would only increase. Just as Huang Xiaolong started to refine the herb, the events of the auction started to spread through the blazing dragon world. The reputation of the purple lightning young master shook the world to its core. 140 trillion to purchase the corpse of the universe tyrant dragon? 11 elements at the perfection level. He managed to defeat the alliance of Di Xiaolong, the mysterious pool black devil, and the golden bamboo old ancestor. His subordinate comprehended all 13 elements with 8 of them at the perfection level. He even has another subordinate who surpassed the level of a formation god. No matter which piece of news it was, it shocked every single power present in the blazing dragon world. While the various powers were in an uproar, Yu Wui was kneeling in the main hall of the Nether Spirit Palace. The palace master, who was fully clad in black and only had red dots for eyes, glared at him in anger. "You useless thing! Not only did you fail to obtain the Flower of Time and Void Reincarnation Thistle, you even humiliated yourself in front of everyone. You're a disgrace to my Nether Spirit Palace." As the palace master had already reached the perfection level in 11 elements, the Void Reincarnation Thistle was extremely important to him. With beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead, Yu Wui stammered, "Father, I didn't know that he had reached the perfection level in 11 elements. Even third heaven wasn't his match after working with the mysterious pool black devil and the golden bamboo old ancestor. Not to mention the fact that he had an endless supply of Dao coins on him." Yu Ming, the palace master of the Nether Spirit Palace, sighed, and his expression started to let up. 11 elements at the perfection level. Whatever the case, I'll be able to reach the perfection level in the power of space in the next million years. When that happens, I'll turn the so-called purple lightning young master into a dead man. Yu Wui rejoiced when he heard what his father said. Father will be unbeatable when the time comes. When the brat meets you in the future, he will definitely wet his pants while begging you for forgiveness. Yu Ming nodded in satisfaction. You can leave. Comprehending the power of space to the perfection level is the most important thing I have to do. Don't bother whatever his name is for now. When I emerge from seclusion, I'll deal with him personally. Yes, Lord Father. The Nether Spirit Palace remained quiet after the incident, and so did the Lightning Yang race. Since the revelation of Huang Xiaolong's strength, the entire blazing dragon world couldn't sit still. Every single power that had their eyes on his treasures were forced into a deadlock immediately. As such, no one bothered Huang Xiaolong and his gang when they entered seclusion. In the blink of an eye, 300,000 years passed. In the 300,000 years, Huang Xiaolong not only managed to refine all 80 stalks of the Void Reincarnation Thistle, he even managed to refine all 68 flowers of time. Sitting on the head of the universe tyrant dragon, Huang Xiaolong pushed his Huanglong bloodline to the limit as several drops of essence blood started to emerge from the body of the massive dragon under him. After they appeared, some of the blood seeped through Huang Xiaolong's skin to enter his body. The universe tyrant dragon might have been dead for an extremely long time now, but its essence blood was preserved perfectly. At least 80% of it remained. From the size of the dragon, 80% of its essence blood was an absolutely shocking amount. Not to mention the power it contained, as the dragon had comprehended 12 elements to the perfection level. Very quickly, the droplets formed a massive golden sea in the skies above him. They were like golden crystals, and one couldn't even see the end of the giant ocean. The blood essence contained the dragon's comprehension of all 12 elements, and they also contained the energy from the source of the universe. Of course, as the king of all dragons, the essence blood of the universe tyrant dragon contained an endless amount of dragon's might. With Huang Xiaolong's Huanglong bloodline, the blood essence of the universe tyrant dragon couldn't be more useful to him. Even though a drop of blood from the ocean might not be as effective as a void reincarnation thistle, there were billions of drops. If Huang Xiaolong managed to refine the entire golden ocean formed by the blood essence of the universe tyrant dragon, the effects would far surpass the herbs he refined previously. As Huang Xiaolong continuously refined the corpse of the dragon, it withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The phantom of the god of creation, Huang Long, appeared behind Huang Xiaolong as rays of golden light filled the skies around him. With the refinement of the blood essence, Huang Xiaolong's Tao souls experienced a heaven-shaking change. His senses started to expand, and eventually, it managed to envelop the entire blazing dragon world. It didn't stop there, and his senses continued to expand outwards. Another 100,000 years passed, and the corpse of the universe tyrant dragon had completely dried up. It turned into a streak of golden light before disappearing completely, and the aura Huang Xiaolong emitted started to shrink. When it was finally contained by him, everything returned to normal. Opening his eyes slowly, Huang Xiaolong knew that the sun-moon furnace was still the old sun-moon furnace he knew. The tree of origin hasn't changed since its birth, and it wouldn't change now. Everything around him remained the same, but Huang Xiaolong was no longer the same old person he once was. His vision could tear through any amount of space, and nothing seemed to be able to evade his sight. Ordinary experts would only manage to observe the happenings in the region around them with the assistance of their heavenly eye. However, Huang Xiaolong could see even further with his eyes alone. The space around him could shrink to fit his will, and with a single step, Huang Xiaolong could cross several sacred lands. Now that he emerged from seclusion, Huang Xiaolong had reached the perfection level in the power of space. 12 elements at the perfection level. Of course, with 400,000 years of cultivation, the power of space wasn't the only thing he progressed in. His fleshy body, Tao souls, and even the 3 small worlds inside him had been through thorough tempering by the blood essence of the universe tyrant dragon. They reached a whole new level of strength. Huang Xiaolong realized that the road to being a god of creation was no longer as elusive as it seemed, and if he were to make a comparison, he would be separated from the god of creation realm by an entire creed before he entered seclusion. Now, it seemed as though there was only a tiny sacred land standing between him and the god of creation realm. The only thing that Huang Xiaolong could complain about was the power of time. Even though it progressed a little, it still remained quite a fair distance off the peak of the major completion stage. A perfectly timed announcement arrived as soon as Huang Xiaolong was done reviewing his gains. A yell came from outside the manor as the voice rang loud and clear through the ears of everyone present. I am the subordinate of the 6th princess of the extreme heaven celestial empire. The princess has invited the purple lightning young master over to the celestial empire for a discussion. Oh, Huang Xiaolong replied with a single word as a weird feeling formed in his heart. Why would the 6th princess of the extreme heaven celestial empire invite him over for a discussion? There was no way it was a small matter if she personally sent someone over to invite him over. As his figure flickered, he emerged from the sun-moon furnace. When he reappeared, he arrived at the entrance of the manor and he saw 2 silver-haired old men sent by Zhang Ying. From the aura the old men gave off, they wasn't any weaker than Yu Wui of the Nether Spirit Palace. Caught by surprise, the 2 of them jumped in fright. One of them quickly cupped his fists in response. May I ask if you're the purple lightning young master we have been tasked to find? Yes. Huang Xiaolong nodded slowly. The 2 of them bowed respectfully when they received his confirmation. Young master, we are here on the 6th princess orders, and we sincerely invite you over to the extreme heaven celestial empire. The princess has something important she wishes to discuss with you. After they spoke, they handed over a letter. Breaking the restrictions on the letter, Huang Xiaolong noticed that it was really a letter from the princess herself. It was an invitation to the extreme heaven celestial empire, but the reason for the invitation wasn't stated. After thinking about it for a second, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "All right, I'll follow you back to the extreme heaven celestial empire. Many thanks." Looks of joy could be seen on their faces as they bowed in haste. "You're welcome." Soon after, Huang Xiaolong and the others cleaned up the manor before leaving the exiled dragon city. The news of his departure reached the ears of many in an instant. Di Xiaolong, the Nether Spirit Palace, and the Lightning Yang race were notified by their spies almost instantly. Huang Xiaolong had been in seclusion for so many years, but not a single power removed their spies from around his manor. As such, the news of his departure quickly swept through the powers. Oh, Princess Zhang has something she wishes to discuss with him. A weird light flashed in Di Xiaolong's eyes. Your Highness, do you think it has something to do with the Dao Emperor world? Caretaker Pang felt his brain tingling and he quickly spoke up. It's possible. I've heard that the Dao Emperor's sword has reappeared in the Dao Emperor world. I wonder if it's true, he continued with a sneer on his face. Even if it has, all of them are stupid if they think they can obtain it. My oldest brother has been there for several 100,000 years, and he has yet to locate the sword. The Dao Emperor's sword was the treasured weapon of the Dao Emperor himself, and it was a weapon at the creation level. It was said to contain the inheritance of the Dao Emperor, and anyone would be tempted to obtain a treasure at that level. That might not be the only reason the sixth princess is looking for the purple lightning young master. Elder Fong spoke all of a sudden. As everyone turned to look at him with a stunned expression on their face, Di Xiaolong asked, Elder Fong, what do you mean by that? I'm not completely sure, but I have a sneaking suspicion in my mind. I have to look into it a little bit more in order to be sure. Lights flashed in Di Xiaolong's eyes as he thought about the implications of Elder Fong's words. Along the way to the extreme heaven celestial empire, the two silver-haired elders gasped in shock as they noticed the speed of the purple lightning peak. Young master, is your flying ship a pseudo-creation artifact? Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong smirked. That's right. In the past, he had to conceal the fact that the purple lightning peak was a pseudo-creation artifact. However, he was no longer afraid of anyone after he reached perfection level in 12 elements. One of the elders exclaimed, There are only so many pseudo-creation level flying ships in the blazing dragon world. Even the princes of our celestial empire don't have flying ships of this level. Who would have thought that the purple lightning young master would own one? A trace of envy could be seen on his face as he sighed in resignation. It was the dream of many peak-level experts to own a pseudo-creation level flying ship. After all, it was an extremely valuable treasure one could use to travel and defend themselves. The other elder was equally as envious of Huang Xiaolong. A chuckle left his lips. I only managed to obtain this treasure through sheer luck. I used a lot of effort to refine the flying ship to its current level. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong spoke to the two of them about matters regarding the blazing dragon world and other worlds. Huang Xiaolong managed to learn a lot from the two of them, and with the speed of the purple lightning peak, they reached the capital region of the extreme heaven celestial empire in several short months. Even though it wasn't as crowded as the blazing dragon region, there were tons of flying ships and divine beasts flying through the air. Experts of the ancient races, world masters, and those from various superpowers could be seen everywhere. The purple lightning peak caused a massive commotion when it appeared. Is that a pseudo-creation level flying ship? Who in the world is that guy? I have no idea, but the two silver-haired elders seem to be the experts protecting the sixth princess. What? The silver-haired old men. The faces of everyone changed when they heard the reputation of the two old men. Legends has it that the two of them are experts who reached perfection level in 7 elements. It's been so long since they last fought. They have to be stronger than that. Huang Xiaolong chuckled softly when he heard the praises everyone had for the two elders. You seem to be very famous here. The purple lightning young master must be killing. We're nothing but weaklings compared to you. Laughing in response, the purple lightning peak soared through the skies and headed straight for the extreme heaven's sacred land. Purple lightning young master? Someone in the crowd heard how the two elders addressed Huang Xiaolong and they gasped in shock. Is he the expert who defeated Di Xiaolong, the mysterious pool black devil, and the golden bamboo old ancestor? It's probably him. It's no wonder the silver-haired old men are so respectful. Several experts started to discuss among themselves. Huang Xiaolong's arrival quickly traveled through the extreme heaven celestial empire. The battle that took place in the radiance of Spring Chamber of Commerce had spread through the entire blazing dragon world, and many experts knew of his name. Even after several 100,000 years, no one would forget about him. Experts who reached the grand completion level in 10 elements were considered great experts in the Blazing Dragon world. And Huang Xiaolong showed off the power of someone who had comprehended 11 elements to the grand completion level. As they traveled towards the extreme heaven sacred land, a group of soldiers stopped them dead in their tracks. The faces of the two elders changed slightly when they saw their commander, and they whispered softly in Huang Xiaolong's ears. "It's the eldest prince's men. He's Marshal Xuejian from our extreme heaven celestial empire." "Oh!" Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes slightly. The Blazing Dragon world was dominated by the three celestial empires, and the marshals of their respective empires were existences who had absolute authority. Even the princes of the celestial empires had to show respect to the marshals. Xuejian was coincidentally the strongest marshal in the extreme heaven celestial empire, and his strength was something no one could deny. As he worked for the oldest prince in the celestial empire, he was naturally standing against the sixth princess. Cupping their fists, the two elders greeted the marshal. "Greetings to Marshal Xuejian. The Purple Lightning Young Master has been invited over by Her Highness. Please do not make things difficult for us." As core disciples and the upper echelons of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire were able to enter the Blazing Dragon Sacred Land, the Extreme Heaven Sacred Land was no different. Any outsider would have to be thoroughly searched before they could enter the Sacred Land. A mocking smile formed on Xuejian's lips. "I'm doing my job. Even if he's someone invited by the sixth princess, we have to check him thoroughly." After he spoke, he glared at Huang Xiaolong and snapped, "Is there anyone who will take responsibility if he's up to no good?" The two elders felt their expressions changing after hearing what Xuejian said. Before they could speak, Xuejian had passed down his order. "Search!" The army behind him poured into the Purple Lightning Peak instantly. It seemed as though he was intentionally stopping Huang Xiaolong, and he had long since made his preparations. There were 1,000,000 elite soldiers behind him, and their commanders were experts in their own right. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother stopping them at all. Neither did he activate the restrictions around the ship to stop them. In fact, he allowed them to stream onto the Purple Lightning Peak. As soon as they entered, they formed 10,000 groups of 100 men as they charged towards every corner of the flying ship. Along the way, they swept up every single herb they could find. Yuan Tianyi and the others felt their expressions sinking when they saw what the army was doing. However, Huang Xiaolong stopped them from making any moves. Staring at their actions with a cold gaze, Huang Xiaolong chose to remain silent. All of a sudden, Xuejian and two other experts took a step to appear before Huang Xiaolong. "Are you the Purple Lightning Prince? I know you have 100 fierce souls as your subordinates. All of them are extremely dangerous creatures and they feed on the flesh of living experts. In order to keep the disciples of the Celestial Empire safe, you cannot bring them into the sacred land. What do you intend to do about it then?" Huang Xiaolong asked. "Hand them over to us. We'll be keeping them for you." The expressions of the two silver-haired elders changed. It was clear Xuejian was making things difficult for Huang Xiaolong. "Hand them over to you?" Huang Xiaolong looked at Xuejian as though he was looking at someone whose brain was filled with water. "Of course. We'll return them to you when you leave the extreme heaven sacred land." Xuejian laughed. Huang Xiaolong snorted slightly in response. He wasn't a baby who was born the day before. As long as he handed them over, there was no way he would get them back. After all, the other party would just refuse to meet with him when he left. Even if the princess personally appeared to retrieve them, she might not be able to get them back. Xuejian was a marshal of the Celestial Empire, and he was the strongest one at that. His status was indeed as high as the clouds. "What if I refuse?" Huang Xiaolong sneered. A frosty light flashed through Xuejian's eyes and he snorted. "According to the rules of the Celestial Empire, we'll kill anyone who refuses to comply with my order." He released his aura all of a sudden and he continued, "You might be someone who reached perfection level in 11 elements, and your subordinate might be someone who comprehended all 13 elements with 8 of them at perfection level. However, you're better off not resisting." He released his power completely, and everyone could see that he had comprehended 12 elements with 11 of them at perfection level. As the strongest marshal in the extreme heaven celestial empire, his strength was as respectable as could be. He was even stronger than Di Xiaolong of the blazing dragon celestial empire. The two great generals behind him released their auras too, and they had comprehended 9 elements with 8 of them at perfection level. The two of them might be great generals, but their strength ranked in the top few in the empire. They might be even stronger than marshals of the 3 celestial empires, but they chose to remain as great generals even though their strength had reached the requirement for promotion. It was clear that they were Xue Jian's strongest generals. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle in amusement when he noticed Xue Jian's strength. He might be a little stronger than Huang Xiaolong expected, but he was a long way to go compared to the extreme East old man. The old man made a wise decision to escape when faced with the old Huang Xiaolong. Even without showing himself, Huang Xiaolong managed to beat the extreme East old man half to death with the power of 11 elements at perfection level. Xue Jian was nothing but a fly in front of Huang Xiaolong, who had comprehended his 12th element. With the power of time nearing the major completion stage, Huang Xiaolong knew that even if experts who had reached perfection level in all 13 elements appeared before him now, he would beat them down without much difficulty. There wasn't a need to mention the clown that was Xue Jian. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong chose to remain silent after he released his aura, Xue Jian continued, "Right now, I suspect that you have other dangerous artifacts on you. Hand over every single treasure on you right now." He didn't release his lock onto Huang Xiaolong. As long as Huang Xiaolong said no, he would attack immediately. One of the silver-haired elders stepped forward and frowned. "Marshal Xue Jian, Her Highness is rushing over right now. Please refrain from doing anything you will regret. Even if she comes, I have nothing to be afraid of. I'm doing my job, and she can't butt in for no reason." Xue Jian sneered. Turning around, he glared at Huang Xiaolong. "Purple lightning, young master. Hand them over along with all your treasures. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to make your decision." The faces of the two elders became extremely ugly. They might have notified the 6th princess a moment ago, but she might not be able to arrive in 10 breaths of time. It seemed as though she wasn't going to make it in time. As for Huang Xiaolong, he remained impassive as he looked at the clown that was Xue Jian. As long as Xue Jian made a move, he would most definitely. 3 breaths of time passed in an instant, and the space around them froze on the 4th breath. A dense killing intent started to fill the skies, and everyone in the surrounding regions turned to stare at the scene. Many people gasped in shock when they noticed Xue Jian. Is that the young man invited by the 6th princess? Things are going to get interesting. Xue Jian's allegiance to the oldest prince was something known to all. His conflict with the 6th princess was an open secret. Very quickly, 8 breaths of time passed. Circulating the cosmos energy in his body to the limit, Xue Jian got ready to attack. 9th breath. The hearts of the two elders sank, and they realized that there was no time for the princess to arrive. 10th breath. As soon as the 10th breath of time passed, Xue Jian unleashed everything he had. However, a crisp voice rang through the air to interrupt him. "Hold it right there." The silver-haired elders revealed an excited expression when they noticed that she had arrived. Instead of stopping, Xue Jian hastened his attack. He used everything he had as his palms shot towards Huang Xiaolong. 12 rays of light shot towards Huang Xiaolong, and just as it was about to smash into his chest, another ray of light pierced through the void to slam into his palms. Bang! When Xue Jian's palms slammed into the ray of light, an explosion rang through the air. As the blast engulfed him, Xue Jian took several steps back. After he finally steadied himself, a figure appeared from the void above, and Zhang Ying made her appearance. The ray of light shot back into her hands, and on closer inspection, it was something like a disc. Without a doubt, the disc was a pseudo-creation artifact. It was nearing the peak level of a pseudo-creation artifact, but Huang Xiaolong was able to observe Zhang Ying's strength nonetheless. He could see that she was a little stronger than Xue Jian, and that was saying something. When Xue Jian saw that the 6th princess had arrived in time, his expression sank. He didn't think that she would be able to arrive so quickly. It seemed as though her power of space had already reached the major completion stage. Zhang Ying's strength had already surpassed his expectations. Sixth Princess. Xue Jian greeted her, but he didn't seem respectful in the least. According to the rules of the Celestial Empire, I have every right to search anyone who enters the sacred land. I wonder why Sixth Princess plans to stop me. In the Blazing Dragon world, in the three Celestial Empires, there were only a handful of people capable of speaking so disrespectfully to Zhang Ying. Xue Jian was one of them, and as the strongest marshal in the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire with control over the entire army, he definitely had the qualifications to do so. The Purple Lightning Young Master is my guest. I'll take responsibility if he does anything untowards the Celestial Empire. Zhang Ying muttered with a nonchalant expression. Turning to the generals and troops Xue Jian brought along with him, she sneered. According to the rules of the Celestial Empire, none of you are allowed to plunder any resources when you inspect newcomers. Xue Jian, do you really think that you can violate the rules of the Celestial Empire with your status as the Grand Marshal? Zhang Ying might have said that with a straight face, but the generals serving under Xue Jian were terrified. Xue Jian was able to stand his ground in front of the Sixth Princess, but they were mere pawns in the game of chess. All of them were not as fearless as Xue Jian. Plunder resources? Xue Jian sighed. I didn't see anything like it. Are you referring to the spiritual herbs? Are you able to prove that we obtained it from him? Xue Jian's shamelessness was on a whole new level. He knew full well that she saw everything that happened on the Purple Lightning Peak. He personally supervised them as they grabbed everything they could when searching through the Purple Lightning Peak, but he was lying to Zhang Ying's face about it. He was even daring enough to question her about it. Zhang Ying widened her eyes in shock, and it was true that she couldn't prove that the herbs belonged to Huang Xiaolong. Before she could speak, Huang Xiaolong shook his head and chuckled in amusement. There's no need to worry about it. These low-leveled herbs are of no use to me. These beggars can just have them. Anyway, they don't cost too much. Zhang Ying stared at Huang Xiaolong with a look of astonishment. In stark contrast, Xue Jian's expression fell. Beggars? Zhang Ying chuckled in response after composing herself. Young master is really generous. Why don't we take our leave? All right. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head and followed her into the Extreme Heaven Sacred Land. After thinking about it, Xue Jian didn't stop him from leaving. After all, the Sixth Princess had personally shown up. Even if he tried to stop Huang Xiaolong with brute force, it wasn't as though he could defeat the princess. His expression turned serious when he saw their leaving figures. The Sixth Princess' strength was no longer something he could match up to. The single attack she used to stop him earlier allowed him to feel the difference in their strength. As the two of them disappeared, Xue Jian waved his hand and snorted in anger. We're leaving too! In an instant, the entire army soared through the air and left. The experts standing around ready to watch the fight between Huang Xiaolong and Xue Jian were disappointed. They couldn't help but sigh as they left the area. After entering the Extreme Heaven Sacred Land, Zhang Ying brought Huang Xiaolong directly over to her palace. Along the way, she apologized profusely to him. Young master, I am extremely sorry that you ran into trouble the moment you entered the Celestial Empire. I'll compensate you for all the herbs they stole from your mountain peak. Huang Xiaolong laughed in response. Sixth Princess is too kind. The herbs they stole were useless to me, and they won't be worth much. All right, I won't be polite then. Zhang Ying revealed a brilliant smile, and it was a smile that could soothe everyone who saw it. At the same time, she exuded a trace of nobility and charm. The two of them quickly arrived at Zhang Ying's palace. As the princess who wielded the greatest amount of power in the Celestial Empire, her palace failed to meet Huang Xiaolong's expectations. Huang Xiaolong felt that her palace would be the grandest one among everything he had seen, but from the outside, her palace was as simple as could be. It was built so simply it gave off a minimalistic feeling. Of course, the entire structure might look ordinary, but it was built with the rarest spiritual stone in all the lands. Zhang Ying invited Huang Xiaolong into the palace, and Huang Xiaolong quickly noticed that everyone in the palace was female. There were tons of beauties, and all of them were experts who had comprehended absolute powers. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh in shock. In the Huanglong world, a creed would consider themselves high above the rest if a single expert who comprehended any element of absolute power appeared. In the 6th Princess Palace, everyone he saw was an expert at that level. There were even some who had comprehended 5 to 6 elements strolling about in the palace. Zhang Ying couldn't help but laugh at Huang Xiaolong's reactions. I used a ton of effort to gather so many experts. I went around the universe and accepted them into my faction. Compared to you, all of them might seem talentless. Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. Princess is too humble. All of them have extraordinary talent. One day, they will turn into peerless experts. Zhang Ying giggled softly, and the two of them entered the main hall. As soon as they entered, Huang Xiaolong saw 3 people seated and waiting for them. One of them was a young man clad in silver robes. Another was an old expert who had jade-green eyes. Finally, there was a middle-aged man who looked extremely well-built. All 3 of them exuded a terrifying aura, and it was clear they were no ordinary experts. When he looked at them, Huang Xiaolong was visibly stunned. Along the way, he had only seen female experts in the palace. Now that there were 3 men sitting in front of him, he couldn't help but feel surprised. However, the 3 of them stood up as soon as they saw Zhang Ying and Huang Xiaolong enter the hall. Zhang Ying explained, "These are the experts I have invited over to help me accomplish the task. What we are going to do will be extremely dangerous, and we will need to work together." After speaking, she introduced everyone to Huang Xiaolong. The silver-robed young man was called Hao Yi, and his title was the True Silver Monarch. The jade-eyed elder was called Su Fu, and his title was the Jade Mist Old Man. The middle-aged man was the Undying Monster by Shugong. Out of them all, Huang Xiaolong had only heard of Hao Yi. In the Blazing Dragon world, it was said that his strength was comparable to the Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor and the mysterious Pool Black Devil. As for Su Fu and Bai Shugong, Huang Xiaolong had never heard of them before. They were probably not from the Blazing Dragon world, but they should be people of status if Zhang Ying bothered to ask them for help. The 3 of them cupped their fists when they saw Huang Xiaolong. "We have long since heard of the Purple Lightning young master's reputation." Huang Xiaolong returned their greeting before chatting with them for a little while. When they finally took their seats, Zhang Ying ordered everyone else to leave before addressing the 4 of them. "Dao Emperor World?" How he gasped in shock. "6th Princess, are you planning to look for the Dao Emperor's sword?" The Dao Emperor World was no secret to everyone in the hall, and with their status, they had long since heard rumors about it. Zhang Ying shook her head. "No, I only managed to obtain a piece of map, but the map doesn't lead to the Dao Emperor's sword." She quickly made the 4 of them swear an oath to not speak of any matter she was about to tell them before she continued. "The map I obtained contains the location of the mysterious magician's immortal cave." "What? Mysterious magician?" Other than Huang Xiaolong, the 3 of them yelled in shock. Huang Xiaolong was shocked, but he wasn't too surprised. The mysterious magician might not have reached the God of Creation realm, but he was an expert who stood at the top of the power chain. He was only weaker than God of Creation realm experts, and it was said that he had reached the perfection level in all 13 elements a long time ago. It was said that the mysterious magician had 1 foot in the God of Creation realm, and he would be able to step through the gates and enter a higher level with a flash of inspiration. 1 step into the God of Creation realm. Huang Xiaolong could easily understand what level the mysterious magician was at. He might have reached perfection level in 12 elements, but he knew that he was still at an extremely far distance from entering the God of Creation realm. One could only imagine how strong the mysterious magician was. Zhang Ying wasn't surprised when she saw their reactions. No one would be able to remain calm after hearing about the mysterious magician's immortal cave. After all, that was where the mysterious magician's treasury was. Experts who had comprehended all 13 elements to perfection level were invincible under the God of Creation realm. However, they were also split into stronger and weaker experts. The mysterious magician was someone at the very top of the power bracket, and he was a super expert, One could say that the treasury of the mysterious magician was extremely tempting, even to someone who comprehended all 13 elements to perfection level. There was no need to mention Huang Xiaolong and those present who hadn't even reached that level. Zhang Ying continued, "The treasury is surrounded by 5th-rank universe-level formations. We need 5 experts who are adept at the art of formations to open them. Moreover, they have to be experts who have reached the peak of the art of formations." Huang Xiaolong was shocked. Hao Yi was a super expert at the level of the golden bamboo old ancestor, and his achievements in the art of formations was known throughout the blazing dragon world. Wouldn't that mean the other two? Wait, there was another person in the room, and Huang Xiaolong looked towards Zhang Ying. Could it be? Zhang Ying chuckled in amusement and explained, "That's right. All 3 of them are experts who have reached the peak level in the art of formations. The purple lightning young master might not have reached the peak of the art of formations, but your subordinate has. With me in the picture, we will have 5 experts at that level." Indeed, his guess was right. Zhang Ying was also an expert who had reached the peak level in the art of formations. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. In terms of strength, Zhang Ying was already stronger than Xue Jian of the Celestial Empire. With her accomplishments in the art of formations, her strength would be unfathomable. However, it seemed as though the news of Zhang Ying's accomplishments in the art of formations hadn't spread through the lands. There was no doubt she was keeping it a secret. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother clarifying the fact that he was also someone who had reached the peak level in the art of formations. After all, they probably only knew about Hijin. After so many years of comprehension, Huang Xiaolong's understand of the art of formations was no weaker than the myriad formation devil himself. Moreover, he had already reached perfection level in the power of space. Whatever the case, he didn't bother the 4 of them as they spoke about the details of entering the treasury. The mysterious magician's treasury might have been located by Zhang Ying, but she allowed them to take anything they were capable of obtaining when they entered the treasury. Of course, there was a demand she had to state up front, and it ensured that everyone had to assist her in the event where she ran into danger. Other than that, she wanted to obtain the all-magic flying ship, and she was willing to pay anyone who obtains it 100 trillion Dao coins. Looking at each other, none of them had any objections. As such, Zhang Ying decided to leave in 3 days, and all of them quickly found a place to stay in the palace. In the manner Huang Xiaolong was allocated, Yuan Tianyi whispered to Huang Xiaolong, "Do you want me to beat the herbs out from Xue Jian?" After 500,000 years of seclusion, Huang Xiaolong managed to reach perfection level in 12 elements. However, he wasn't the only one who improved. Yuan Tianyi comprehended his 9th element to perfection level, and his strength took a huge leap forward. For someone like Yuan Tianyi who had comprehended all 13 elements with 9 of them at perfection level, he would be more than capable of dealing with Xue Jian after he transformed. "Let's not bother about that now." Huang Xiaolong shook his hand and he snorted casually. All the herbs Xue Jian had his men plunder were nothing to Huang Xiaolong, and that was the reason he was letting Xue Jian get away with it. Of course, Huang Xiaolong wasn't a saint. He didn't plan to deal with Xue Jian as it wasn't along his way. When he got back, it wouldn't be too late to take care of the man. In the next 3 days, Huang Xiaolong cultivated peacefully in the manner assigned to him. He would study the Pill Dao or the art of formations. Zhang Ying came over to visit him once in the 3 days, but she didn't bother him as she left after a short while. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye and the entire group left for the Dao Emperor world. Even though Huang Xiaolong had the purple lightning peak, he chose to remain on the 9 Phoenix flying ship with Hao Yi and the others. The Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire had 3 pseudo-creation level flying ships, and Zhang Ying's 9 Phoenix flying ship was one of them. With ancient flames surrounding the ship, not a single creature dared to venture close. Even extremely powerful fierce souls wouldn't dare to do so. After all, the flames that covered the ship were Phoenix flames. It was the natural counter to anything evil under the heavens. Huang Xiaolong sent all the fierce souls into the sun-moon furnace, and with the protection of the furnace, the spirits weren't affected by the flames. As the matter of them searching for the mysterious magician treasury was a grand affair, Zhang Ying brought a whole legion of experts along with her. The silver-haired old men were present, and more than a dozen other experts were present. A good half of them were female cultivators, and all of them were experts in their own right. Looking at them, none of them were weaker than Li Shuo. There were even 4 of them comparable to Hao Yi on board. Huang Xiaolong wasn't the only one who was taken aback by the luxurious lineup of experts. Even the other 3 couldn't believe the power Zhang Ying wielded. As the strongest princess in the extreme heaven celestial empire, it was no wonder she could command so many terrifying presences. Moreover, they didn't seem to be all the experts under her command. As the flying ship soared through the skies, Huang Xiaolong was slightly surprised to realize that it was a tad bit quicker than his purple lightning peak. However, it wasn't something he didn't expect. The purple lightning peak might have been born during the formation of the world, but the 9 Phoenix flying ship was also crafted from the material obtained from an ancient 9-headed phoenix. After the tempering from countless experts, it wasn't weird for the 9 Phoenix flying ship to be faster than his purple lightning peak. Huang Xiaolong might have used countless treasures to refine the purple lightning peak, but the amount of time he spent on it couldn't be compared to the time the extreme heaven celestial empire spent on it. After experiencing the speed of the 9 Phoenix flying ship, Huang Xiaolong set his mind to refining the purple lightning peak after they got back. At the very least, it had to travel as fast as the 9 Phoenix flying ship. The Tao Emperor world might be said to be close to the Blazing Dragon world. It would still take them 100 years in order to arrive. In the 100 years, Huang Shaoong, Yuan Tianyi, and the others continued to cultivate under the Tree of Origin. He would occasionally discuss the Tao with Zhang Ying when she came over to visit him. Her understanding and view of the Tao thoroughly astounded Huang Xiaolong. It was no wonder she was the most talented disciple in the extreme heaven celestial empire. After many years of interacting with each other, their relationship increased by leaps and bounds. Before Huang Xiaolong and the others could arrive in the Tao Emperor world, a piece of shocking news reached their ears. In fact, the news shook the entire Blazing Dragon world. Someone said that they managed to feel the sword chi of the Tao Emperor's sword. As soon as the news started to spread, countless experts started to swarm towards the Tao Emperor world. Zhang Ying frowned when she got the news. People pouring into the Tao Emperor world wasn't any good news for them. Is the Prince of the True Dragon Celestial Empire also planning to head over to the Tao Emperor world? Light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes and he asked Zhang Ying, I wonder if 6th Princess knows which Prince of the True Dragon Celestial Empire plans on heading over? The 6th Prince of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, Huang Rong, the 4th Prince, Huang Ji, and the 2nd Prince, Huang Xingdao are all headed to the Tao Emperor world. Zhang Ying replied, Huang Rong. When Huang Xiaolong heard that Huang Rong was on his way over, a trace of happiness flashed in his heart. However, it was replaced with a frown when he heard Huang Shengdao's name. The True Dragon Celestial Empire's greatest and strongest genius was Huang Shengdao. Many years ago, Huang Shengdao had already comprehended all 13 elements, with 12 of them at perfection level. As for the man's true strength, no one was able to learn of it. There were rumors going around that he reached perfection level in the final element, as the old ancestor of the True Dragon Celestial Empire had already named him as the Son of Creation. Yes, Huang Shengdao. Zhang Ying stared at Huang Xiaolong with a complicated expression. Huang Shengdao wasn't just the #1 expert in the True Dragon Celestial Empire. He was also the strongest genius in the young generation of the Blazing Dragon world. He ranked first among the geniuses in all 3 celestial empires, and no one even came close to challenging his position. The reason behind the weird expression on Zhang Ying's face was because she rejected his marriage proposal once before. Ordinarily, she would be more than willing to marry a genius at his level. However, Zhang Ying couldn't help but feel a sense of danger whenever he approached her. Her heart was extremely uneasy every time she looked at him, and it was also the reason behind her refusal. When Hao Yi and the others heard that Huang Xingdao was also headed over, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear rising in their hearts. There was no one under the heavens who could remain emotionless when faced with the monster that was Huang Shengdao. Zhang Ying reassured all of them when she saw the look of shock on their faces. There's no need to worry. The Tao Emperor world is large, and even if Huang Shengdao arrives, we might not run into him. Moreover, he's there for the Tao Emperor's sword. We're there for the mysterious magician's treasury, and we're not going for the same thing. Moreover, there won't be a need for us to fear him if we join hands. Zhang Ying released her aura completely, and Hao Yi and the others could only nod their heads reluctantly. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong learned that even the first prince of the extreme heaven celestial empire, Zhang Ying's oldest brother, Zhang Tianchong, was headed for the Dao Emperor world. He even brought along Xue Jian with him. Di Xiaolong and other princes of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire were also rushing over as they spoke. Other than Huang Shengdao, Zhang Tianchong, Xue Jiao, Di Xiaolong, and a few others, a ton of old freaks and patriarchs were headed for the Dao Emperor world. Freaks like the extreme East Old Man also had their sights set on the Dao Emperor world. Even Yu Ming, the palace master of the Nether Spirit Palace, was bringing the massive army he commanded over towards them. Unless one was already a god of creation, there was no way they wouldn't be tempted by the Dao Emperor's sword. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong and the others left and returned to their manners. Your Highness, who would have thought that the main pavilion master of the mystical pavilion, Huang Rong, would also come? Li Shua gasped in shock. Huang Xiaolong nodded his head slowly. Back in the Huanglong world, Huang Rong managed to escape by the skin of his teeth. It had been 700,000 years since Huang Xiaolong last met the man, and he wondered how far Huang Rong progressed. In the past, Huang Rong had already comprehended 12 elements, with 7 of them being at perfection level. He had to have improved, right? Yuan Tianyi growled in anger. When we run into the extreme East Old Man in the future, hand him over to me. Anger burned in his eyes as the desire to battle raged in his heart. In the past, the extreme East Old Man injured him during their last battle. He couldn't forget the shame no matter how hard he tried. 100 years passed, and the 9 Phoenix flying ship arrived before the Dao Emperor world. If the Blazing Dragon world was a world that was like a sun that lit up the universe with its aggressive light, the Dao Emperor world was a world that emitted a faint and calming glow as sword chi swirled around the air. Right before they could enter, another massive flying ship started to fly towards them, and the insignia of a giant hammer could be seen on the flying ship. Zhang Ying's expression turned serious when she looked at the flying ship. It's the members of the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire. The Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire was created by the god of creation, Fu Li, and they were a force to be reckoned with. There were more than 30 great worlds in the universe, and the Blazing Dragon world was ranked on top. The Excessive Darkness world was ranked second, but the strength of the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire was something even the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire had to be wary of. When the flying ship of the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire flew past them, it slowed for a second, but they didn't stop. In a flash, the flying ship entered the Dao Emperor world. Huang Xiaolong could see that when the ship slowed down previously, there were many eyes on them. It was clear that the other party was evaluating their strength. The Dao soul that tried to estimate their strength was extremely strong, and Huang Xiaolong knew that none of his Dao souls would be a match for it individually. Who would have thought that the experts of the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire would arrive too? Su Fu gasped in shock. I wonder which prince from the Celestial Empire came. If it's the 4th prince, we'll be in trouble. The 4th prince of the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire was also one of the strongest geniuses under the heavens. In the universe, there were 5 great sons of heaven. They were hailed as the strongest geniuses in the younger generation of the universe, and Huang Shengdao was one of them. The 4th prince of the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire, Fu Luosen, was also ranked among them. Those could be named alongside Huang Shengdao could only be absolute geniuses, and one could only imagine how strong Fu Luosen was. Let's enter. Zhang Ying's voice turned serious. When we enter, let's not clash with the experts of the other factions. Soon after, the 9 Phoenix flying ship entered the Dao Emperor world. At the same time, there were several dozen experts seated in the main hall of the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire's flying ship. Fu Luosen was precisely the person sitting there, and he was someone who exuded an aura of majesty. 4th Highness, that should be Princess Zhang Ying's 9 Phoenix flying ship. Someone reported. A smile formed on Fu Luosen's face, and he chuckled. She's pretty good. A sense of interest could be heard in his voice, and a marshal of the excessive darkness Celestial Empire quickly followed up. I tried probing them previously, and the youngster beside her is a true expert. The person who scanned Huang Xiaolong and the others was precisely the marshal who just spoke, and he was called Chun Tingwei. Among the marshals of the excessive darkness Celestial Empire, his strength ranked in the top 3. He was comparable to Xue Jian of the extreme heaven Celestial Empire. Of course, the youngster he was talking about was Huang Xiaolong. Fu Luosen dismissed it quickly. It's just an ant. He hasn't reached perfection level in all 13 elements. However, an amused expression soon appeared on his face. I've heard that Huang Shengdao will be coming too. I wonder how strong he has grown after all these years. It had been 1,000,000 years since the two last came to blows. Your Highness, you should be the strongest individual in the younger generation of the universe. Huang Shengdao is a little lacking compared to you. Another marshal roared with laughter in response. Fu Luosen chuckled, and he didn't deny what he said. Soon after, his tone changed. We are definitely going to obtain the Dao Emperor's sword this time. We'll kill everyone who gets in my way. After the 9 Phoenix flying ship entered the Dao Emperor world, they didn't stop as they headed straight for the Black Gold Holy World. Indeed, the mysterious magician's treasury was located in the Black Gold Holy World. As one of the most famous holy worlds in the Dao Emperor world, it was located on the south frontier. With their speed, they would be able to arrive in 5 to 6 months. Just as they were about to make their way over, Zhang Ying received a piece of news that caused her expression to sink. Huang Xiaolong and the others found her sudden change in mood a little weird, but she quickly explained himself. I just received news that the Saint Shenkong, who reported the appearance of the Dao Emperor's sword, discovered it in the Black Gold Holy World. As such, it was more than likely everyone was headed to the same place as they were. Huang Xiaolong and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. A frown formed on Zhang Ying's face. Ordinarily, that would be something to celebrate. However, there was no point in doing so any longer. Many people who have learned of the news, and they should be rushing over as they spoke. When they looked for the mysterious magician's treasury in the Black Gold world, it was more than likely they would run into the experts of the other factions. The chances of running into Huang Shengdao, Di Xiaolong, and even Fu Luosen increased by a huge amount. No, in fact, they were practically bound to run into someone they knew. Huang Xiaolong sighed. The Black Gold Holy World is large, and even if all of them came together, they wouldn't obstruct us from obtaining the treasury. Let's hope so. Zhang Ying sighed. Her mood was dampened so much that she could no longer laugh about it. Months later, the Black Gold world was in sight, and along the way they ran into a ton of experts. However, nothing much happened as no one wanted to antagonize a competitor for nothing. That's Black Gold Holy World. Zhang Ying pointed at the giant world before them and he introduced. Everyone turned to look at the Black Gold Holy World, and their vision was filled with a warm dark light that contained flashes of gold. The Black Gold Holy World is basically made out of black gold. Su Fu said. There are black gold mines everywhere throughout the mountain ranges, and there are even Genesis-level black gold ores present. However, obtaining one is harder than you might think as the black gold mountain veins are able to change their positions. It seemed as though Su Fu was extremely familiar with the black gold world. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but gasp in shock. Moving mountain veins? That was the first time Huang Xiaolong had ever heard of something like that happening. Zhang Ying nodded in agreement. The Black Gold Mountain Vein is an extremely special mountain range in the universe. When it reaches a certain level, it would transform into a liquid-type form. It will be able to travel through the ground without exposing its traces. Its speed is frighteningly fast, and even experts who had reached the major completion stage in the power of space wouldn't be able to capture it easily. The Undying Monster, by Xu Gong, chuckled. The universe contains too many mysterious existences. It was also his first time hearing of the Black Gold Mountain Vein. As they were chatting, a massive flying ship that was jet black in color came charging towards them. When Zhang Ying saw the insignia on the ship, her expression fluctuated a little. It was the flying ship of the Nether Spirit Palace, and she didn't expect to run into them so early on. She turned to look at Huang Xiaolong, as she knew that he had sown some seed of hatred with the Nether Spirit Palace in the past. However, Huang Xiaolong looked completely unperturbed. When the Nether Spirit flying ship arrived beside the Nine Phoenix flying ship, it stopped suddenly. A giant group of experts disembarked in an instant, and everyone could see that there were several dozen thousands of them. One could only imagine how serious the palace master was about obtaining the Dao Emperor's sword. Huang Xiaolong quickly noticed Yu Wui, who was standing in the crowd. The only difference between this time and the last was that Yu Wui wasn't standing in front of everyone else. There was a black-robed, red-eyed, and well-built old expert standing at the very front, and he was without a doubt Yu Ming, the Nether Spirit Palace Master. His eyes were cold, and he swept his gaze across those in the Nine Phoenix flying ship. When his eyes landed on Huang Xiaolong, he paused for a second. Huang Xiaolong could feel the killing intent hidden in his eyes. "Princess." The corners of Yu Ming's lips arched upwards. "Nice to see you here." His attitude spoke otherwise. Zhang Ying nodded slightly and muttered indifferently, "Palace Master Yu Ming is too kind." Yu Ming didn't care about her greeting, and his gaze turned to Huang Xiaolong. "Are you the Purple Lightning young master? Were you the one who killed several hundred disciples of my Nether Spirit Palace?" In the auction previously, the disciples of the Lightning Yang race and the Nether Spirit Palace launched an attack on Huang Xiaolong and were devoured by his fierce souls. The only people who managed to escape were Yu Wui and Lei Qinghai. That's right. Huang Xiaolong didn't plan on hiding anything anyway. With his pupils constricting, a ray of black light and a ray of red light shot towards Huang Xiaolong. "Why aren't you kneeling before me to atone for your sins?" A roar left Yu Ming's lips, and his voice caused the surroundings to tremble heavily. Spatial cracks started to form all around, and the two rays of light appeared before Huang Xiaolong in an instant. Without Yuan Tianyi stepping in, Huang Xiaolong causally shattered both rays with a swing of his arm. When Zhang Ying finally reacted, she glared at Yu Ming and growled, "What's the meaning of this?" A roaring laughter left Yu Ming's lips. "Ha ha ha! This is a personal grudge I have with the brat. I don't intend on offending you, and I hope Princess Zhang Ying will refrain from interfering with our grudge." A terrifying aura of 12 elements at perfection level started to emerge from Yu Ming's body. Even Princess Zhang Ying was unable to contain her shock when she realized Yu Ming's newfound strength. It was the same for everyone else on the ship. 12 elements at perfection level. That was right. He comprehended his 12th element in seclusion. 500,000 years ago, Yu Ming entered seclusion after receiving the news of the events that happened during the auction. He said that he would need 1,000,000 years in order to comprehend the 12th element to perfection level. But he lucked out and gained inspiration at the last second, allowing him to break through before obtaining the news of the Dao Emperor's sword. It was also the reason behind his casual attitude towards Princess Zhang Ying. A light flashed through Huang Xiaolong's eyes when he realized that Yu Ming had already comprehended 12 elements to perfection level. It was the gaze a hunter would use when looking at his prey. Since Yu Ming reached his current level of strength, he should be no weaker than the extreme East Old Man. Seeing Zhang Ying's reaction, Yu Ming was slightly delighted in his heart. He continued, "Princess, I do not plan to make things difficult for you. I only wish to kill this brat, and as long as you chase him out of your ship, there shall be no hatred between us. When I kill the brat, I will thank Princess Zhang Ying." Hao Yi and the others quickly turned to Zhang Ying. They were obviously unwilling to clash with someone of Yu Ming's level. Zhang Ying stared at Yu Ming, and she muttered slowly, "The Purple Lightning young master is my friend." Her meaning couldn't be more clear. Everyone stared at her in shock, and Yu Ming's expression sank. Yu Ming glared at Zhang Ying. However, the 4 experts of the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire, whose strength were comparable to the Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor and the mysterious Pool Black Devil, released their auras and locked onto Yu Ming. Zhang Ying didn't plan to hide her strength either, as the cosmos energy in her body started to emerge. Even though she was the 6th princess of the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire and Yu Ming would be stupid if he dared to kill her, she had to prepare herself for any accidents. Yuan Tianyi didn't remain idle either. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he glared at Yu Ming. The only person who could remain calm was Huang Xiaolong. As the air around them started to solidify, the smell of gunpowder drifted through the air. A booming laughter from Yu Ming broke the silence. Since he's Princess Zhang Ying's friend, I'll spare his life on your behalf. Many thanks to the Nether Spirit Palace Master. Turning to Huang Xiaolong, Yu Ming sneered, "You're lucky the princess is here to protect you. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Let's go." The Nether Spirit flying ship tore through the air after the members of the Nether Spirit Palace returned. Before they left, Yu Wui turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong with a mocking gaze. "Your Highness, should we?" Yuan Tianyi turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Shaking his hand slowly, Huang Xiaolong decided to let the members of the Nether Spirit Palace run free a little longer. They were there to look for the mysterious magician's treasury, and before they opened it, there was no need to look for trouble. Huang Xiaolong turned to Zhang Ying and chuckled, "Many thanks to Princess Xinging for the timely assistance. Even though he didn't need her help at all, he decided to remember the favor she did." Zhang Ying chuckled in response. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. After all, you're my friend." The two of them laughed, and the 9 Phoenix flying ship continued on its way into the black gold holy world. They met a ton of experts on their way, but luckily for them, they didn't run into anyone from the True Dragon Celestial Empire, Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, or the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire. Neither did they run into the members of the Lightning Yang race, the Extreme East Old Man, the Mysterious Pool Black Devil, or the Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor. Nothing happened along their way. When those standing around saw that it was the 9 Phoenix flying ship, they quickly made way. Not everyone was as crazy as Yu Ming. Regardless of whether it was the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire or Princess Zhang Ying herself, no one wanted to antagonize them. After all, they were existences who possessed extreme power. Huang Shengdao and Fu Luosen might be the 5 greatest sons of creation in the universe, but Zhang Ying was also a force to be reckoned with. She might not be comparable to the 5, but she was ranked right below them. Several days later, the 9 Phoenix flying ship stopped in the air above one of the random sacred lands. When they arrived, Zhang Ying heaved a sigh of relief. They were finally there. The mysterious magician's treasury was located somewhere in the sacred land, and she was extremely afraid of attracting any wrong attention. They finally arrived without any mishap. When she thought of the treasury left behind by a peak-level expert like the mysterious magician, she couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement burning in her heart. Huang Xiaolong and the others might not know how precious the treasury was, but she knew. The mysterious magician wasn't just someone who had one step into the God of Creation realm. He was also a pill master. He was someone obsessed with the pill Tao, and he reached a shockingly high level in it. It didn't take long for them to locate a sea of fire in the sacred land, and one couldn't even see the ends of it from the 9 Phoenix flying ship. The fire that filled the sea was extremely mysterious, and it was made up of many different types of flames. There were dragon flames, phoenix flames, and even the flame from the core of the world. Hao Yi Su Fu and Bai Shugong gasped in shock. The flames might not be something precious to people of their level, but it was the first time they saw such a combination of flames gathered together. It was said that there were 10,000 different types of flames in the universe, and it seemed as though there were several thousands gathered in the sea itself. Huang Xiaolong was also taken aback. The only person who remained indifferent was Zhang Ying, and she quickly explained the background of the Sea of Flames. The Sea of Flames didn't contain too many flames to begin with. The mysterious magician traveled the universe, and he gathered all sorts of flames himself. With a special restriction, he gathered all of them here. As the mysterious magician is extremely adept in the art of refining pills, he needs them to refine all sorts of pills. Everyone felt a light bulb going off in their heads when they heard her explanation. Opening the 9 Phoenix Grand Formation, Zhang Ying directed the 9 Phoenix flying ship into the Sea of Flames. She brought out the map of the treasury and started to chart out a path while they tore through the flames. Huang Xiaolong discovered that the power of the flames grew stronger the deeper they went. There was even the Grand Tao Flame, the Nether Frost Flame, and the Extreme Light Flame present in the sea. All of them were powers barely weaker than the power of Absolute Flame. As they went deeper, everyone saw countless pill furnaces floating around them. That was right. There were countless pill furnaces drifting through the flames. Counting the number of furnaces, they realized that there were exactly 10,000 of them. Zhang Ying stared at the pill furnaces with a serious gaze, and she muttered, "In order to open the treasury, we will need to break 3 great formations. The 10,000 furnace formation is the first one, and the final one is the 5 directions grand formation. We will need 5 experts who reached the peak of the art of formations to open it. Let's join hands to shatter the first formation." As soon as she spoke, she waved her arm to summon countless phoenixes. All of them contained the power of absolute flame, and they were created with the power of a phoenix bloodline flowing through the veins. Hao Yi, Su Fu, and Bai Shugong made their moves too. When Hezhen noticed that Huang Xiaolong had nodded his head slightly, he got to work. After leaving the Origin Holy World, Hezhen cultivated diligently. With Huang Xiaolong's help, he reached perfection level in the power of earth, and he comprehended the power of space, nirvana, absolute blaze, and radiance. His strength was no longer the same as before, and with the power of space supplementing his understanding of the art of formations, his strength increased by at least 3 times. Very soon, the first formation was shattered under the combined power of the 5 experts. The second formation was much harder than the first, and the 5 of them took 5 whole days to shatter it. Finally, they arrived at the third formation, the 5 directions grand formation. Zhang Ying's expression turned to one of absolute seriousness, and she explained, "The 5 directions grand formation might not be able to enter the top 10 formations in the universe, but it comes close. The formation can create 5 separate worlds, and every single one of them contains a hidden killing mechanism. All of you have to be careful when you try to break the formation from inside the 5 worlds." Hao Yi and the others nodded solemnly. "Enter!" Zhang Ying yelled as the 5 of them charged into the 5 directions grand formation. However, the moment they entered, Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned serious, and he turned to stare in the direction of the outside world. Someone's here. Someone entered the sea of flames. He decided to caution everyone standing outside the formation. Everyone stared at him in shock, and the silver-haired old men released their Dao souls instantly. "Purple Lightning, young master, are you sure? We didn't detect anything." Everyone looked at Huang Xiaolong suspiciously. It was clear none of them felt anything. Casually looking at them, Huang Xiaolong explained, "You won't be able to detect him. He's an expert who reached perfection level in the power of space." Everyone widened their eyes in shock. Power of space at perfection level? Huang Xiaolong turned serious. Could it be an expert of the dragon race? What if he was from the true dragon celestial empire? Huang Xiaolong's Dao souls locked onto the other party. Too fast. Even Huang Xiaolong was shocked by their speed. The other party had to be someone who also reached perfection level in 12 elements. If he didn't use the Huanglong cape, his speed should be comparable to the other party. Soon, the other party somewhere above them. If their entry to the Sea of Flames was coincidental, their current location gave it away. They had a way of locating Zhang Ying's party, and they should also know about the mysterious magician's treasury. Was there a traitor? That was the first thought in Huang Xiaolong's mind. When Huang Xiaolong was still thinking of the possibility, the other party remained above them without moving in the slightest. A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips when he noticed what they were doing. The other party was definitely waiting for Zhang Ying and the others to break the 5 directions grand formation before swooping down for the kill. They would be able to obtain an easy victory against someone who spent all their energy shattering the formation. "Purple Lightning, young master. Where are they now?" Chen Zhenghong, one of the experts protecting Zhang Ying, asked. He was one of the 4 super experts she brought along with her, and he was the strongest among the 4. He couldn't help but ask when he noticed that Huang Xiaolong chose to remain silent after saying that people were approaching them. In fact, he was also suspicious about Huang Xiaolong's claim. Even though his understanding of the power of space wasn't at perfection level, it was at the large completion stage. With his strength, he felt that no one would be able to escape his detection if they entered the Sea of Flames. He made several checks previously, and he failed to detect anyone. A sense of suspicion formed in his heart when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Glancing at Chen Zhenghong from the corner of his eye, Huang Xiaolong muttered, They're right above us. However, they're probably planning to make their move after the formation is destroyed. Zhu Wuxing, another one of the 4 experts, frowned. Making a move after we break the restriction? How do they know we're destroying the formation? He turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong doubtfully. Even though no one said it, they felt that Huang Xiaolong was the one who notified the other party. Hua Xingfeng, another one of the 4, looked at Huang Xiaolong and sneered. How would they know of our location? Every single expert on Zheng Ying's side locked onto Huang Xiaolong's group instantly. Yuan Tianyi couldn't help but snort in amusement when he looked at them. One of you betrayed your princess, and now you're trying to push the blame onto someone else? Are you stupid? Do you really think His Highness is some sort of pushover you can blame as you like? Yuan Tianyi released his aura as soon as he spoke. The experts serving under Zhang Ying exclaimed in shock when they noticed his strength. 9 elements at perfection level. During the auction, Yuan Tianyi had only comprehended 8 elements to perfection level. That was well known to everyone, but now there was another element. The difference between someone who reached perfection level in 8 elements and 9 elements was huge. The atmosphere instantly turned stale. The smell of gunpowder was in the air, and the 2 parties seemed to be ready to come to blows at any time. One of the silver-haired old men stood out and tried to defuse the situation. All right, there's no need to get so worked up. There's no need to suspect anyone here. The Purple Lightning young master is a friend of Her Highness, and there's no way he will betray us. We'll talk about it when Her Highness emerges. As the 5 of them were focused on breaking the formation, none of them knew about the situation going on with Huang Xiaolong and the rest. Finally, the experts on Zheng Ying's side backed down. However, they remembered to keep their guards up against Huang Xiaolong. Chen Zhenghong growled, "We'll definitely talk about this when Her Highness emerges. If I discover anyone who betrayed us, I'll kill you whoever you are." It was clear he referred to Huang Xiaolong. Yuan Tianyi snorted, and the urge to beat Chen Zhenghong up rose in his heart. Luckily for Chen Zhenghong, Huang Xiaolong stopped him. "We'll talk about it after they emerge." Something fishy was definitely going on. According to logic, Chen Zhenghong and the others were working for Zhang Ying. There was no way they would betray her. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to bring them along anyway. However, if they weren't the ones who did it, who else could it be? Could it be Hao Yi Sufu or Bai Shugong? However, all of them swore an oath before starting on the journey. According to logic, they would be punished by the Grand Tao if they violated their oath. Unless, as they needed more than a month to shatter the restriction, Huang Xiaolong and his party decided to cultivate peacefully. He didn't think much about Chen Jinghong's outburst previously. Even though they were pretty strong, Huang Xiaolong could get rid of them in several breaths of time if a fight broke out. The only reason he didn't slap all of them into oblivion was because of Princess Zhang Ying. Otherwise, all of them would be beaten up so bad their parents wouldn't be able to recognize them. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Huang Xiaolong's eyes snapped open all of a sudden, and a ray of frosty light flashed through them. He detected another group who entered the sea of flames, and they were headed straight for them. Getting to his feet, Huang Xiaolong could feel that the newcomers were much stronger than those who arrived half a month ago. "Your Highness!" Yuan Tianyi frowned when he saw Huang Xiaolong's behavior. "An expert is here." Huang Xiaolong wasn't careless this time. He even reminded Yuan Tianyi and Li Shua that the newcomers were strong. When they heard what Huang Xiaolong said, they knew that the person who arrived was no weakling. Anyone Huang Xiaolong was wary of was definitely a supreme expert. "Get ready for battle," Huang Xiaolong muttered. Replying softly, the 2 of them started to circulate the energy in their bodies. When Chen Zhenghong failed to detect anyone, he sneered, "Stop being pretentious." Several days later, Huang Xiaolong's pupils constricted. This time, a giant flying ship was making its way over. Huang Xiaolong looked at Chen Zhenghong and the others who surrounded him, and he growled, "Get lost. Otherwise, I'll cripple all of you here and now." He might not be loud, but those standing around him felt a thunderclap going off in their minds. All of them retreated hastily, and their expressions changed when they looked at Huang Xiaolong. A look of fear could be seen in their eyes, and Chen Zhenghong was taken aback. He thought that he wouldn't be on the losing end if he were to take Huang Xiaolong in a battle, but from Huang Xiaolong's sudden revelation earlier, he knew that the man's strength was something that completely outclassed him. Li Shua glared at them and continued. If not because of Princess Zhang, all of you would be seriously injured. Zhu Wuxing sneered. How dare you? Do you really think that we should be thanking you for sparing our lives after you betrayed us and worked with the excessive darkness Celestial Empire? That's right. All of us here are loyal to the princess. We went through life and death together and we're her trusted subordinate. Qin Zhenghong snorted in anger. As for Hao Yi and the others, Her Highness has known them for a long time. None of us will work with the excessive darkness Celestial Empire. There was only a single person left. Yuan Tianyi's expression sank when he heard what they were implying. Huang Xiaolong waved his hand to stop Yuan Tianyi from doing anything rash. He released his 3 Dao souls to observe the flying ship that was flying towards them and the two who entered. The two of them who entered clearly didn't expect the flying ship to head towards them as a trace of shock flashed through their eyes. The space they were hiding in fluctuated a little. When the excessive darkness flying ship reached the space above Huang Xiaolong and the rest, a voice boomed through the air. The mysterious magician's treasury is mine. I, Fu Luosen, will kill anyone who stands in my way. After that, I'll exterminate your entire clan. The entire sea of flames heard his cry, and the faces of Chen Zhenghong and the others changed instantly. Fu Luosen. Someone screamed in terror and revealed an expression of extreme fear. Even the 2 experts who entered the sea of flames previously were shocked. Of course, no one could blame them. Fu Luosen's reputation was too terrifying. He was one of the 5 strongest sons of creation in the entire universe. There wasn't any need to talk about the princes of the various celestial empires. Even the celestial emperors would feel fear when standing in front of any of the 5. The 2 little ants hiding there scram. Fu Luosen's voice rang through the skies again. The sound wave was like knives that stabbed into the space around him, and he forced them out of hiding. Anger flashed through their eyes when they appeared in front of everyone present. Fu Luosen, other people might be afraid of you, but I, Huang Ji, am not. A chuckle left Fu Luosen's lips. Who would have thought that the 4th prince of the true dragon Celestial Empire would be here too? The first person who entered the Sea of Flames was none other than Huang Ji. Among the princes in the true dragon Celestial Empire, Huang Ji was only weaker than Huang Shengdao. Even though he couldn't be compared to them, he was no weaker than Yu Ming of the Nether Spirit Palace. Evil Wind Patriarch. Fu Luosen continued. That was the second person who entered the Sea of Flames. Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. Evil Wind Patriarch? He was someone of extreme fame in the Dao Emperor world. Moreover, his fame was no less than Yu Ming in the Blazing Dragon world. In fact, he could be considered a little more famous than Yu Ming. The Evil Wind Patriarch was one of the 10 strongest experts in the Dao Emperor world. A chuckle left the Evil Wind Patriarch's lips. Your Highness has a good eye. I didn't expect anyone to recognize me after so many years. When Chen Zhenghong and the others noticed the appearance of Huang Ji and the Evil Wind Patriarch, their expressions started to change. They were strong, but they were far too lacking when compared to either of the 2. As for Fu Luosen, there was no need for them to even think about it. Fu Luosen, it's impossible for you to swallow the entire treasury yourself. Huang Ji sneered. Right now, Zhang Ying is breaking the 5 Directions Grand Formation, and when she's done, let's split up the treasury. What do you think? According to his plans, he would split the treasury in half with Fu Luosen. As for the Evil Wind Patriarch and Zhang Ying, he didn't bother adding them into the deal. Zhang Ying might be the 6th princess of the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire, but as the 4th prince of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, he really didn't give 2 shits about her. The Evil Wind Patriarch might be strong, but if he could ignore Zhang Ying, he was nothing in his eyes. The old face of the Patriarch changed a little when he heard what he said. All of you better not forget that this is the Dao Emperor world. All I need to do is to make a single announcement for everyone to learn about the mysterious magician's treasury. Fu Luosen chuckled. All right, we'll split it 3 ways. However, his tone changed all of a sudden. We have to deal with all of them first in case they leak the news. Huang Ji frowned. All of them are pretty easy to deal with, but Zhang Ying might be a little troublesome. Fu Luosen sneered. There's no need to worry. I already laid down several supreme formations to prevent them from escaping. Leave her to me. Other than Zhang Ying, kill everyone present. Fu Luosen announced their deaths like he was ordering food for lunch, and their lives were clearly beneath him. A terrifying power enveloped the space around Huang Xiaolong and the others, and the faces of Chun Zhenghong and the others changed. The weight of a mountain pressed down on them, and they found it hard to even breathe. A casual probe from Fu Luosen had already exceeded their expectations. Prepare for battle, Chun Zhenghong roared. He pushed himself to the limit, and the 4 supreme experts on Zhang Ying's side released their full strength. Chun Zhenghong was someone who comprehended 12 elements with 10 of them at perfection level, and the others had comprehended 11 elements with 10 of them at perfection level. As for the rest, there were some who only had 3 elements at the perfection level. Huang Ji couldn't help but sneer at their pitiful strength. He reached out and suppressed everyone with his 12 elements, and the evil wind patriarch sent a punch tearing through the void. A massive hole was blown in the sea of flames with Huang Xiaolong and the others in the middle. The evil wind patriarch's punch was stronger than Huang Ji's sudden attack, and the space around Huang Xiaolong shattered. With the 3 supreme experts acting in unison, an aura of death filled the air around them. Chun Zhenghong and the others couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. A terrifying pressure descended on the entire group when Fu Luosen and the other 2 made their moves. Boom! The sound of something popping could be heard, and one of the female experts serving under Zhang Ying exploded. The sound soon followed, and a look of despair could be seen on the faces of Chun Zhenghong and the others. Finally, Huang Xiaolong released a snort. Golden light surrounded him all of a sudden, and it was as though a supervolcano that remained dormant for several thousand years erupted. Boom! As soon as he released his aura, the entire sea of flames shook. Even the space around them started to tremble as the flames shook with ever-increasing intensity. A shocking amount of power emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body, and it caused the entire sacred land they were in to shake. Several sections of the sea of flames exploded as flames filled the air. A sense of destruction filled the world as the faces of the 3 changed instantly. Chun Zhenghong and the others were sent flying by Huang Xiaolong's sudden outburst. The yin and yang shattered as the world exploded. Time started to flow in reverse as Huang Xiaolong unleashed everything he had. With his fists flying towards the combined strike of Huang Ji, the evil wind patriarch, and Fu Luosen, the world seemed to come to standstill. In that instant, Chun Zhenghong and the weaker experts felt as though the world returned to its original state as everything turned to nothingness around them. Huang Ji and the evil wind patriarch were terrified, and they took several steps back in fear. Their bodies shook uncontrollably, and Fu Luosen was the only one who could keep his footing. Despite that, a sharp pain shot through his arm. The formations laid down by Fu Luosen around the sea of flames shattered instantly. Everyone around the sea of flames, or even in the various sacred lands around it, felt the commotion. Fu Luosen's expression sank. Who? Huang Ji and the evil wind patriarch stared at Huang Xiaolong with fear in their eyes. Under Chun Zhenghong's shocked gaze, Huang Xiaolong took a step out and stood right before Huang Ji and the evil wind patriarch. He formed a 4th front between the alliance of the 3. The 4 of them released their aura, and the stormy sea of flames calmed down instantly. Huang Ji's heart sank and he stared at Huang Xiaolong in suspicion. Who the hell are you? He didn't think that Zhang Ying would bring an expert at Huang Xiaolong's level with her. As for the other 2, they glared at Huang Xiaolong as they waited for his reply. According to the strength he displayed, there was no way he was an unknown figure in the universe. I'm the Purple Lightning Young Master. A stunned expression could be seen on 2 of their faces as they had never heard of him in their lives. Even though Huang Xiaolong grew famous in the battle after the auction, he was only able to shake the blazing dragon world. the evil Wind Patriarch and Fu Luosan weren't residents of the blazing dragon world. Surprisingly, Huang Ji gasped in shock when he heard Huang Xiaolong's title. "You're the Purple Lightning Young Master." Huang Xiaolong's battle made its way into Huang Ji's ears in the past, and so did his purchase of the creation-level dragon corpse. However, Huang Ji was shocked to discover Huang Xiaolong's strength. Wasn't he said to have reached perfection level in 11 elements? The strength he revealed a second ago wasn't something he should be able to. Go and investigate his identity. Fu Luosan ordered one of the subordinates behind him. Bowing and retreating from the hall, the battlefield changed once again. Another massive flying ship tore through the leftover formations and charged towards them. It was clear their battle attracted the attention of those around them. Looking at the insignia on the ship, it belonged to the Nether Spirit Palace. Of course, they weren't the only ones. Another massive flying ship with the emblem of a giant dragon followed closely behind. Emperor Dragon Flying Ship. It was a flying ship that belonged to the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. Soon after, several figures charged towards the Sea of Flames. Extreme East Old Man. Mysterious Pool Black Devil. Golden Bamboo Old Ancestor. They were part of several dozen experts who rushed over. Fu Luosan's expression fell when he noticed their arrival. It was clear that things had already gone out of control. However, Huang Xiaolong was also shocked at the sudden change. He didn't expect the exchange to lure so many people over. Moreover, a ton of them were people he was familiar with. Even the Lightning Yang flying ship was starting to make its appearance. When Yu Ming arrived, he was shocked to discover Huang Ji and the others. However, he quickly looked at Huang Xiaolong as a sinister smile formed on his face. "Brat, who would have thought that we would meet again so soon?" The extreme East Old Man glared at Huang Xiaolong and sneered. "Brother Yu Ming, let's split this brat in half. We'll split his corpse evenly. How about it?" Yu Ming roared with laughter. "All right, since Brother Extreme East is so interested in him, we'll do it as you say." In the Lightning Yang flying ship, Lei Qinghai gloated. "Father, that's him. That's the Purple Lightning Young Master." Lei Bao glared at Huang Xiaolong and roared. "I'm taking his head. Please excuse me." The extreme East Old Man chuckled in amusement. "Sounds good to me." Even though Yu Ming didn't speak, it was clear he consented. The experts in the surrounding area were shocked to discover that the three of them were planning to form an alliance to kill Huang Xiaolong. Huang Ji and the evil Wind Patriarch couldn't help but look at each other with a trace of amusement in their eyes. It was clear none of the newcomers knew how strong the brat actually was. Fu Luosan didn't speak a word as he looked at the scene playing out before him with a smile on his face. The extreme East Old Man stepped forward all of a sudden and snorted. "Brat, where's the doggy slave of yours? Call him out right now. I'll deal with all of you at once." Huang Xiaolong sighed. "There won't be a need for that. I'm going to deal with you personally. Killing you won't require the assistance of my subordinate." "Killing you?" Huang Xiaolong's words shocked everyone present. Those who didn't know who he was thought that they had heard wrong. The extreme East Old Man's laughter boomed through the skies. "Killing me? Ha ha ha. Brat, do you really think you can do that with your strength? What a joke." Huang Xiaolong wasn't angered in the slightest when he heard what the extreme East Old Man said. Instead, a chuckle left his lips. "All three of you should come at me at once. 3-on-1. The extreme East Old Man, Yu Ming, and Lei Bao were stunned for a solid second. By the time the three of them realized the meaning behind his words, anger burned in their eyes. The three of them had been cultivators who stood at the peak of the universe for such a long time. Yet, the brat in front of them was asking them to join hands against him. It was a blatant attempt at humiliating them. They felt as though Huang Xiaolong was doing it on purpose now that he had nowhere to run. "You're asking for death." Yu Ming roared in anger and he released his aura completely. 12 different elements swarmed around him as he punched towards Huang Xiaolong. When the various experts standing around noticed his strength, they were shocked. 12 elements at perfection level. He broke through so quickly. It's no wonder the Nether Spirit Palace dared to bring their full strength over. It seems like they're a new player on the board. The members from the Blazing Dragon world felt a sense of fear gripping their hearts. When everyone was gasping in shock at Yu Ming's strength, his fist had already appeared before Huang Xiaolong. A mocking smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face as he returned the punch with one of his own. When his fist shot out, it was as though 13 mini-suns formed around him. Boom! No one managed to react when the two fists slammed into each other. There was no suspense as Yu Ming's arm was blown apart as Huang Xiaolong's punch landed on his chest. Eft! Everyone saw Huang Xiaolong's fist landing on Yu Ming's chest, and it blew a hole directly through it. They weren't mistaken. A giant hole was formed in Yu Ming's chest, and even the armor he had on his body was shattered into a million pieces. As for Yu Ming himself, he was sent flying, and when he slammed into the Nether Spirit flying ship, the palaces located on the ship broke into tiny little pieces. The Nether Spirit flying ship was stained with blood, and it came from none other than the palace master himself. What? Di Xiaolong, the mysterious pool black devil, and the golden bamboo old ancestor gasped in shock. Yu Wui and the various experts of the Nether Spirit Palace stared at their place master in shock. As for the extreme East Old Man and Lei Bao, they didn't dare to believe their eyes. Even Huang Ji and the Evil Wind Patriarch couldn't help but stare at Huang Xiaolong in amazement. Fu Luosan's pupils shrank when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. 13 elements with 12 of them at perfection level. Someone stuttered. Moreover, his power of time was infinitely close to the major completion stage. Silence descended on the lands, and Huang Xiaolong remained completely impassive. Two types of cosmos energy. Someone yelled in shock. When Huang Xiaolong unleashed his strike earlier, many people were shocked by his achievements, and they failed to notice that he used the power of two small worlds. Of course, there were those who were sharp enough to capture the face, and they were shocked to their core. How could something like that be possible? Wasn't possessing two small worlds only the stuff of the legends? It was a miracle that someone could produce two small worlds themselves. What? The cosmos energy from two small words? Several experts who weren't paying attention to the battle snapped back to reality, and they stared at Huang Xiaolong as though they were looking at a monster. How can anyone create two small worlds? Not even the 5 strongest sons of creation managed to form two small worlds of their own. No, not even the gods of creation managed to achieve such a feat. But he definitely used the power of two small worlds. They were right. When Huang Xiaolong unleashed his power earlier, he used the power of two small worlds. That was also the reason he managed to send Yu Ming flying with a single punch. Huang Xiaolong turned to look at the extreme East Old Man and Lei Bao. Are you two planning to come at me together? Or are you going to remain stubborn and rely on yourself? Their expressions were unsightly, and panic started to set in their hearts. Even though the brat before them hadn't reached perfection level in all 13 elements, his strength when he used the cosmos energy of two small words had far surpassed someone who had. Since you're not planning to move, I'll do it myself. Huang Xiaolong charged towards the extreme East Old Man as soon as he spoke. Previously, there were many people who laughed when Huang Xiaolong wanted to kill the extreme East Old Man. However, none of them were laughing now. When the extreme East Old Man saw Huang Xiaolong heading for him, he quickly escaped in the direction of the excessive darkness flying ship. Brother Chun Tingwei, please save me. Chun Tingwei, isn't he a marshal working under Fu Luosan? Someone gasped in shock. Chan Tingwei was someone who remained extremely low-key, and he managed to obtain Fu Luosan's trust. As such, he was one of the 3 great marshals of the excessive darkness celestial empire. Turning to look at Chun Tingwei, Fu Luosan raised a single eyebrow. The extreme East Old Man helped me in the past, and it's something I'm eternally grateful for. Nodding slightly, Fu Luosan passed down the order. Allow him to board the ship. Yes, Your Highness. Chun Tingwei bowed before opening the formation around the ship. When the extreme East Old Man saw that they were willing to save him, he was overjoyed. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong's body appeared before him and a punch was sent straight into his chest. With an expression of extreme fear, the extreme East Old Man stared at the incoming fist. However, a snort left Fu Luosan's lips when he saw Huang Xiaolong's actions. Sending out a punch into the void, it slammed into Huang Xiaolong's strike. Boom! The heavens trembled as the sea of flames erupted from the shockwaves. Many experts standing around were sent flying from the shockwave of the blast, and even the Emperor Dragon flying ship, the Nether Spirit flying ship, and the others failed to keep their footing. Huang Xiaolong was also sent retreating several thousand miles before he came to a stop. Humph! Brat, you had better fuck off from where you came from. How dare you set your sights on someone I'm ready to protect? If you dare to approach my flying ship, I'll kill you. Fu Luosan's voice rocked through the entire sea of flames. By the time the dust settled, the Extreme East old man boarded the ship and heaved a sigh of relief. Extreme East thanks your highness for the act of grace. Muttering softly, Fu Luosan sighed. You can relax. As long as you're here, no one will dare to touch you. As soon as the words left his lips, Huang Xiaolong changed at the flying ship with fire spewing from his eyes. Those standing around couldn't help but roar in shock. Is the brat crazy? How dare he challenge his highness? Huang Xiaolong might possess the cosmos energy of two small worlds and was the first existence in the history of the universe to do so, but Fu Luosan was one of the 5 strongest sons of creation. If the two of them fought, it would be the battle of the century. Even Huang Ji and the evil Wind Patriarch eagerly awaited the battle between them. Of course, many people felt that Huang Xiaolong bit off more than he could chew. Even though he was a marvel of the universe, but Fu Luosan had reached perfection level in all 13 elements countless years ago. His strength was unfathomable, and there was no way he would lose to a nameless brat. A sneer left Fu Luosan's lips when he saw Huang Xiaolong approach. Brat, do you really think I won't be able to do anything to you with your 2 small worlds? I'll show you right now that everyone who hasn't reached perfection level in all 13 elements are nothing but ants. Fu Luosan got to his feet, and he stepped out of the flying ship with a single step. In an instant, his aura covered the lands and the power of 13 elements at perfection level came gushing out from his body. It surrounded him, and everyone felt as though a mountain had descended on their souls. 13 elements at perfection level. When those standing around saw Fu Luosan's revelation, they screamed in shock. The experts who comprehended all 13 elements to perfection level in the universe were few, and anyone who did had the power to shake a major world. As long as a god of creation didn't appear, an existence who had comprehended all 13 elements was a god. In an instant, the experts standing around got to their knees as they paid their respects to Fu Luosan. Even Huang Ji and the evil Wind Patriarch felt a sense of pressure pressing on their hearts. The difference between someone who reached perfection level in 12 elements and someone who had reached perfection level in 13 elements was as large as the heavens and earth. It was said that even 20 experts who had comprehended 12 elements to perfection level wouldn't be able to stand up to a single existence who had comprehended all 13 elements to perfection level. Even though it was a little exaggerated, one could imagine how strong they were. Fu Luosan was like the ruler of the lands as he stood high above everyone present. Father, the purple lightning young master is basically asking to die. Lei Qinghai laughed with glee as he addressed his father, Lei Bao. With Fu Luosan's strength, he can definitely kill the little bastard. With a weird light flashing in his eyes, Lei Bao growled, His Highness, Fu Luosan, doesn't seem to be at perfection level for all 13 elements. Lei Qinghai stared at him in shock. Sucking in a cold breath, he whispered, Could it be the grand perfection level? As there were differences between cultivators who reached perfection level in all 13 elements, a new term was coined and the strongest among them was said to have reached the grand perfection level in all 13 elements. When they comprehended all that there was to the 13 elements, entering the grand perfection level was a matter of time. Only then could only be considered one of the strongest existences under the god of creation realm. That's right. Lei Bao nodded solemnly as he looked at Fu Luosan with a gaze full of fear. An existence at his level had already reached an unbeatable level. With Lei Qinghai's ability, there was no way he would be able to observe Fu Luosan's true strength. However, Lei Bao was different. He was much stronger than Lei Qinghai. Lei Bao wasn't the only one, as the extreme East Old Man and the others noticed Fu Luosan's true strength. Rejoicing in his heart, the extreme East Old Man knew that he was saved. Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned serious when he looked at Fu Luosan. If you get to your knees now and admit your mistakes, I'll spare your life. Fu Luosan's gaze was chilly. He glared at Huang Xiaolong, as Huang Xiaolong's strength was something even he was wary of. After all, he was the first of his kind in the universe. Huang Xiaolong's expression sank. You only barely entered the grand perfection level. Spare my life? You're not qualified to speak of the matter. Fu Luosan roared with laughter. I'm not qualified? I'll show you my qualifications right now. As soon as he spoke, his figure blurred and he appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. His speed was unmatched, and no one present saw how he moved. Of course, Huang Xiaolong had long since prepared for battle. Raising his fists, he welcomed Fu Luosan's assault. Boom! The two of them were sent flying in an instant, and both parties retreated after a single strike. The extreme East Old Man and the rest saw how Fu Luosan used his complete strength, and they were shocked by the power Huang Xiaolong displayed. Even Fu Luosan couldn't believe it. Seems like I've underestimated you. Fu Luosan snorted. However, that's the last time I will do so. As soon as he spoke, the rays of light surrounding him expanded once again. The world lost its color and Fu Luosan became the center of all power. Everyone felt like an ant in front of Fu Luosan, and the skies around them seemed to expand infinitely. When it reached its limit, everyone felt completely suppressed, and they were nothing more than grains of cosmic dust in the face of invincible power. The power of a great world, the evil wind patriarch cried out in shock. The power of a great world. When someone reached the grand perfection level in all 13 elements, the small world in them would experience a transformation and they would be able to wield the power of a great world. In other words, they could use grand cosmos energy. It was the same type of energy wielded by gods of creation. That was also why experts at the perfection stage were so scary. According to the legends, God of Creation realm experts were unable to kill experts who had reached perfection level in all 13 elements. However, that only applied to experts who had reached the grand perfection level. In order to kill experts at their level, it would take the God of Creation a little more effort due to their ability to wield grand cosmos energy. Just a moment ago, Fu Luosan used his grand cosmos energy to push the power of 13 elements he wielded to the next level. With the power of grand cosmos energy at his disposal, Fu Luosan was able to suppress everyone present. Indeed, everyone felt like little tiny specks of dust when standing before Fu Luosan, and it was also why he said that anyone who had failed to reach perfection level in 13 elements were nothing but ants. Raising his fists, he started to walk towards Huang Xiaolong. I gave you a chance earlier. It's too bad you chose not to treasure it. Right now, you'll die even if you beg for mercy. Killing intent was laced in his voice as it rang through the air. Since he decided to kill Huang Xiaolong, he knew that he had to go all the way. No matter how mysterious Huang Xiaolong's identity was, regardless if he had a god of creation backing him up, Fu Luosan could no longer be bothered. After all, the excessive darkness celestial empire was behind him. They would be able to take on any consequences if they killed him. When he grabbed Huang Xiaolong's Dao soul after he killed the brat, he might even be able to learn the secret of forming two small worlds. With the power of two worlds, Fu Luosan knew that he wouldn't be afraid of God of Creation realm experts even if he ran into them in the future. Huang Xiaolong didn't move as he remained where he stood. It was as though he lost all ability to protect himself after Fu Luosan revealed his strength. When Fu Luosan arrived in front of Huang Xiaolong, he sent a punch flying towards the man's chest. As grand cosmos energy backed him up, the power of 13 elements were pushed to the extreme. However, Huang Xiaolong's right fist flew towards Fu Luosan's strike right before it could land on him. When Fu Luosan saw Huang Xiaolong's desperate attempt, he sneered loudly, "You're delusional if you think an ant like you can shake a tree." Fu Luosan pushed himself a little further when he saw Huang Xiaolong's attempt to stop him. With rays of resplendent light emerging from his fist, it seemed to contain the power to shatter the world. "Kneel and accept your death." Their fists smashed into each other, and a massive explosion ensued. Everyone standing around felt as though the world around them was crumbling, and the sea of flames split in two. Spatial cracks appeared in the air around them, and the entire area around the two seemed to disintegrate into nothingness. The entire region was turned into a little boat floating in the stormy seas as everyone felt the impact of the battle. They were sent sprawling on the ground in an attempt to keep themselves from being blown away by the shockwaves. As the two of them were sent flying at the exact same time, Huang Xiaolong was thrown out of the sea of flames while Fu Luosen slammed heavily into the excessive darkness flying ship. When he did, the ship was sent tumbling countless miles across the sea of flames. Fu Luosen eventually fell onto the surface of the sea of flames. What? Everyone was shocked when they noticed what happened. Fu Luosen used his grand cosmos energy and the power of 13 elements at the grand perfection level. However, he failed to defeat Huang Xiaolong with a single strike. Moreover, the two of them seemed on an even level after the previous exchange. Impossible. When Fu Luosen hadn't used his grand cosmos energy, he was able to gain the upper hand. However, they were evenly matched now. The minds of everyone present went blank. Only after a long while did the evil wind patriarch stare at Huang Xiaolong as he stammered in shock. Three worlds. 3 types of cosmos energy. Everyone felt their bodies freezing in place when they heard what he said. An incredulous look formed on their faces as they looked at Huang Xiaolong like they were looking at an extinct animal. How could one person possess 3 different types of cosmos energy? If 2 was considered a miracle, what was 3? The faces of the extreme East old man and everyone else who crossed Huang Xiaolong in the past turned pale. Rip! As the sea of flames was torn apart, Fu Luosen charged straight up into the air. His hair was no longer as nicely styled as it once was, and he was no longer the lofty god who could look down on everyone. Who the hell are you? Fu Luosen gasped in shock when he looked at Huang Xiaolong. Someone who hadn't reached the grand completion stage in 13 elements had the ability to wield 3 different types of cosmos energy. He was even on equal footing with Fu Luosen. No matter how he tried to explain it, Fu Luosen could accept such an outcome. His name is Huang Xiaolong. A voice toes through the air, and everyone turned to look at another massive flying ship soaring towards them. It was flashing through the space, and it arrived before them in an instant. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the newcomer. A bunch of people were standing on board the ship, but one person caught all the attention. Huang Shengdao. He was the second prince of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, and the strongest prince they had. He had another title, and it was one that could shake the world. The strongest expert in the younger generation of the universe had arrived. Even Fu Luosen's face sank when he saw Huang Shengdao's arrival. Brother Fu Luosen, what a coincidence. You look great. Huang Shengdao smiled. Brother Huang Shengdao, it's been a long time. A smile formed on Fu Luosen's face too. Slowly turning to stare at Huang Xiaolong, Huang Shengtian's gaze turned a little serious. Huang Xiaolong met his gaze, and he slowly turned to look at Huang Rong, the palace master of the mystical pavilion back in the Huanglong world. Now that they met again, Huang Rong's gaze was extremely complicated. He witnessed the exchange between Huang Xiaolong and Fu Luosen. Back in the Huanglong world, Huang Xiaolong was merely an expert who reached perfection level in 6 elements. Now, he had comprehended double the number to perfection level, and the power of time was infinitely close to the major completion stage. It had been so many years since he returned to the True Dragon Celestial Empire to work for Huang Shengdao, and his treatment was pretty good. He managed to obtain a lot of lucky chances and resources, and he managed to push his strength up to a whole new level. He thought that he would be able to suppress Huang Xiaolong with his newfound strength. But now, he realized that they were on 2 completely separate levels. I've heard from Huang Rong that Huang Xiaolong's talent is extremely heaven-defying. Today, I finally realized that Huang Rong wasn't exaggerating. Huang Shengdao looked at Huang Xiaolong and continued. From what he said, Brother Huang Xiaolong only comprehended 6 elements to perfection level several 100,000 years ago. Yes? Your cultivation speed really puts all of us to shame. Huang Shengdao's words caused everyone present to stare at Huang Xiaolong in shock. What? 6 elements at perfection level several 100,000 years ago. How is that possible? That's not possible. Even Fu Luosen felt that it was absurd. However, Huang Shengdao didn't seem like the type of guy who would lie about such matters. If that was true, then Fu Luosen stared at Huang Xiaolong with goosebumps growing all over his body. All of a sudden, Huang Shengdao made an interesting proposition. Brother Fu Luosen, why don't we work together to kill him? Everyone felt a bomb going off in their heads. Even Fu Luosen failed to understand what he wanted to do. I'll be honest. Huang Xiaolong is the son of creation of the Huanglong world. He has the Huanglong armor set and I'm not capable of killing him myself. Huang Shengdao exposed Huang Xiaolong immediately. If we join hands, things might be different. Everyone couldn't believe what he just said. Son of creation of the Huanglong world. Fu Luosen's eyes widened in surprise. Nodding slowly, Huang Shengdao continued, "That's right. As long as we kill him, we'll split the treasures he has on him evenly. After all, he's as valuable as the mysterious magician's treasury." A passionate gaze formed in Fu Luosen's eyes, and the way he looked at Huang Xiaolong changed. He no longer thought about it, and he laughed happily. All right. After all, he was planning to kill Huang Xiaolong anyway. With Huang Shengdao's help, there was no way for the brat to escape. Huang Shengdao roared with laughter and he leaped into the skies. He arrived behind Huang Xiaolong, and the two of them pincered Huang Xiaolong. Huang Shengdao released his aura completely, and it came as no surprise he was also at the grand perfection level. With the power of his grand cosmos energy, Huang Shengdao's aura was able to suppress the power displayed by Fu Luosen. A hazy light flashed through Fu Luosen's eyes for a second, but he quickly returned to normal. Kill! Fu Luosen screamed as they soared into the skies at the same time. Giant phantoms appeared behind them. The phantom behind Fu Luosen was white in color, and it covered the entire skies on his side. The white crystals formed around the phantom seemed to construct another space all by themselves. That was Fu Luosen's bloodline power, the power of excessive light. It was a bloodline at the creation level with the power of space and time. As for Huang Shengdao, a golden dragon formed behind him, and it was as large as the entire sacred land. He had the same bloodline as Huang Xiaolong, and with the two of them unleashing their ultimate powers at the same time, 2 palms shot towards Huang Xiaolong. Before Fu Luosen's palm could arrive, Huang Xiaolong felt his entire body being sealed off by the power of space and time. Huang Shengdao's palm didn't fall too far behind. It transformed into countless golden dragons that covered the skies. A world of dragons was formed, and everything it contained followed Huang Shengdao's will. The two of them attacked Huang Xiaolong from both the front and the back. Seeing as their attacks were about to reach their target, a ferocious dragon roar tore through the skies and another golden dragon appeared in the skies above them. The dragon that materialized was almost identical to the one behind Huang Shengdao, but it was slightly lacking in size. Huang Xiaolong's transformation was one entire size smaller than Huang Shengdao, but that didn't mean he was weaker. In fact, he was comparable to Huang Shengdao in strength, and there was a faint feeling that he was a little stronger. With a fist and a palm, Huang Xiaolong received their attacks. Boom! The heavens shattered and the earth crumbled. The sea of flames was torn into several pieces, and the flying ships that were docked there flew in all directions. Not a single one managed to withstand the blast as all of them were flung out of the sacred land. In an instant, cracks formed all around the landmass they were on as spatial cracks formed in the skies around them. Experts were sent flying one after another, and even though they had escaped from the sea of flames, they weren't safe. They were blasted away all the same. As for Chun Zhanghong and those from the extreme heaven celestial empire, they were no exceptions. All of them were blasted towards the bottom of the sea. Yuan Tianyi protected Li Shuo as the two of them retreated from the sea of flames. The 5 experts who were breaking the formation had reached the final stage, but because of the shocking power outside the 5 directions grand formation, all of them were stopped dead in their tracks. He Zhen, who was the weakest among them, vomited mouthfuls of blood. As the Five Directions Grand Formation was too damn strong, He-Zhen, with 3 elements at perfection level, managed to withstand the shockwave of the battle. If he was in the outside world, he would have been blasted into cosmic dust. Among the 5, only Zhang Ying was able to sustain minor injuries. Even so, she was terrified by the sudden interruption. "What's going on?" Howie cried out in shock. Su Fu and Bai Shugong were equally as shocked. No longer bothering with the formation, Zhang Ying and the others quickly emerged. As soon as they appeared, they saw 3 figures in the skies above the sea of flames. Fu Luosen, Huang Shengdao. Zhang Ying screamed in shock. Hao Yi and the others felt their expressions changing instantly. The only thing more surprising was the 2 of them working against a single person. She couldn't imagine who it could be, and she quickly turned to look at him. It's the Purple Lightning Young Master," Howie stammered in shock. When Zhang Ying saw the golden dragon behind Huang Xiaolong, her eyes widened in shock. Creation-level bloodline from the true dragon Huang clan. However, she quickly denied her guess. "No, he can't be from the Huang clan. If the Purple Lightning Young Master was really from the true dragon Huang clan, how could he remain hidden from her? Moreover, Huang Shengdao wouldn't dare to fight with him openly in front of so many people present. Even if the Purple Lightning Young Master had some sort of god-moving hatred with Huang Shengdao, there was no way Huang Shengdao would work with Fu Luosen to kill the other party if he was part of the Huang clan. His bloodline seems to be even stronger than Huang Shengdao." Zhang Ying gasped in horror. Huang Xiaolong's golden dragon might be smaller than the one created by Huang Shengdao, but the might it emitted was way stronger. One could even say that Huang Xiaolong's bloodline wasn't fully mature. If he really became the strongest he could be, there was no way Huang Shengdao would hold a candle to him. If the other party wasn't from the Huang clan, and he possessed the Huanglong bloodline, wouldn't that mean? A thought flashed through Zhang Ying's mind. Huang Xiaolong's identity appeared in her mind. He has 3 types of cosmos energy. Zhang Ying's eyes flickered when she realized Huang Xiaolong's true strength. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them exchanged several dozen blows that had the power to shatter the sacred land they were on hundreds of times over. As explosions rang out again and again, their fight brought them all over the region. With their strength, countless sacred lands were reduced to dust. Even the space was shattered beyond belief. The experts who were there to witness the start of the battle retreated. God knew how far away before allowing themselves to stop. Too fucking scary. The power of the 2 princes is too damn strong. The Purple Lightning Young Master is even shocking. Fu Luosen and Huang Shengtian were strong, but Huang Xiaolong was fighting them 1 against 2. The scene was burned into the minds of everyone present. As the fight played out, Huang Xiaolong summoned the entire Huanglong armor set, and the 2 princes brought out all the creation artifacts they had on them. Fu Luosen's artifact was a massive heavenly palace, and it contained a formation of palaces. It was enhanced by his power of space and time, and it could freeze the time and space it contained. Huang Shengdao used a dragon spear, and it was strong enough to piece a hole through the various regions they fought in. Despite using 4 creation artifacts, Huang Xiaolong was still suppressed by the 2 of them. Under the pressure of the 2 supreme bloodlines, Huang Xiaolong was only able to use 70% of his actual strength. If he hadn't used the cosmos energy of 3 small worlds, he would have died a long time ago. Of course, if things were to keep up, his defeat would be a matter of time. Finally, Huang Shengdao landed a palm strike on Huang Xiaolong's body and he was sent flying. Blood streamed down Huang Xiaolong's lips, and even though the Huanglong armor was indestructible, he wasn't. In the flying ship of the Lightning Yang race, Lei Qinghai roared in excitement. "Father, he's injured now. Ha ha ha. That little bastard is finally injured." Lei Bao had a face full of smiles as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. "That little brat has to die today." As if Lei Bao's words blessed Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao, they managed to land another hit on Huang Xiaolong's chest. His injuries became even more serious as he vomited mouthfuls of blood. Lei Qinghai and Lei Bao roared with laughter as everyone who had a grudge with Huang Xiaolong felt their chests grow lighter. What a pity. The evil wind patriarch shook his head slowly. Everyone could see that Huang Xiaolong was bound to lose. Moreover, no one would be able to save him. Even if they could, who would dare to offend both the excessive darkness Celestial Empire and the true dragon Celestial Empire at the same time? At long last, Huang Xiaolong transformed into a ray of golden light as he revealed his true body. Fu Luosen turned into a ray of white light, and Huang Shengdao turned into the second golden dragon that filled the skies. The three of them fought till the space around them crumbled, but Huang Xiaolong's injuries grew heavier and heavier as the battle raged on. Finally, he turned back into his human form as he smashed through countless sacred lands. Huang Xiaolong spat out a mouthful of blood. "Your Highness!" Yuan Tianyi, He Zhen, and Li Shua yelled as they rushed over. When the three of them approached, Fu Luosen sneered. "You're just 3 dogs who served the wrong master. I'll send you to hell to meet him." As soon as he spoke, his palm came crashing down. The 3 of them were sent flying instantly. Even with Yuan Tianyi's comprehension of the 13 elements with 9 of them at perfection level, he couldn't do a thing to stop Fu Luosen. As for the other 2, they exploded on the spot. "He Zhen! Li Shua!" Huang Xiaolong screamed in anger. The 2 of them might be his subordinates, but they had followed him for a long time. He would be lying to himself if he said that he didn't care about their lives. Now that the 2 of them had their bodies shattered by Fu Luosen, Huang Xiaolong was beyond enraged. "Fu Luosen, I'll kill you one day and exterminate your entire celestial empire," Huang Xiaolong growled. Roaring with laughter, Fu Luosen mocked. "Kill me? Exterminate my excessive darkness celestial empire? You're dreaming if you think you can do anything like that. You have 1 foot in the grave, and you won't be living to see the sun rise tomorrow. It's the end of the line for you." Fu Luosen took a step and appeared right in front of Huang Xiaolong. He raised his creation artifact and slammed downwards. Seeing as Fu Luosen was making the final attack, Huang Shengdao's dragon spear shot towards Huang Xiaolong's glabella. As the 2 attacks shot towards the helpless Huang Xiaolong, a ray of light emerged from the void and it blinded everyone present. Even Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao were blinded by the light. By the time they regained their sight, Huang Xiaolong was gone. Huang Xiaolong wasn't the only one. Even his 3 subordinates had disappeared. Everyone looked at each other in shock, and Lei Qinghai was the first to break the silence. "What's going on?" Everyone released their Dao souls to search for any traces, but they lost Huang Xiaolong completely. Even Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao couldn't find traces of Huang Xiaolong. "Damn it!" Fu Luosen's expression sank and anger crept up his heart. "Look for him. Even if you turn the Dao Emperor world upside down, locate Huang Xiaolong." The experts of the excessive darkness Celestial Empire kneeled in fright and hastily accepted the order. Huang Shengdao's expression wasn't any better. He was planning to kill Huang Xiaolong, but he didn't think that he would have come all the way for nothing. There was no doubt about it. Someone saved Huang Xiaolong. Moreover, the person had to be a supreme expert. Who else could it be? "Pass down my order. Anyone who locates him will be rewarded 100 trillion Dao coins." Huang Shengdao spoke to Huang Rong and the others. Receiving the order, the entire world was thrown into chaos. As the 2 of them frantically passed down their orders to locate Huang Xiaolong, the man himself was lying in an unknown space as he entered deep slumber. He felt as though he experienced a dream that lasted an eternity, and he seemed to have turned into a part of the universe itself. However, a part of him was still the same Huang Xiaolong as before as he transformed into the golden dragon that swam unhindered through the starry skies. He felt wrapped up in a ball of radiance energy, and his Dao souls, Dao physique, and even the 3 small worlds in him felt like they were set on fire. Even though he wanted to scream in pain, he couldn't do so. Finally, he lost consciousness and the dream faded. No one knew how long had passed when his eyes finally snapped open. Sitting up, Huang Xiaolong looked all around him only to discover that the space around him was completely empty. The space around him was visibly moving, and he could see the flow of time. Huang Xiaolong was terrified to discover that the space and time around him was like a river that pulsed with its own flow. How in the world was that possible? You can achieve anything when you set your mind to it? A bearded old man appeared before Huang Xiaolong. In the future, you will be able to achieve this too. Snapping back to reality, Huang Xiaolong turned to stare at the old man. He realized that he couldn't detect any traces of life coming from the old man, but that was also what terrified him the most. Did Senior save my life? Huang Xiaolong got to his feet and cupped his fists at the old man. Many thanks to Senior for the life-saving grace. The old man nodded slightly and smiled. It's nothing. Even though I saved you, you don't have to thank me. After all, I have my own reasons for saving you. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. The old man was actually planning something when he saved his life. Could it be for the Huang Long armor set? However, he quickly realized otherwise. If the old man really wanted the armor set, he could have taken it without saving his life. The old man chuckled at Huang Xiaolong's response. I've noticed you since a long time ago. During the auction in the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, I had my eyes on you. Huang Xiaolong felt question marks popping up in his mind. In fact, I've been looking for a successor for the past 1,000,000 years. Huang Xiaolong finally felt something clicking in his brain. Senior, do you mean to take me as your disciple? However, an apologetic smile formed on his face. I'm sorry, I do not wish to take anyone as my master right now. I hope you understand. The old man wasn't surprised at Huang Xiaolong's rejection at all. He waved his arm and laughed. There's no need to reject me so quickly. It's not too late to reject after hearing me out. I've traveled through countless worlds in the universe, and your talent is the best out of anyone I've seen. Entering the God of Creation realm is a matter of time. But what happens then? Huang Xiaolong was stunned. No matter how talented you are, you will definitely need 1,000,000,000 years to enter the God of Creation realm. Do you really think you can take that long? The old man laughed. Even if you're able to, your father might not. Huang Xiaolong's expression changed. Does Senior know something about my father? I know a little. Your father should be in the hands of Huang Sheng, the old ancestor of the true dragon celestial empire. The old man nodded and sighed. Huang Sheng. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. It seemed as though his father's disappearance had something to do with Huang Sheng. You must be curious as to why Huang Sheng would capture your father. The old man continued. I believe that you experienced the might of the Huang clan's bloodline. Huang Sheng and your father, Huang Long, were born in a separate space somewhere in the universe. They can be said to have come from the same origin, and your bloodlines are both called the Huang Long bloodline. As the only other golden dragon in the universe, Huang Sheng planned on capturing your father to absorb his bloodline and origin energy, in order to transform into an existence who surpasses the God of Creation realm. Huang Xiaolong stared at the old man with his mouth wide open. Was that why? The old man continued. In fact, Huang Sheng is merely dreaming if he wishes to break through to a higher realm. Since the start of time, the God of Creation realm is the strongest one can ever be. No one has ever been able to surpass that level. According to my estimates, your father will be devoured by Huang Sheng within the next 1,000,000,000 years. The old man sighed. In 1,000,000,000 years, not only will you have to enter the God of Creation realm, you will also have to reach the grand perfection level. Otherwise, you won't be able to save your father. If you take me as your master, I can ensure that you reach that level within 1,000,000,000 years. Huang Xiaolong was shocked when he heard what the old man promised. He was also shocked by the discovery that Huang Sheng would devour his father in the next 1,000,000,000 years. He stared at the old man in disbelief, clearly doubtful that he could enter the grand perfection level in the next 1,000,000,000 years. The old man might be able to save him from Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao to prove his strength. That didn't mean that he could ensure Huang Xiaolong's ascension to the God of Creation realm, much less the grand perfection level. The universe existed since the start of time, but the number of God of Creation realm experts could be counted on 2 hands. Right now, the strongest they have gotten was the grand perfection level. No one could surpass that level. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but doubt the old man's claim to bring him to that level in the next 1,000,000,000 years. The old man didn't bother with Huang Xiaolong's doubt as he chuckled in amusement. You're definitely doubting me, but I can ensure that you enter the grand perfection level in the God of Creation realm. Others might not be able to do so, but you definitely can. That is because your Huang Long bloodline is exceptionally strong. It's even better than Huang Sheng's bloodline. Huang Xiaolong stared at the old man and muttered softly, "Who are you?" "Blazing Dragon." The old man uttered 2 words, but they were enough. Blazing Dragon. The name was like a bomb that went off in Huang Xiaolong's head. He stared at the old man in shock. "Senior, is Senior the God of Creation? Lord Blazing Dragon?" Blazing Dragon. He was the oldest existence in the universe, and he was also the strongest existence for a long time. After the rise of Huang Sheng, Blazing Dragon was no longer the strongest cultivator around, and he dropped into the 2nd-ranked spot. Regardless, his ranking stood firmly at the top of the universe. It was enough to show how powerful the old dragon really was. That was the ranking in the universe, not the Blazing Dragon world. The more Huang Xiaolong thought about it, the more it made sense. The only person who could know so much about Huang Sheng would be his greatest enemy. That's right. I'm the God of Creation, Blazing Dragon. The old man laughed and stroked his beard. Our common enemy now is Huang Sheng, and if you take me as your master, I can allow you to become the son of creation of the Blazing Dragon world. You can control the origin of the Blazing Dragon world and receive its assistance when cultivating. It won't be long till you comprehend the 13th element to perfection level. In fact, you might even reach the grand perfection level. As for whether you will be able to enter the God of Creation realm in the next 100 million years, it will be up to your luck. The old dragon snickered in amusement all of a sudden. The Blazing Dragon world's origin is the oldest in the universe, and it contains a shocking amount of power. You will definitely be surprised if you use it to assist your cultivation. As such, taking me in as your master will only benefit you. Moreover, Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao will give up their idea on killing you the moment I make the announcement. Huang Xiaolong chuckled a little when he heard the old dragon's praise of the Blazing Dragon world. However, his expression sank when he heard their names. Killing intent rose in his heart when he pictured their faces in his mind. Senior Blazing Dragon, what happened to my subordinates after you saved me? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. Relax. Yuan Tianyi is fine. The old man laughed as he casually pointed towards the void. A figure fell from the skies and Yuan Tianyi appeared before him. Your Highness! Yuan Tianyi screamed in joy when he saw Huang Xiaolong. As for the other 2, you can just reform their bodies when you enter the God of Creation realm. The old man waved his arm and threw the Dao souls at Huang Xiaolong. Keep them well. Huang Xiaolong retrieved the Dao souls of Hezhen and Li Shua before thanking the old dragon. Many thanks to Senior Blazing Dragon. Since you've recovered, let's leave this place. As soon as he spoke, he brought Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi out of the weird place they were in. In the blink of an eye, they traveled an ungodly distance. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong asked the old dragon about lots of things. The old man answered every question happily. It was only then when Huang Xiaolong learned that it had been 3,000 years since the battle. The treasury fell into the hands of Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao, and they only allowed Zhang Ying to search for treasures within. The other experts present were angry, but they couldn't do a thing to the 2 princes. Eventually, the bulk of the treasures landed on their hands. As for the Dao Emperor's sword, no one managed to locate it even after years of searching. Eventually, the 2 of them left and several experts who were unresigned stayed behind to continue looking for the sword. Why would the little brat make his sword so easy to locate? Ha ha ha. The old dragon chuckled happily. Huang Xiaolong's heart shook. From what the old man said, he seemed to have learned about the location of the sword. Does Senior Blazing Dragon know where to find the sword? Glancing at Huang Xiaolong from the corner of his eye, the old dragon's lips rose upwards slightly. Of course I do. Then, Huang Xiaolong felt his heart trembling. But I'm not telling you. The old dragon snorted. Huang Xiaolong felt beads of cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Relax. When you become my direct disciple, I'll tell you. Huang Xiaolong felt the world spinning around him. The old dragon before him looked and sounded like a prankster. In the past, Huang Xiaolong imagined the once strongest expert in the universe to be extremely strict and fierce. There was no way someone ranked on top of the universe would laugh and joke around. However, he realized that the old dragon was like a mischievous little kid. Several days later, the old dragon brought Huang Xiaolong back to the Blazing Dragon world and into the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. They quickly entered the place where the old dragon cultivated. The space where he trained was a special region in the Celestial Empire, and according to the old dragon, that was the closest place to the Blazing Dragon world's origin. The weird thing was that the space wasn't in the Blazing Dragon sacred land. Get used to life here. A few years later, I'll formally accept you as my disciple and hand over my Blazing Dragon grand art to you. You will be able to leech on the world's origin then. The old dragon chuckled. During their journey, Huang Xiaolong did some calculations and he decided to formally accept the old man as his master. Like what the old dragon said, he had nothing to lose and everything to gain. With the help of an expert at the level of the Blazing Dragon, Huang Xiaolong might really be able to enter the grand perfection level in the God of Creation realm. If he relied on himself, things might get ugly. After the old man spoke, he didn't bother waiting for Huang Xiaolong's reply as he disappeared instantly. Laughing helplessly, Huang Xiaolong spoke to Yuan Tianyi. Let's go. We'll take a look around and get to know this place better. The space they were in seemed pretty large, and Huang Xiaolong started to stroll about aimlessly. He discovered that the space was larger than he thought, and they only managed to make a round after a year of flying. The entire space was filled with lush greenery and divine beasts. It was extremely pretty, but every creature was no ordinary one. They were all obtained from the old dragon's travels, and most of them were creatures or treasures at the creation level. The spiritual energy in the space was too dense to describe, and it was a true cultivation haven. As Huang Xiaolong was messing about in the space, the Blazing Dragon world erupted into chaos over a piece of news. What? Lord Creation is planning to hold an appointment ceremony in 5 years to announce his new disciple. In the Purple Lightning Manor where Huang Xiaolong once lived, Di Xiaolong screamed in shock. What? How? This? Are you sure you heard right? He asked the expert standing beside him and caretaker Pang. 3,000 years ago, Huang Xiaolong was surrounded by Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao. However, he disappeared before they could kill him once and for all. After that happened, Di Xiaolong casually brought everything he had to the Purple Lightning Manor and took ownership of the place. Naturally, everything there turned into his possessions. Since Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao passed down the order to hunt and kill Huang Xiaolong, he felt that there was no way for the man to reappear in the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. Of course, that was assuming Huang Xiaolong was afraid of them. Yes, Your Highness. The news is definitely true. Elder Fong nodded his head. His Majesty assembled all of us to tell us the news. A dispirited expression formed on Di Xiaolong's face as he returned to the throne in the main hall. In the past, there had been rumors of their old ancestor looking for the successor to be the son of creation of the Blazing Dragon world. However, he was still holding on to a trace of hope that it was a rumor. If the old ancestor chose a successor between one of them princes, he would definitely be one of the princes with the highest chance of getting chosen. Now, why? Di Xiaolong roared in anger. Why would the old ancestor choose someone else to receive his inheritance? Everyone knew that the individual who received the Blazing Dragon's inheritance would turn into the son of creation of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. In the future, he would be the one and only pillar to prop up the entire Celestial Empire. Elder Fong frowned when he heard Di Xiaolong's displeasure about the old ancestor. Your Highness, you need to know that Lord Creation definitely has the best interest of the Celestial Empire in mind. His thinking is not something we can try to understand. With his heart shivering in fear, Di Xiaolong realized what he just said. He quickly regained his calm as he looked at Elder Fong. Regardless, a trace of anger remained in his heart when he realized that someone else outside the royal family would be in control of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. Do you know who the old ancestor chose? Di Xiaolong muttered softly. Elder Fong shook his head slowly. Not at the moment. Even His Majesty doesn't know the identity of the old ancestor's disciple. According to His Majesty, he tried to ask, but the old ancestor said that we will learn of his identity at the appointment ceremony. Di Xiaolong stared into the void with a blank gaze. In the extreme heaven celestial empire, Zhang Ying's palace, Lord Creation, the blazing dragon, is about to take in his disciple. Zhang Ying was shocked when she received the news. Of course, everyone who received the news would react the same way. Regardless of which god of creation it was, the news of them taking in a disciple would shake the entire universe. It was even more so when the blazing dragon was the second strongest existence in the universe. Ordinarily, a god of creation would only accept a single disciple. That was because one was enough to inherit everything he had to take care of the world they created. I wonder who he is? Zhang Ying asked the subordinate who brought her the news. That was the question everyone wanted an answer to, but it was too bad the old dragon wasn't planning on telling them. We have no idea. Even the celestial emperor of the blazing dragon celestial empire has no idea. Someone replied. When the blazing dragon world trembled at the news, any faction of notable power started to make their way towards the celestial capital of the blazing dragon world. Since there were only 5 years to the appointment ceremony, no one could sit still as they swarmed towards the blazing dragon's sacred land. It didn't take too long for the news of the departure of the extreme heaven old ancestor to send another wave through the blazing dragon world. I've heard that Princess Zhang Ying will also be coming along. She's not the only one. All the princes and princesses of the extreme heaven celestial empire will be present. It didn't take long before the true dragon celestial empire to announce the departure of all their princes and princesses. The old ancestor of the true dragon celestial empire, Huang Shang, doesn't plan on making his way over. I've heard that Lord Creation, Huang Shang, has been in seclusion for an endless amount of time. It's no wonder he isn't planning to come. Shouldn't he have reached the grand perfection level in the God of Creation realm? Why is he still cultivating? Lord Creation is definitely trying to break through to a whole new level. When that happens, the entire universe will fall under his control. Discussions flew about, and the rumors became even more exaggerated. The universe was large and a God of Creation was strong, but they would be dreaming if any God of Creation realm expert wanted to control the entire universe. However, if one could surpass the God of Creation realm, things might be different. Huang Xiaolong had no idea what went on in the outside world as he cultivated peacefully in the space the old dragon left him in. He devoured the energy contained within as he tried to comprehend the power of time to the next level. After saving him 3,000 years ago, the old dragon used his grand cosmos energy to temper Huang Xiaolong's Dao souls, Dao physique, and 3 small worlds. That was also why Huang Xiaolong passed out from the pain in his dream. Whatever the case, he could be said to have experienced a transformation from his old self. The current Huang Xiaolong could be said to be on a whole new level compared to the Huang Xiaolong who fought Huang Shengdao and Fu Luosin. After all, the assistance of the second strongest existence in the universe was no joke. Huang Xiaolong also realized that after receiving the old dragon's help, he was able to feel the energy coming from the origin of the blazing dragon world more clearly. Comprehending the elements became much easier compared to before. Understanding the power of time was even faster now, compared to the time when he devoured the flowers of time in the past. If he was able to devour a flower of time at that very instant, the effects would be shocking. As for Yuan Tianyi, he didn't receive the old dragon's help after he was saved. However, the old dragon gave him several previous fruits at the creation level and his bloodline and Dao soul received a ton of benefits. His ability to cultivate was also boosted several times. In the blink of an eye, 4 years passed. When Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi were cultivating in the weird space, the old dragon appeared before them. Looking at Huang Xiaolong, who had his eyes closed in deep cultivation, the old dragon nodded in satisfaction. After the little brat received his help, his cultivation speed far exceeded the old man's expectations. A smile formed on his face as he realized that his efforts had paid off. After all, helping to refine someone else's body, soul, and worlds required a lot of effort. Senior Blazing Dragon. Huang Xiaolong got to his feet when he realized that the old dragon had arrived. Not bad. You're pretty good. No one knew if he was praising Huang Xiaolong's talent or his gains in the past 4 years. In a few days, you won't be able to address me like before. I'm going to be your master. Hee hee. The old dragon chuckled in amusement. Let's go. We'll head out now. The appointment ceremony will take place in several days, and you shall go meet the little brats of the Celestial Empire right now. Following behind the old dragon, Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi emerged from the space and headed straight for the Blazing Dragon's sacred land. It didn't take long for them to arrive. In the past, Huang Xiaolong would be barred from entering the Blazing Dragon's sacred land, but there was no way for any formation to stop him now. After all, the person who laid down the strongest formations around the sacred land was personally leading them in. 5 men stood at attention in the main palace of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Palace, and that included the current Celestial Emperor. There was also Du who was present during the auction previously. Naturally, all 5 of them were summoned by the old dragon himself. The 5 of them didn't dare to move a muscle as they stood there. They were guessing the identity of the old ancestor's disciple silently, and before they knew it, a ray of light flashed before them and 3 figures appeared. Du and the others got to their knees respectfully. We greet the old ancestor. Nodding slowly, the old dragon chuckled. All right, you can dispense with the formalities now. Getting to their feet, the 5 of them looked at the old dragon. All right, this brat here is going to be my disciple in the future. He will also be the son of creation of the Blazing Dragon world. He pointed at Huang Xiaolong who was standing behind him. Du and the others acknowledged respectfully before turning to stare at Huang Xiaolong. When Du saw his appearance, he nearly jumped in fright. It's you. Even though the auction happened several 100,000 years ago, he was naturally able to recognize the purple lightning young master. He didn't expect the old ancestor to really accept the kid as his disciple. Also, there were many things that happened several thousand years ago that confirmed the purple lightning young master's identity. When Celestial Emperor Di Zongtian noticed Du's reaction, he quickly asked, Second brother, this? He's the purple lightning young master we were talking about. Du gasped in shock. What? It's actually him. The other 4 felt their heads spinning. As the upper echelon of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, they knew everything that transpired. When Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao announced the bounty on Huang Xiaolong 3,000 years ago in the Dao Emperor world, Huang Xiaolong's fame had already shocked the universe. It was no wonder the 4 of them learned about him. Di Zongtian looked at the old dragon and stuttered, Old ancestor, this, he. All right, come here and greet Xiaolong. The old dragon raised his hand to stop any questions. It was clear he didn't plan on explaining himself to them. The 5 of them felt their hearts trembling in shock as they quickly cupped their fists towards Huang Xiaolong. We greet your highness, Huang Xiaolong. When Huang Xiaolong received the Blazing Dragon inheritance in the future, he would not only become the son of creation of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. He would control the entire Blazing Dragon world. As such, even Di Zongtian had to address Huang Xiaolong appropriately. Huang Xiaolong nodded and chatted with them for a bit. Soon, the old dragon made his youngest son, Du Bai, arrange a suitable residence for Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi. After the 3 of them left the hall, Di Zongtian turned to the old dragon and asked, Old ancestor, Huang Xiaolong is the son of creation of the Huanglong world, and he's Huanglong's son. Accepting him as your disciple might not be the right thing to do. The old dragon looked the others in the eye and asked, Do all of you think the same way? Looking at each other, they eventually nodded in agreement. Why don't you guys tell me where's the problem with my arrangement? The 4 of them stared at each other in shock. They could hear the slight irritation in the old dragon's voice when he addressed them, but Di Zongtian had to continue. He's already the son of creation of another world. Moreover, he's someone on the true Dragon Celestial Empire's to kill list. If old ancestor takes him in as a disciple, wouldn't Huang Shang? The old dragon snorted in irritation. The hall turned silent in an instant as the four of them got to their knees. "You're all too short-sighted," the old dragon lectured them. "Who says that he can only be the son of creation of a single world? Moreover, he doesn't know how to control the origin of the Huanglong world. He can't be considered the son of creation if that's the case. All of you are worried Huangshang would cause trouble for the Celestial Empire after I take him in as my disciple, right?" The old dragon sneered. "Are you really afraid of offending the true dragon Celestial Empire? Are you afraid Huangshang would personally appear to destroy us? Do you really think that he won't make a move after he devours Huanglong's bloodline and origin energy? Or do you think that I will have to care about what Huangshang thinks before I make a decision?" Di Tsongtian and the others felt cold sweat dripping down their foreheads when faced with the old ancestor's anger. "Do you really think that I have no idea what all of you are planning?" The old dragon harumphed. "You're uncomfortable because I chose someone outside the royal family to be the son of creation. All of you think that I should choose one of your descendants to inherit my mantle. Is that it?" The old dragon's questioning caused all of them to tremble in their shoes. None of them dared to raise their heads in response. "Old ancestor, we were wrong." Di Tsongtian was the first to respond. The old dragon's face was cold as he snorted in anger. "All of you are disappointments. After Huangshang devours Huanglong, he will definitely turn against the entire universe. When that happens, our blazing dragon Celestial Empire will be the first on his list. Huang Xiaolong is our only hope." The old dragon left the hall as soon as he spoke, and no one dared to raise their heads for a long time. Di Tsongtian and the other three thought about it for a long time before getting to their feet. "The old ancestor is right. We were too short-sighted." Di Tsongtian sighed. In the 2 days that followed, Huang Xiaolong remained in the palace of the blazing dragon Celestial Empire and continued to cultivate peacefully with Yuan Tianyi. On the second day, Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but think about the manor he bought in the past. "Let's go take a look at the Purple Lightning Manor." When they decorated the Purple Lightning Manor in the past, they used a ton of precious treasures. Compared to the Imperial Palace, the Purple Lightning Manor was Huang Xiaolong's true home. As such, the two of them traveled back to the Purple Lightning Manor in the Hidden Dragon Sacred Land, and it only took an hour for them to arrive. In the manor, Di Xiaolong wore a long face as he thought about the appointment ceremony that was about to take place the next day. When he thought about how he had to accept someone else as the son of creation, he couldn't help but feel a sense of hatred in his heart. "Your Highness, I received news that the person chosen by the old ancestor is currently living in the Imperial Palace," Caretaker Pang reported. Di Xiaolong nodded slowly. "He might be there, but none of us are allowed to take a step into the Imperial Palace in the first place. I've tried asking Second Uncle, but he refused to say a word." Other than Di Tsongtian and the other four who had seen Huang Xiaolong for the first time, no one knew that he was the chosen one. Just as Di Xiaolong was racking his brains to think of someone, one of his subordinates rushed into the hall hastily and yelled, "Your Highness, the Purple Lightning Young Master, Huang Xiaolong." Huang Xiaolong appeared. Staring at his subordinate for a solid second, Di Xiaolong wouldn't believe his ears. He jumped in joy the next second and yelled, "Where is he?" One had to know that Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao placed a bounty of 100 trillion Dao coins on Huang Xiaolong's head. He's in the capital right now. Moreover, he's heading straight for the Hidden Dragon's Sacred Land. When Di Xiaolong heard that Huang Xiaolong was heading straight for them, he jumped in joy. "Are you for real?" "Yes, Your Highness." The subordinate was extremely happy too. It seems like he plans on coming back to the Purple Lightning Manor. The joy in Di Xiaolong's heart multiplied once again. "Nice! Then we shall lay down countless formations here to trap him in the Purple Lightning Manor. We cannot allow him to escape." With a single order, everyone got to work. Caretaker Pang chuckled happily. "Seems like the Purple Lightning Manor is quite important to that guy. He's crazy enough to return to the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire despite the bounty on his head. And it seems like there should be something important to him here." Di Xiaolong nodded happily. "However, Huang Xiaolong's strength isn't something we can look down on. Capturing him won't be easy. A frown formed on Di Xiaolong's face. That was also the part he was the most afraid of. In the Dao Emperor world, Huang Xiaolong took Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao on alone. His strength was something Di Xiaolong would never forget. Contact Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao, Di Xiaolong growled. We'll lay down a super formation to trap Huang Xiaolong. Once the two of them arrive, they will take him down. After all, they only mentioned that we need to provide Huang Xiaolong's location to obtain the reward. There's no need for us to lift a finger. Di Xiaolong might admit that Huang Xiaolong was strong, but he was confident that they could trap him for a little while. Your Highness, we received a piece of news from Di Xiaolong of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. An expert from the True Dragon Celestial Empire reported to Huang Shengdao. As soon as he opened the report, a look of joy flashed through Huang Shengdao's face. Your Highness, this... The expert couldn't help but ask when he saw the happiness on Huang Shengdao's face. It's Huang Xiaolong. They received news on Huang Xiaolong. He's in the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire right now. Soon after, the entire group led by Huang Shengdao charged towards the hidden dragon sacred land. When Huang Shengdao made his way over, Fu Luosen did the same. In the past 100 years, Fu Luosen had always been roaming about the blazing dragon world. As soon as he heard about the old dragon's appointment ceremony, he made his way over to the celestial capital. As such, the two of them were able to rush over the moment they received the report. Of course, Zhang Ying also managed to obtain the report on Huang Xiaolong's appearance. She gasped in shock at the news. She didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would be crazy enough to return. He's really insane. When he escaped death in the Dao Emperor world, everyone thought that he would go into hiding. Who would have thought that he would return? Zhang Ying frowned. Doesn't he know that Fu Luosen and Huang Shengtian are currently in the Blazing Dragon world? According to her, Huang Xiaolong was asking for death by appearing in the Blazing Dragon world. I've heard that the two of them have already left for the hidden dragon sacred land. One of the silver-haired old men spoke. Moreover, they got people to seal off the entire region in case Huang Xiaolong tries to escape again. Your Highness, do we try to save Huang Xiaolong? Someone suggested. However, he was shot down instantly by someone else. Save him? How are you planning to do so? Is there anyone here who can save Huang Xiaolong from the two of them? Do you wish to offend Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao by doing so? Turning to Zhang Ying, he continued, Sixth Princess, you might be siding with Huang Xiaolong because of your friendship, but you will most definitely offend the two most powerful sons of heaven in the universe if you do so. Please reconsider. Zhang Ying chose to remain silent. It wasn't really worth it to offend them because of Huang Xiaolong. Not to mention the fact that she did not possess enough power to save him in the first place. Either Fu Luosen of Huang Xingdao was enough to crush them all. In the hidden dragon sacred land, within the purple lightning manor, Huang Xiaolong looked at the experts led by Di Xiaolong with a cold gaze. Since when did my manor become yours, Di Xiaolong? Huang Xiaolong muttered. Huang Xiaolong, who do you think you are? How dare you call His Highness by name? One of the experts behind Di Xiaolong screamed. The expert was one of the marshals of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, and he didn't seem weak. Are you talking to me? A sneer formed on Huang Xiaolong's lips. Raising his hand slightly, Di Xiaolong stopped his subordinates from going any further. He smiled at Huang Xiaolong before speaking. Huang Xiaolong, you should know that you won't be able to escape with your life intact this time. Why are you so concerned for your manor? What's the use of owning the manor if you're dead? Huang Xiaolong chuckled in response. Thanks for the concern, but I've always been hard to kill. I wonder if you should be more concerned for your life right now. Di Xiaolong was stunned for a second, but he roared with laughter the next moment. What? Are you planning on killing me? Huang Xiaolong, this is the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. If you dare to touch a single hair on my head, your death will be 1,000 times worse. You definitely notified Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao about my whereabouts. Since I won't be able to escape anyway, I'll just bring you along with me. A trace of panic flashed through Di Xiaolong's eyes, but he quickly covered it up. Ha ha ha! Huang Xiaolong, you're not capable of killing me. Waving his hand, several rays of light emerged from the manor and enveloped Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi. The space around them was frozen solid, and they were trapped. Huang Xiaolong, I've long since refined all the restrictions around your manor. I've even strengthened the formations by hiring some experts. Di Xiaolong roared. Right now, the formation is countless times stronger than the ones you laid down. Ha ha ha. I bet you didn't expect that you would be trapped by the formation around your own manor. Moreover, Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao will arrive in 10 minutes. Looking at the formation around him and Di Xiaolong, who was laughing his head off, Huang Xiaolong transformed into a giant golden dragon. With a single claw, he tore the formation into pieces. What? Di Xiaolong stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. He was shocked, and so were his subordinates. You? How can you? Di Xiaolong couldn't believe that Huang Xiaolong could tear through the formations he painstakingly laid down. You won't have to worry about that. I'll lay down new formations around my manor. Huang Xiaolong sneered. So what if Di Xiaolong refined the formations around his manor? Strength ruled supreme. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong's strength wasn't something they could map to the Huang Xiaolong of 3,000 years ago. After the old dragon's assistance, Huang Xiaolong's strength reached a whole new level. How could Di Xiaolong begin to imagine the power he could wield? With a sweep of his giant tail, a horrifying amount of energy shot towards Di Xiaolong. Di Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless when facing an expert such as Huang Xiaolong. He used everything he had, and he summoned a creation artifact-level armor to protect himself. Save His Highness! Kill the purple lightning young master! The experts who stood around Di Xiaolong screamed as they made their moves hastily. In an instant, a multitude of lights covered the entire city. The experts around Di Xiaolong were experts chosen by himself personally. They were also the strongest of his subordinates, and the weakest person present had comprehended 5 elements to the grand completion stage. There were even some who had 10 elements at the grand completion stage. All of them charged towards Huang Xiaolong in a desperate attempt to save Di Xiaolong. Rushing beneath Huang Xiaolong's belly, they knew that it was the weakness of the dragon race. However, one had to be strong enough if they wanted to exploit a weakness. All of them were too weak, and by the time Huang Xiaolong's tail swept over, they were sent flying away from the energy waves created. Even Di Xiaolong's desperate attempt to protect himself failed to slow Huang Xiaolong's tail down the slightest bit. When it struck, the armor on Di Xiaolong's body shattered and he shot out like a shooting star. He smashed through countless structures before arriving at the edge of the hidden dragon sacred land. When he landed, the entire sacred land trembled. What? Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao gasped in shock when they saw what happened from a distance away. The two of them could naturally see that Huang Xiaolong was much stronger than he was during their battle 3,000 years ago. They couldn't understand how Huang Xiaolong improved so much in such a short amount of time. In the Tao Emperor world, they obtained a ton of resources in the mysterious magician's treasury. Even though they managed to improve a little, it was nothing compared to Huang Xiaolong's rate of improvement. Their expressions sank as killing intent built up in their hearts. Huang Xiaolong was too damn terrifying, and their desire to kill him grew ever so strong. After sending Di Xiaolong's group flying, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother chasing them. Instead, he turned to look at Huang Shengdao and Fu Luosen coldly. He was extremely satisfied with the power he could wield. Very quickly, the two of them arrived. Huang Xiaolong, I have to say, I'm extremely impressed by your guts. Who would have thought that you would appear in the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire after the battle 3,000 years ago? Ha ha ha! You even dared to move against Di Xiaolong in his Celestial Empire. Fu Luosen sneered. Even if the two of us allow you to live, the experts of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire will hunt you down. You're definitely going to die today. Let's see who manages to save you this time. Fu Luosen roared in rage. Even though Huang Shengdao didn't say a word, he was planning to work with Fu Luosen like before. The two of them would attack Huang Xiaolong from both the front and the back. A chuckle left Huang Xiaolong's lips, and he disappeared from where he stood. Appearing before one of the experts working under Fu Luosen, Huang Xiaolong's claw swiped across the air, turning countless experts around the man into meat paste. Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao were shocked by his sudden movement. No one expected him to move against the other party's subordinates. When the two of them were shocked, Huang Xiaolong's tail swept through the ranks of the excessive darkness Celestial Empire, killing even more people. All of them were Fu Luosen's trusted subordinates, and everyone that died caused his heart to ache a little. Huang Xiaolong, you shameless bastard! Stop right there! Fu Luosen screamed with rage. Shameless? Me? Huang Xiaolong sneered. When you killed my subordinates, did you think of yourself as a glorious bastard? The two of you worked together to fight me, and that's really honorable of you guys. The two of them stared at each other in stunned silence. With his figure flashing once again, even more people died. Fu Luosen could no longer contain his rage as he transformed before charging at Huang Xiaolong. Huang Shengdao didn't hold back as he transformed into a golden dragon and lunged at Huang Xiaolong. Instead of returning their attacks, he continued to kill the subordinates working for the two of them. In the past, Fu Luosen killed Li Shuo and He Jin. Now, he would kill 2,000 of them in return. After receiving the old dragon's grand cosmos energy, Huang Xiaolong's speed far surpassed the old him. He was even faster than the two of them, and no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch Huang Xiaolong. When they saw their subordinates dying one by one, anger rose in their hearts. As the battle raged on, Celestial Emperor Di Zongtian received the news. Jumping out of his throne in fright, he brought the other four with him as they charged towards the hidden dragon's sacred land. They weren't the only ones. Even the Celestial Emperor of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, Huang Dinghai, rushed over. As for Zheng Lu, the Celestial Emperor of the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire, he stood by the side ready to watch the show play out. This time, we have to kill Huang Xiaolong. Huang Dinghai roared at the experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire. I've heard that he seriously injured Di Xiaolong just now. One of the marshals of the True Dragon Celestial Empire mocked. Seems like we won't have to make our move. Di Zongtian will definitely use everything in his disposal to kill Huang Xiaolong. Everyone knows Di Zongtian loves Di Xiaolong the most out of all his sons. Huang Dinghai nodded and chuckled. Who would have thought that Huang Xiaolong was stupid enough to do that? He dug his own grave. Whatever the case, let's play it by ear. It would be for the best if we kill Huang Xiaolong ourselves. The members of the True Dragon Celestial Empire nodded in acknowledgement. When the experts of the various factions were rushing over, the battle raged on. With their combined might, the entire region shook. Countless experts watched the battle using various tools, and they had nothing but praises for the three of them. Huang Xiaolong is much stronger than he was in the Tao Emperor world. How in the world did he improve so quickly in 3,000 years? Wasn't he seriously injured in the past? He should take several dozen years to recover, no? Someone who watched the battle in the past gasped in shock. I've heard that he has 3 different types of cosmos energy. I doubted the claim, but it seems like he is really someone special. He should be the first person in the history of the universe to possess 3 small worlds. So what? He's still going to die. If I'm Huang Xiaolong, I would have hidden myself in some nameless sacred land and cultivated in seclusion for countless years before emerging. Now he won't be able to escape. Discussions flew about, and there were many who were gloating in his misfortune. By the time the battle reached the climax, Di Zongtian and the others arrived. When Di Zongtian saw Di Xiaolong, who was beaten half to death by Huang Xiaolong, rage rose in his heart. However, a feeling of helplessness soon followed. As soon as Di Xiaolong witnessed the arrival of Di Zongtian and the others, he jumped to his feet and cried in anger, "Father, that dog bastard beat me up. You have to take revenge for me." When Di Xiaolong thought that Di Zongtian would immediately leap into battle to help Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao, a slap made his vision go black. Of course, the slap landed heavily on Di Xiaolong's face, and he felt the world spinning around him. Grabbing his face in pain, he stared at his father in disbelief. The experts of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire felt their jaws dropping in shock when they witnessed the scene before them. Celestial Emperor Di Tsongtian actually slapped his favorite son, Di Xiaolong. There were even some who felt that Di Tsongtian was placed under an illusion. Did he mistake Huang Xiaolong as his son? Father, you... Di Xiaolong stammered. Like everyone else, he had no idea what just happened. A cold snort left Di Tsongtian's lips. You'll be punished accordingly when we get back. After he spoke, he turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. Punished? Di Xiaolong was stunned. He didn't understand what his father meant. However, from the looks of things, his father didn't seem to be hallucinating. He wasn't the only one who had no idea what was going on. The other experts standing around were equally as clueless. Big brother, do we make our move now? Diyu asked. He was asking if they should make their move to save Huang Xiaolong. After all, he was the son of creation of the Blazing Dragon world. Regardless of what he did, they couldn't allow anyone to kill him. However, Di Xiaolong thought that his father and his uncles were planning on killing Huang Xiaolong. Turning to look at them, a trace of anticipation could be seen in Di Xiaolong's eyes. After thinking about it for a second, Di Tsongtian shook his head. There is no need. He could see that Huang Xiaolong wasn't even on the losing end of the battle. A trace of shock flashed through his heart when he realized that Huang Xiaolong was evenly matched against the two of them. Di Tsongtian was extremely clear on how strong they were, but his eyes narrowed all of a sudden as he turned to look at the void before them. It was precisely where Huang Dinghai and the members of the True Dragon Celestial Empire was coming from. When Huang Dinghai saw the battle from afar, he was as shocked as Di Tsongtian. However, a snort formed on his lips as he waved his hand through the void. A terrifying amount of power shot towards Huang Xiaolong. As Huang Dinghai made his move in secret, not too many people managed to catch it. As the Celestial Emperor of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, Huang Dinghai's strength wasn't something Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao could compare to. If his strike landed on Huang Xiaolong would lose a layer of skin even if he didn't die. Seeing as the palm strike was about to hit, another terrifying blast appeared from nowhere and stopped it. A massive blast rocked the entire region, and everyone stared at the space before them in stunned silence. Huang Dinghai was shocked. He didn't expect anyone to stop him. Turning around, question marks formed in his mind when he realized that it was Di Tsongtian. Brother Di, this... Huang Dinghai couldn't help but ask. Huang Xiaolong seriously injured his son, and Di Tsongtian should be more than happy to watch Huang Xiaolong die. However, he did the exact opposite and saved the kid. Could he be planning to kill Huang Xiaolong himself? When Huang Dinghai was making wild guesses in his mind, Di Tsongtian sneered. What an amazing celestial emperor you are. You even dared to make a sneak attack on someone of the younger generation. Don't you think you're humiliating yourself and the name of the Blazing Dragon world? Huang Dinghai and the others stared at him in shock. A trace of anger formed in Huang Dinghai's heart after the lecture by Di Tsongtian. Was the other party actually scolding him, the Celestial Emperor of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, in front of so many people? Frost flashed in his eyes and he glared at Di Tsongtian. Di Tsongtian, are you sure you're clear-headed right now? Ignoring the ugly look on Huang Dinghai's face, Di Tsongtian snorted. Huang Dinghai, we have to do things openly. Everyone saw the despicable move you committed. Are you planning on denying your actions? The experts who were standing about stared at him in shock. Even Di Xiaolong couldn't believe what his father just said. Princess, do you think Celestial Emperor Di is making sense right now? One of the attendants behind Zhang Ying scratched her head in confusion. Shaking her head, Zhang Ying had no idea what was going on either. She wasn't the only one. Even the patriarchs of the various ancient races and super experts present had no idea what Di Tsongtian was thinking. They didn't understand why Di Tsongtian was hell-bent on going against Huang Dinghai. Even Zheng Lu, the Celestial Emperor of the Excessive Heaven Celestial Empire, frowned. Things were getting too weird. Could Di Tsongtian be thinking of saving Huang Xiaolong? Was he planning on pulling Huang Xiaolong over to his camp? Could that be the reason behind his actions? Huang Dinghai felt a trace of irritation rising in his heart when he heard Di Tsongtian bringing up the matter over and over. However, a massive explosion brought all of them back to reality. In the space above, Fu Luosen and Huang Xingdao were sent flying backwards by Huang Xiaolong's claw strike. At that instant, Huang Xiaolong's back was exposed to Huang Dinghai, and the man decided to make another move. Right before his strike could land, Di Tsongtian stopped it. Glaring at Di Tsongtian, Huang Dinghai would have killed him if he had the ability to. Ignoring Huang Dinghai once again, Di Tsongtian and the other 4 experts of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire flow towards Huang Xiaolong. When everyone was curious as to what they planned to do, the 5 of them cupped their fists in greeting. "We greet your highness." Di Xiaolong felt his brain going blank. Huang Dinghai saw the world spinning before him. As for Fu Luosen, Huang Xingdao, Zheng Ying, and the others, their jaws dropped in fright. Your highness!" Di Xiaolong screamed in fright. What the hell did he just hear? His father was addressing Huang Xiaolong as his highness. Why would he be so respectful? Huang Xiaolong turned to the 5 of them and nodded. "You're here." "What the F?" Di Tsongtian looked at Di Xiaolong, whose mouth couldn't close, and he snorted. "Why aren't you kneeling in his highness' presence? Kneel and apologize." "Me?" Di Xiaolong gasped in shock. Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through the minds of everyone present. In the future, His Highness, Huang Xiaolong, will be the son of creation of our blazing dragon world, Di Tsongtian announced. Di Xiaolong, Zhang Ying, Fu Luosen, Huang Xingdao, and everyone of status felt a bomb going off in their minds. The son of creation of the blazing dragon world. Celestial Emperor Zhang Lu, Celestial Emperor Huang Dinghai, and the various world leaders standing around were shocked. All this time, they used everything they could to discover the identity of the son of creation chosen by the old ancestor. Now, Di Tsongtian revealed the identity of Huang Xiaolong to everyone present. "It's him. How can it be? There's no way." Many experts didn't want to believe what they were hearing. "Why are all of you standing there? Greet His Highness right now." Di Tsongtian roared when he saw the experts of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire standing there like wooden dolls. His yell rocked the entire region, and Di Xiaolong and the others hastily rushed over. The appointment ceremony was set for the next day, and the experts who should be present should have already arrived. In fact, even the world leaders from other celestial empires had come. The Blazing Dragon wasn't just the old ancestor of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire. He was also the god of creation of the Blazing Dragon world. As such, the holy worlds contained in the Blazing Dragon world sent their world leaders over to witness the ceremony. Staring at each other, the patriarchs of the various factions started to hesitate. Even Di Xiaolong paused for a second. Just a second ago, he wanted nothing more than to kill Huang Xiaolong. Now, his father was making him kneel before the man. Humph! A snort left Di Tsongtian's lips, and Di Xiaolong felt as though a sledgehammer was slammed straight into his chest. He vomited a mouthful of golden blood, and he yelled in pain. "Father! Kneel!" A frosty light flashed through Di Tsongtian's eyes. Huang Xiaolong remained silent as he watched the scene play out before him. Di Xiaolong's expression was ugly to the extreme as he kneeled before Huang Xiaolong. "I greet your highness, the son of creation." Endless rage filled his heart. Di Tsongtian, Diyu, and the others stared at the various world leaders standing around. No longer able to drag things out, the various world leaders got to their knees. Their greeting caused the space around them to shake, and even the experts from the extreme Heaven Celestial Empire didn't know what to do. Since Huang Xiaolong is appointed as the son of creation of the Blazing Dragon world, everyone shall pay their respects. A formless voice rang through the skies. Staring at the void in shock, someone exclaimed in terror, "It's the god of creation, Lord Zhengling." Another wave shook the crowd when the arrival of Zhengling was announced. The experts of the extreme Heaven Celestial Empire who were hesitating just a moment ago got to their knees instantly. "We greet your highness." Even old freaks who had been in hiding for a long time got to their knees. Eventually, only the members of the True Dragon Celestial Empire were left standing. Di Songtian looked towards them and he snorted, Huang Dinghai, why aren't you and the members of your celestial empire on your knees? His voice traveled through the blazing dragon world. In an instant, all eyes turned to Huang Dinghai. Roaring with laughter all of a sudden, Huang Dinghai looked at Huang Xiaolong. Son of creation of the blazing dragon world? What a joke! Di Songtian, do you really think he's the son of creation because you said so? Huang Xiaolong isn't even from your blazing dragon world. He's not qualified to be the son of creation. Everyone stared at him in shock. That's right. Huang Xiaolong isn't someone from your blazing dragon world. He's not qualified to be our son of creation. Another voice traveled through the void. When Di Songtian realized that he had no idea who just spoke, his expression sank. That's right. Only someone from our world has the ability to be the son of creation. Someone else yelled. Huang Xiaolong is already the son of creation of the Huanglong world. What rights does he have to be the son of creation of our blazing dragon world? Get lost. The voices rocked through the air and Di Songtian failed to lock on to the speaker. Huang Xingdao finally spoke up all of a sudden. Huang Xiaolong, did you hear that? You're not a person from our blazing dragon world. Do you really think you're the son of creation just because Di Songtian and the others say you are? Don't forget, there's 3 celestial empires in the blazing dragon world. If you wish to become the son of creation of the blazing dragon world, all of us will have to agree. Huang Xingdao snorted. Even though Fu Luosen didn't say a word, everyone could see that he was gloating happily at the side. Do you think our old ancestor need to go through you to determine the son of creation of the blazing dragon world? Huang Dinghai spoke up all of a sudden. The son of creation of the blazing dragon world will decide the future of our world. It concerns all 3 celestial empires, and all of us will have to come to a consensus. In fact, that was the reason the True Dragon Celestial Empire sent their men over. The blazing dragon world was created by me, and I'm more than capable of making the decision on my own. Who the fuck do you think you are? A voice descended from the heavens. All of a sudden it brought about a crushing pressure. The voice sounded through the various worlds, and even the territory of the other celestial empires failed to block out the sound wave. It was especially so for the True Dragon Celestial Empire. Its Lord Creation, the God of Creation, Blazing Dragon, ancient experts exclaimed in shock. Lord Blazing Dragon. The entire Blazing Dragon world broke out into cheers when they heard his voice. Old Ancestor. The experts of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire felt tears streaming down their faces. Even though Huang Shang's strength had surpassed the Blazing Dragon, the old dragon was the true creator of the blazing dragon world. There was no way Huang Shang could overtake the old dragon's position in the blazing dragon world. Even Princess Zhang Ying was moved by the presence of the old dragon. The old dragon was the person most people in the blazing dragon world looked up to, and Zhang Ying was no exception. Huang Dinghai swallowed a mouthful of saliva in shock when he heard the old dragon's voice. He was strong, but he was smart enough to know that he couldn't stand up to the old dragon. 2 miserable shrieks rang out in the void as 2 figures fell to the ground. Yin Yang Buddha, silver-headed ghost. Many experts yelled in fright when they saw the 2 figures. They were monsters whose fame rocked the blazing dragon world, and they were even more famous than Yu Ming of the Nether Spirit Palace. It was evident that they were the ones challenging Huang Xiaolong's authority previously. Now that the old dragon was here, there was nowhere for them to hide. After they were beaten out of hiding by the old dragon, the 2 of them were terrified. Your Majesty, please save us. The 2 of them rushed over to the True Dragon Celestial Empire's side, and from what they thought, only Huang Dinghai would be able to save their lives after they angered the old dragon. Staring uneasily in the direction of the members of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, Huang Dinghai stuttered, Senior Blazing Dragon, they? Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure descended from the heavens and smashed the 2 of them into meat paste. The Yin Yang Buddha and the silver-headed ghost didn't even have time to scream before their bodies were destroyed. Huang Dinghai's eyebrows twitched in shock as he gulped in fear. Little Dinghai, what were you saying? The old dragon's voice emerged from somewhere in the blazing dragon celestial empire. Huang Dinghai's expression sank. The old dragon definitely did it on purpose. He clearly knew that the two of them were experts of the true dragon celestial empire, and he exterminated their souls before Huang Dinghai could plead for mercy. It was clear the old dragon was slapping them across the face. Little Dinghai, I heard everything you said just now. Are you implying that I have to obtain your permission before I can appoint the son of creation of my world? Everyone turned to look at Huang Dinghai. A smile crept up the faces of Di Xianxia and the other experts of the blazing dragon celestial empire. Stuttering in fear, Huang Dinghai explained, Junior didn't mean that. I only mentioned that all three celestial empires should come to an agreement. After all, this concerns our world. Do you think I'm old and senile? Huang Xingdao was about to speak, but Huang Dinghai stopped him in time. If they angered the old dragon, there was no way of knowing if he would exterminate them all with a single swipe. Huang Xingdao was strong, but he wasn't even as strong as Huang Dinghai. None of them there could stand up to the old dragon. Take better care of your members during my appointment ceremony tomorrow. Otherwise, you can't blame me for taking drastic action against your men. Killing intent overflowed when the old dragon gave his final warning. There was no mistaking it. If the members of the true dragon celestial empire, or anyone for that matter, dared to cause trouble, the old dragon would kill them without a second thought. Silence fell on the lands, and Huang Dinghai's expression was as bad as it could be. No one would think that the old dragon would threaten him in front of so many people. No matter what, he was the celestial emperor of the true dragon celestial empire. Eventually, the dust settled and Di Xianxia brought Huang Xiaolong back into the purple lightning manor. After strolling about for quite some time, Huang Xiaolong and Yuan Tianyi returned to the celestial palace. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had returned, everyone left. Huang Dinghai found no reason to remain as he left the area with the members of the true dragon celestial empire. When Huang Shengdao left, he invited Fu Luosen to his palace for a quick chat. After a short moment of hesitation, Fu Luosen agreed. Zhang Ying forced herself to look away, and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. Princess, who would have thought that the purple lightning young master is the son of creation of our blazing dragon world? One of the female attendants behind Zhang Ying sighed. She realized a pretty serious problem. If Huang Xiaolong was the son of creation of the blazing dragon world, wouldn't Zhang Ying be required to bow in his presence? Clearly, Zhang Ying thought of the same problem. Complicated lights flashed in her eyes. Huang Shengdao and Fu Luosan returned to Huang Shengdao's temporary manor, and Fu Luosan didn't plan on beating about the bush. Brother Shengdao, since Huang Xiaolong is now the son of creation of the blazing dragon world, he should be able to control the world origin. His cultivation speed would soar once again, and it will be too difficult for us if we wish to kill him. Huang Shengdao frowned. That was exactly what he was afraid of. However, everything was set in stone, and even with his strength, he wouldn't be able to do a thing about it. Seems like that old bastard was the one who saved Huang Xiaolong that year, Huang Shengdao growled. He's definitely behind Huang Xiaolong's sudden growth in the past 3,000 years. Fu Luosen snarled in jealousy. The little brat is too fucking lucky. If we fail to get rid of him, he's going to be a hidden threat to your true dragon celestial empire. If he enters the god of creation realm. His meaning couldn't be more clear. Huang Shengdao glanced at Fu Luosen from the corner of his eye. Even if he enters the god of creation realm, he won't be able to raise any waves. In fact, it would be great if he could enter the god of creation realm. Huang Shengdao sneered. Fu Luosan stared at Huang Shengdao curiously, as he couldn't understand the meaning behind his words. The night passed quickly, and the appointment ceremony started at the break of dawn. The blazing dragon's sacred land was filled with people, and it was a rare sight to see so many people present. As the world leaders of the various holy worlds came up to congratulate Huang Xiaolong, the ceremony officially kicked off to an amazing start. The princes and princesses of the various celestial empires, along with the patriarchs of the ancient races, gathered in the main hall of the celestial palace. According to the customs of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire, Huang Xiaolong bowed and officially took the god of creation as his master. In front of everyone present, the old dragon announced Huang Xiaolong's position as the son of creation of the Blazing Dragon world. After that was done, Di Tsongtian and the other officials of the Blazing Dragon Celestial Empire paid their respects to Huang Xiaolong. A month passed in festivities, and the appointment ceremony came to an end. The experts started to take their leave, and the old dragon brought Huang Xiaolong back to his cultivation space. Pointing at the giant mountain of precious herbs and spiritual veins before him, he chuckled happily. These are the presents given by the experts during your appointment ceremony. I took it upon myself to give half of it to the Celestial Empire, and you can have the other half. You won't blame me for giving away your items, right? Huang Xiaolong shook his head and chuckled in amusement. These are useless to me. You can do whatever you want with them. Well, not all of them are useless. The flower of time can be said to be exceptionally useful for you right now. That's why I kept all of them for you. The old dragon nodded seriously. Among the gifts presented by the various powers, there were quite a number of them. Even though a single faction might not be in possession of a lot of them, the accumulated number across all the factions could be said to be a shocking number. There were over 280 of them. One had to know that the most Huang Xiaolong managed to obtain was 68 of them. Now, I'll teach you my Blazing Dragon Grand Art. When you learn how to control the world origin, you can enter seclusion to refine the flowers of time. Huang Xiaolong bowed in acknowledgement. In 1,000,000 years, the world of departed souls and the soul-burying silver river will open. I hope that you will be able to reach the grand perfection level within these 1,000,000 years. The old dragon muttered. World of departed souls and the soul-burying silver river? Huang Xiaolong was stunned. That's right. The world of departed souls is created during the formation of the universe. Like the Blazing Dragon world, Excessive Darkness world, and Pangu world, it's one of the great worlds. There are countless treasures located within, but there's a natural restriction that prevents anyone from entering the world of departed souls. It will only open every 100 million years, and it will remain open for several dozen years. The time it will remain open can be said to be a heaven-sent opportunity. Only experts under the God of Creation realm would be able to enter, and I hope you can treasure your chance to enter. Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden, Master, is the world of departed souls ownerless? The old dragon stared at Huang Xiaolong and his jaws dropped in fright. Who would have thought that his disciple would think of something so terrifying the moment he heard of the world of departed souls? Roaring with laughter, the old dragon mocked. Yes, it is. However, don't bother setting your sights on the world of departed souls. No one has been able to control it in the past, and no one will ever be able to obtain the origin of the world. Master, do you know the reason why no one will ever be able to? That's because no one has the ability to refine the origin of the world of departed souls. Even someone who reached the peak of grand perfection level and has one foot in the God of Creation realm will fail to do so. Even if they had several hundreds of millions of years, they would be unable to refine the world origin. Did you forget that the restrictions will only remain open for several dozen years? However, the old dragon seemed to have thought of something. Unless... He trailed off and he shook his head silently. Unless what? Huang Xiaolong asked eagerly. Unless one manages to obtain the 4 origin divine fires in the universe. The old dragon continued. The divine fires went missing a long time ago, and it won't be easy if anyone wishes to obtain them. 4 origin divine fires? Huang Xiaolong frowned. That's right. The 4 origin divine fires are born during the creation of the universe, and they seem to contain extraordinary power. With them, you will be able to refine anything in the universe. With the assistance of all 4 origin divine fires, refining the world origin would be a lot easier. Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock. The 4 origin divine fires contain extraordinary power? Could the fires in his body be the ones his master was talking about? If that was the case, why didn't he notice their splendor in the past? That's right. The 4 origin divine fires are the strongest fire produced by the universe. Master, have you seen them before in your life? Huang Xiaolong asked. Shaking his head, the old dragon laughed. How is that even possible? However, I know about them even without seeing it. The 4 origin divine fires are called the White Tiger Divine Fire, Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, Black Tortoise Divine Fire, and the Azure Dragon Divine Fire. Huang Xiaolong nearly jumped in joy when he heard what the old man said. That would mean that the 4 fires burning in his body right now were most likely the 4 origin divine fires. However, why did they seem so damn weak? Moreover, the 4 of them didn't seem controllable. How would he be able to refine the world origin if he couldn't even use them? Huang Xiaolong continued to ask about the 4 origin divine flame, and the old dragon told him everything he knew. Even though the old dragon found it funny that Huang Xiaolong was so concerned about the 4 origin divine flame, he didn't think too much about it. After all, he was the same when he first heard about them. Whatever the case, I hope that you will be able to locate Pangu's axe in the future. The old dragon turned serious all of a sudden. Pangu's axe. Huang Xiaolong frowned. That's right. Even though you have the Huanglong armor set left behind by your father, their strength can only be considered mid-tier at best among all the creation artifacts. It's far too lacking when compared to Huangshang's dragon blade. However, the Pangu axe is different. It's crafted using a piece of origin metal from the birth of the world. In terms of attacking prowess, it's ranked at the top of the creation artifacts in the universe. Rank number 1. Huang Xiaolong was shocked. He didn't realize that the Pangu axe in the legends he heard of on Earth to be the number 1 creation artifact in the entire universe. The old dragon continued. Right now, you're not even close to the god of creation realm. Huangshang wouldn't dirty his hands by coming for you. However, things will definitely get messy when you enter the god of creation realm. Like your father, he will definitely want to devour you and your bloodline. Even with 3 different types of cosmos energy, you won't be Huangshang's opponent when you just enter the god of creation realm. Of course, everything will change if you obtain the Pangu axe. When you enter the god of creation realm in the future, you will possess 3 different types of grand cosmos energy. With the assistance of the Pangu axe, you might be able to survive getting hunted down by Huangshang. Huang Xiaolong growled, Master, do you mean that the Pangu axe is no longer with Pangu himself? That's right. When Pangu headed for the edge of the universe in the past, he left behind his axe. He inscribed his Pangu world creation art on it. Whoever obtains the axe will be able to inherit his mantle and control the Pangu world. That's also why I hope you can obtain the axe. Huang Xiaolong felt a storm raging in his heart. He didn't expect for there to be such a huge secret contained in the Pangu axe. Huang Xiaolong would be lying to himself if he said that he wasn't tempted by the strongest creation artifact in the universe. However, the universe is large and no one knows the location of the Pangu axe. Huang Xiaolong sighed. No shit. However, I, your master, knows where the Pangu axe might be located. The old dragon snickered happily. What? A trace of excitement flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. When he left for the edge of the universe, he left it back in the Pangu world. No matter how excited Huang Xiaolong was, he could only shake his head helplessly. Even if I know it's in the Pangu world, it would be extremely hard to find. Like the blazing dragon world, the Pangu world was extremely vast. Locating the Pangu axe in the Pangu world would be like looking for a grain of sand in the ocean. However, the ocean was probably a quadrillion times bigger than any ocean he had stepped foot in before. A smile formed on the old dragon's face when he realized what Huang Xiaolong was thinking of. In the past, your father was born in the Pangu world. He had been looking for it since a very long time ago, and he probably has some idea on where it could be. Huang Xiaolong felt his heart leaping in his chest. However, his father was currently in Huangshang's hand, and he wouldn't be able to meet the man anyway. How was he supposed to learn of the location of the Pangu axe? Your father is trapped in a mysterious space. The old dragon spoke up all of a sudden. I am able to use some sort of secret art for you to speak to your father once. However, now is not the time. You are still too weak, and if you enter the space with your current strength, Huangshang will definitely find out. Master, what are you suggesting? When you reach the grand perfection level, we'll talk. The old dragon sighed. There's a universe treasure in the world of departed souls, and it's called the soul-burying orb. It is able to hide the presence of anyone, and with it, you will be able to hide from Huang Shang for a few minutes when you reach the grand perfection level. Soul-burying orb. Nodding solemnly, Huang Xiaolong made up his mind to look for the orb. With the four origin divine fires burning bright in him, Huang Xiaolong knew that looking for the orb would be a cakewalk if he managed to refine the world origin. Several days later, the old dragon started to formally teach Huang Xiaolong the blazing dragon grand art. As a grand art created by a god of creation, it contained profound mysteries of the world. Even with Huang Xiaolong's talent, he would need several hundred years to understand the basics. Only then would he be able to connect with the world origin of the blazing dragon world. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong was starting to comprehend the grand art, the old dragon left him to his own devices. He sent Huang Xiaolong into secluded cultivation after reminding him to refine all the flowers of time he obtained. After the old dragon left, Huang Xiaolong started to cultivate diligently. The first thing he did was to refine all the flowers of time. Since he received the assistance of the old dragon's grand cosmos energy, his comprehension ability grew by leaps and bounds. He could refine the herbs at a much faster rate, and it didn't take long for him to reach the major completion stage in the power of time. That was also where he got stuck. After entering the major completion stage, Huang Xiaolong realized that there was an invisible barrier stopping him from entering perfection level. Knowing that there was nothing he could do but to slowly comprehend the power of time, Huang Xiaolong decided to play with the four origin divine fires in his body. No matter how hard he tried, the four fires refused to obey his every command. He couldn't use their power no matter how hard he tried, and he gnashed his teeth in anger. 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Huang Xiaolong failed to reach perfection level in the power of time. However, the barrier that was stopping him was no longer as strong as it once was. If Huang Xiaolong were to compare the barrier he felt 100,000 years ago, it would be a 10-meter thick wall. Now, the thickness was reduced to a mere 2 meters. He could feel the power of time slowly approaching the perfection level. The old dragon visited Huang Xiaolong on the 100,000-year mark. When he noticed Huang Xiaolong's speed of cultivation, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. With your current speed, you will definitely take less than 200,000 years to reach the perfection level in the power of time. From there, reaching the grand perfection level is a matter of time. 200,000 years? Huang Xiaolong frowned. The old dragon couldn't help but smack Huang Xiaolong on the head when he heard the dissatisfaction. Are you trying to be annoying? Even Huang Shang took several tens of millions of years to reach perfection level in all 13 elements. Even if 200,000 years pass, you probably wouldn't have cultivated for 1,000,000 years. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but reveal a sheepish smile. The difficulty of comprehending the last element is astounding. When you break through the barrier, there will no longer be anything stopping you from growing stronger. Do you know how many people in the universe are stuck at the barrier between the 12th and the 13th element? Think about that little lass Zhang Ying. There's Huang Ji and the evil wind patriarch who are currently still stuck with 12 elements at the perfection level. Everyone the old dragon talked about were experts whose fame could shake the universe. Master, has Zhang Ying already comprehended her 12th element to the perfection level? Huang Xiaolong asked. With a deep gaze, the old dragon looked at Huang Xiaolong before chuckling slightly. That's right. The little lass only managed to comprehend the power of time to the major completion stage. She might be talented, but it won't be easy for her to reach the perfection level. Everything will depend on her fate. What? Are you interested in the little lass? The old dragon continued. Do you want me to help you ask for her hand in marriage? I can go talk to Zhang Ling right now. With your talent and my status, Zhang Ling will definitely agree. Moreover, you interacted with the little lass for quite a period of time. Weren't there some rumors going about where she protected you from Yuming? She said you're her friend, right? Hee. Her impression of you isn't too bad. Huang Xiaolong quickly shook his hand in denial when he realized how far off topic the old dragon was getting. No. We're just ordinary friends. Also, I already have several wives. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but think of Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, and the others. Since the world of departed souls would open 900,000 years later, Huang Xiaolong planned to visit them before heading over. The old dragon was stunned for a second, but he eventually left. Returning to his cultivation, another 100,000 years passed. One fine day, 13 rays of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body as it enveloped the space around him. As the rays of light fused with each other, a beautiful scene was painted. Huang Xiaolong's power of time had finally reached perfection level. When he broke through the final barrier, a figure appeared in the space above him. The old dragon stared at the energy surging through Huang Xiaolong's body, and he gasped in shock. He thought that Huang Xiaolong would be able to enter the final level after 200,000 years. But the brat proved him wrong. He only took half the time to complete the power of time. Too talented. This little guy is too damn talented. The old dragon sighed to himself. As the oldest existence in the universe, the blazing dragon had seen the rise of countless geniuses in his mind. Almost everyone he noticed had amazing talent, but if he were to compare them to Huang Xiaolong, he would be comparing a firefly to a moon. Of course, there was one part that confused the old dragon. Huang Xiaolong was Huang Long's son, but it seemed as though his talent was even better than his father's. Could it be some sort of variation bloodline? Otherwise, how could he be more talented than Huang Long? After speaking to Huang Xiaolong about the Grand Tao, the old dragon told him some points to take note of before leaving. According to the old dragon's plan, Huang Xiaolong should cultivate both the Soaring Dragon art and the Blazing Dragon Grand art at the same time. Other people might be unable to cultivate two secret arts at the same time, but Huang Xiaolong was different. He had 3 small worlds, and it was possible for him to do so. After some experimentation, the old dragon made Huang Xiaolong circulate the Soaring Dragon art with one of the small worlds in his body. He would use the Blazing Dragon Grand art with the second small world, and the last world was saved for the Pangu World Creation art. With the power of 3 great arts, he would definitely be able to enter the God of Creation realm in 100 million years. That was also the reason why the old dragon was so confident when he took Huang Xiaolong in as his disciple. With the 3 small worlds in his body, Huang Xiaolong possessed a talent that neither him, nor Huang Long, or even Pangu had. According to the old dragon's teaching, Huang Xiaolong would use the 2 grand arts at the same time. Even though he was talented, using the 2 of them at the same time posed a little challenge. After several years of trying, Huang Xiaolong finally began to get the hang of it. After several dozen years, Huang Xiaolong could use the 2 secret arts easily. Huang Xiaolong discovered that when he used both secret arts at the same time, the speed at which he could devour universe origin energy increased by more than 2 times. When an expert achieved perfection level in 13 elements, they would be able to devour the universe origin energy in order to push themselves to the grand perfection level. When they finally reached the grand perfection level, the small worlds they created would absorb universe origin energy to produce grand cosmos energy. That was also the source of Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao's strength. However, the 2 of them were unable to fully wield the power of grand cosmos energy. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to fight against the 2 of them even after his body was refined with the old dragon's grand cosmos energy. Every single small world had its limits. It couldn't produce grand cosmos energy infinitely, and if they were to measure it in terms of numbers, an expert who hadn't reached the God of Creation realm would be able to use 1.2999999 billion units of grand cosmos energy. A single unit was all it took to bring them to the God of Creation realm. As long as they reached 1.3 billion units of energy, they would undergo a complete transformation to become a true God of Creation. For cultivators at the level of Fu Luosen and Huang Shengdao, they would probably possess several million units of grand cosmos energy. In the following days, Huang Xiaolong started to use both secret arts at the same time as he continued to cultivate. He didn't forget to look into the 4 origin divine fires in his body, and year after year passed. The power of the 13 elements he comprehended became stronger and stronger, but a piece of news rocked the blazing dragon world when he was stuck in seclusion. Huang Shengdao, the son of creation of the true dragon celestial empire, obtained the Tao Emperor's sword. He managed to obtain the Tao Emperor's treasury and inheritance. The news caused the entire universe to shake. The Tao Emperor might not rank among the 10 strongest gods of creation, but he was nevertheless one of them. The Tao Emperor's sword was ranked firmly in the mid-tier of the creation artifacts in the universe. As the old dragon was afraid the news would affect Huang Xiaolong's cultivation, he didn't bring the matter up. Year after year, Huang Xiaolong strengthened himself by devouring the universe origin energy around him. As the universe origin energy poured into the space and into Huang Xiaolong's body, the world origin of the blazing dragon world didn't do a thing to stop it. Every single bit of the universe origin energy was devoured by Huang Xiaolong. If Fu Luosan or Huang Xingdao was trying to do the same, the blazing dragon world origin would definitely absorb the universe origin energy while it tried to enter. By the time it entered their bodies, only 1/10 of it left would remain. As for anyone else with bloodlines a little lacking compared to the two of them, they would be lucky if they could absorb 1/10 of the universe origin energy left in the space around them. Due to the blazing dragon world being the oldest world in the universe, the effects of devouring universe origin energy was much better than the other worlds. For example, even if Huang Xingdao received the inheritance of the Tao Emperor, his benefits of cultivating in the Tao Emperor world wouldn't even come close to Huang Xiaolong's gains. At the very best, he would cultivate half as quickly. There was also a need to mention the fact that Huang Xiaolong's bloodline was much better than Huang Shengdao. With 2 small worlds spinning inside him to utilize 2 secret arts at once, Huang Xiaolong's speed of cultivation was unmatched. In the blink of an eye, 800,000 years passed. There was only 1,000 years left till the opening of the world of departed souls, and Huang Xiaolong eventually emerged from his cultivation. When the old dragon visited Huang Xiaolong, his eyes widened in shock as his jaws nearly dropped to the ground. You reached the grand perfection level. Even though reaching the grand perfection level was a matter of time, Huang Xiaolong's speed refreshed the old dragon's worldview. In the past, the old dragon took more than 30 million years in order to reach the grand perfection level when he comprehended all 13 elements to the perfection level. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but laugh happily when he saw the old dragon's reaction. It was a little quicker than expected because of the 2 creation level secret arts. In fact, Huang Xiaolong reached the grand perfection level 300,000 years ago. When the old dragon heard what Huang Xiaolong said, an inexplicable urge to beat him up emerged in his heart. "Brat, do you hear what you're saying? I took over 30 million years to do what you just did. Are you implying that I'm stupid, fool?" As the oldest god of creation in the universe, the blazing dragon had exceptional talent. As such, his speed of cultivation couldn't be considered too slow. Even geniuses like Fu Luosan and Huang Xingdao took more than 40 million years to achieve the same feat. "How many units of grand cosmos energy do you have right now?" The old dragon finally calmed himself down and he asked, "Have you broken through the 1,000,000-unit mark?" In the past, he took nearly 10 million years to gain 1,000,000 units of grand cosmos energy. He refused to believe that Huang Xiaolong could achieve so much in such a short amount of time. Hesitating for a moment, Huang Xiaolong looked at the old dragon with a weird gaze. "Do you want me to be honest?" "No shit. Could it be? Several days ago, I reached more than 30 million units of grand cosmos energy." Huang Xiaolong realized that there was no point in lying to his master. "What? 30 million? The old dragon nearly face-planted into the ground. "You!" He stared at Huang Xiaolong like he was looking at a monster. "How the fuck did you reach 30 million units of grand cosmos energy?" The old dragon yelled in disbelief. "Both the first and second worlds in my body accumulated around 16 million units. If he were to add them up, there would be more than 30 million units of grand cosmos energy." "What the F?" The old dragon stared at him quietly. "It's a shame. If I had the Pangu World Creation Art, I would have reached over 48 million units. Huang Xiaolong sighed. The urge to beat Huang Xiaolong's face in grew ever so strong in the old dragon's heart. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't mean it any other way. If he had the Pangu World Creation Art, he would definitely be much stronger than he was. As such, the desire to obtain the Pangu axe solidified in his heart. Soon after, the old dragon personally checked out the grand cosmos energy Huang Xiaolong had. He was shocked once again when he realized that the kid was speaking the truth. At the same time, he thought of a terrifying possibility. Any cultivator at the perfection stage would only be able to wield 1.2999999 billion units of grand cosmos energy. With Huang Xiaolong's 3 small worlds, he would be able to use more than 3.9 billion units. Wouldn't that make him stronger than an ordinary god of creation? Holy shit! What the F? Soon after, Huang Xiaolong asked about Huang Shengdao and he obtained the bad news. Huang Shengdao obtained the Dao Emperor's sword. In the past million years, he also improved by quite a lot. Huang Xiaolong was stunned. I was afraid that his abrupt rise would affect you when the world of departed souls opened. Seems like I have nothing else to worry about now. The old dragon chuckled. Even if Huang Shengdao had a ton of Dao Emperor pill to supplement his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to surpass Huang Xiaolong's strength. A million years ago, both Huang Shengdao and Fu Luosen only had several 100,000 to 1,000,000 units of grand cosmos energy. According to the speed of his progression, he would probably possess 2 to 3 million at best. Compared to Huang Xiaolong's 30 million, the gap between the two wasn't merely large. A strange feeling formed in the old dragon's heart. In fact, he started to pity the two of them. He wondered what would happen if they ran into Huang Xiaolong during their trip to the world of departed souls. Shaking his head, he couldn't bear to think about what would happen. Finally, Huang Xiaolong cleared up some questions about cultivation with the old dragon before telling him about his intentions to visit the members of the Huang family. Nodding slightly, the old dragon chuckled. Do you need me to go with you? With his eyes widening in shock, Huang Xiaolong laughed. If you have nothing else to do, sure. All right. In a few days, we shall set off. Setting the date of departure to be 4 days later, the old dragon left Huang Xiaolong to his own devices. When he was sure the old dragon was gone, Huang Xiaolong started to observe the 4 origin divine fires in his body. The divine fires resided in his heart, lung, liver, and kidney, and they seemed to form a system of their own. The vermilion bird divine fire was located in his heart. The white tiger divine fire was located in his lungs. The azure dragon divine fire was burning brightly in his liver, while the black tortoise divine fire glimmered in his kidneys. The 4 origin divine fires were terrifying as they continued to devour universe origin energy regardless of what Huang Xiaolong was doing. Every time they flickered, universe origin energy would pour into Huang Xiaolong's body. Ever since Huang Xiaolong reached perfection level in all 13 elements, the 4 origin divine fires seemed to have awakened in him. They were also the reason he managed to reach the grand perfection level and form so many units of grand cosmos energy. Now, he could control the 4 origin divine fires however he liked. With the assistance of the 4 origin divine fires, Huang Xiaolong was confident of taking anything on. In the past, the old dragon was confident that he could reach the grand perfection level in the God of Creation realm in the next billion years. Now, Huang Xiaolong was sure he wouldn't even take 100 million years to do so. He could tell that his cultivation speed was terrifying beyond belief. If he managed to obtain the Pangu axe and receive the Pangu world creation art, his strength would take another leap forward. For days later, Huang Xiaolong met up with the old dragon as they returned to the Heavenly Sword Holy World. When Huang Xiaolong left for the Blazing Dragon World from the Heavenly Sword Holy World, he took over 4 years of time. Now, it would take him less than 10 days to get back. Moreover, the 10 days included the time they took to stroll about everywhere they pleased. By the time they returned to the star-gathering city, there was visible joy on Huang Xiaolong's face. Big brother! When he appeared in the Huang family manor, the first person who discovered him was his younger brother, Huang Shaohai. Huang Shaohai was shocked as he leaped at Huang Xiaolong. Snickering slightly, Huang Xiaolong clapped his shoulders. When the others heard Huang Shaohai's yell, they swarmed over in an instant. Huang Peng, Su Yan, Huang Min, Shi Xiaofei, Li Lu, Yao Qi, Bei Xiaomei, Fang Xianxian, Peng Xiao, Lin Xiaoying, Fei Yanzi, Feng Yu, Yin Yu, the little cow, the grand mist old man, and the others charged out from the manor. Xiaolong! Big brother! They yelled in joy. When the old dragon saw the number of ladies that poured out of the manor, he shook his head and chuckled under his breath. It seemed as though his disciple was someone who got pretty lucky in terms of his love life. After chatting a little with the members of the Huang family, Huang Xiaolong introduced the old dragon to them. "This is my master, and he's the blazing dragon." Initially, none of them cared much. However, Song Soon, the leader of the 10 overlords, yelped in shock. "Blazing dragon! The god of creation! Lord Blazing Dragon! God of creation!" The hearts of everyone present skipped a beat as they turned to look at Huang Xiaolong for confirmation. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong chuckled. "That's right. My master is the god of creation of the blazing dragon world." Falling to their knees instantly, everyone greeted the old dragon. Huang Xiaolong knew that the image of the blazing dragon in their hearts was too great. After all, he was the oldest existence in the universe. Seeing how they were kneeling before him, the old dragon helped all of them up. "Xiaolong is my dear disciple. There is no need for formalities between us." "This?" Huang Peng countered in haste. The old dragon shot a glare at Huang Xiaolong, and Huang Xiaolong instantly understood the old dragon's meaning. He said in response, "Father, all of you can just listen to what he says." Eventually, they decided to listen to Huang Xiaolong. Naturally, the return of Huang Xiaolong along with his master, the god of creation, was something worthy of celebration. That very night, the Huang family held a banquet to welcome the two of them. During the banquet, Huang Peng gave up his seat to the old dragon. Realizing that there was no stopping them, the old dragon accepted and he enjoyed the festivities with the entire Huang family. He hadn't been able to enjoy himself in a long time, and his hearty laughter filled the hall. In the days that followed, the old dragon taught Huang Xiaolong while giving several pointers to the members of the Huang family. In the million years that Huang Xiaolong was gone, all the members of the Huang family managed to enter the primal ancestor realm. Even the little cow, the Grand Mist Old Man, and the others. Naturally, all of them were able to break through with the help of Huang Xiaolong's Huang Long bloodline. He assisted all of them in the past, and their path to the primal ancestor realm was smooth sailing. Seeing as everyone had already entered the primal ancestor realm, Huang Xiaolong felt a sense of assurance in his heart. Even though a primal ancestor was nothing in the grand scheme of things, the Huang family would possess a fighting chance when matched up against weaker enemies. Of course, the stronger they were, the better. The reason behind Huang Xiaolong's return was exactly that. He planned to train them a little more, and he wanted to use his grand cosmos energy to temper their bodies like what the old dragon had done for him. Realizing what his disciple planned to do, the old dragon cautioned, "Xiaolong, I know that you have their interests at heart. However, this will severely affect your cultivation level." It was the truth. If Huang Xiaolong used 1,000,000 units of grand cosmos energy to refine their bodies, it would take him a lot of time to return to his peak. "Master, I know what I'm doing," Huang Xiaolong muttered. To Huang Xiaolong, 1,000,000 units was nothing special. He would definitely be able to recover before the opening of the world of departed souls. Nodding slightly, the old dragon decided to trust that his disciple knew what he was doing. As time flowed on, over 900 years passed in the blink of an eye. Bidding farewell to the members of the Huang family, he left for the world of departed souls with the old dragon. As the soul-burying Silver River was pretty close to the blazing dragon world, the two of them weren't in a rush. They took their time to head over, and when there were only several days left until the opening of the world of departed souls, they arrived. By the time the two of them arrived, countless experts lined the space outside the soul-burying Silver River. As the opening of the river was something that affected the entire universe, the experts and old monsters of the various celestial empires had been waiting the whole time. It might be dangerous to venture into the world of departed souls, but no one wanted to miss the chance. The arrival of the old dragon shocked everyone present. They quickly formed a path for Huang Xiaolong as they got to their knees to greet the old dragon. Among those present was Huang Shangdao and Fu Luosen, who hesitated for a second before bringing their subordinates over to greet the old dragon. When everyone was on their knees, Huang Xiaolong quickly noticed the two of them and a sneer formed on his lips. Sweeping his gaze around, he also noticed Zhang Ying, Yu Ming, the extreme East Old Man, and several other people. Dispense with the formalities. The old dragon spoke, and everyone eventually got to their feet. When they all left, the old dragon remained beside Huang Xiaolong as they waited for the opening of the world of departed souls. The soul-burying silver river stood in the vast space of the universe, and one wouldn't be able to see its source or its end. No one knew how wide it was, and a silver-colored liquid rolled about on the surface of the river. The riverbed contained a precious spiritual object called the silver sand, and one could use it to refine creation artifacts, or they could be used to refine creation-level pills. One could even use it to construct their immortal mansion. It was precisely because of the silver sand that experts would swarm over to the soul-burying silver river to dig out handfuls of the item, even when the world of departed souls wasn't open. Other than the silver sand, there were countless precious treasures contained in the river. However, the difficulty of entering the soul-burying silver river to dig for sand was astounding. In order to dig out some sand, one has to reach the bottom of the river. However, the river itself was filled with countless silver river beasts. The silver river beasts were one of the great huge beasts in the universe. They had naturally hard skin, and their defenses were shockingly powerful. Even experts at the world master level might not be able to break through their skin to harm them. There were even several beasts that had reached the peak of the grand perfection level. Even if people like Fu Luosen ran into them, they could only dream of running away. Whenever the peaceful world of departed souls was about to open, many experts would swarm into the river in order to dig for some sand or obtain several treasures. However, miserable shrieks could be heard from time to time as golden blood dyed the river a weird color. After some time, the river would regain its normal calm. Several days later, a pillar of light emerged from the center of the river as waves countless miles high rose on the surface. Everyone turned to stare at the phenomenon with a serious expression, as that would be the sign of the appearance of the world of departed spirits. Huang Xiaolong felt his senses being pulled taut. "There's no need to hurry," the old dragon chuckled. "It will probably take another hour before it fully emerges." Huang Xiaolong nodded his head before heaving a sigh to calm himself down. As the waves became stronger and stronger, they turned into a silver wall measuring several tens of millions feet tall. What shocked everyone was the fact that the water turned into a smooth surface as the figures of several terrifying silver river beasts appeared within. Retreating in shock, the weaker experts present gasped in shock. After one entire hour, the screen of water finally fell. Next, a massive world was revealed to everyone present. The world was fused with the soul-burying silver river, and no one knew how wide it was. World of departed souls. Someone screamed. That was the world of departed souls that appeared every 100 million years. Along with his yell, the restrictions around the surface of the world disappeared. As soon as it did, experts from all over swarmed into the world of departed souls, afraid they would be a little late to the party. "Go on," the old dragon urged. "Remember to keep track of time. The world of departed souls would only remain open for several dozen years. When that happened, the restrictions would slowly recover. When it did, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to get out until it opened again." "I will." Huang Xiaolong nodded before entering the world of departed souls. As he charged into the atmosphere of the world of departed souls, he felt a shockingly powerful suction force pulling him in. The space and time around him started to destroy, and he appeared above a mountain range. Everyone who entered the world of departed souls would be teleported to somewhere random. Everything would be left up to chance. Like the soul-burying silver river, the world of departed souls was full of silver river beasts. There were several regions where they had taken control over, and anyone lucky enough to be sent into their territory would definitely end up as beast food. Huang Xiaolong was pretty lucky, as the mountain range he was above wasn't on the boundaries of the world of departed souls. Neither were there tons of silver river beasts roaming about. After taking in his surroundings, Huang Xiaolong shot off into the skies. The main goal this time was to refine the world itself, and to obtain the soul-burying orb. Everything else was secondary, and in order to refine the world, he would have to look for the land of origin in the world of departed souls. Every single world had its own land of origin, and refining the world of departed souls would be much easier once he arrived there. With the help of the 4 origin divine fires, Huang Xiaolong was confident that he could refine the world origin before the restrictions were restored. Once he did, every single treasure there would belong to him. Moreover, he would be able to feel everything that happened in the world of departed souls once he was done with the refinement. Fu Luosen, Huang Xingdao, the extreme East Old Man, Yu Ming, and Lei Bao. None of them would be able to escape. Huang Xiaolong started to circulate the Soaring Dragon art and the Blazing Dragon Grand art. As universe origin energy poured into his body, Huang Xiaolong could faintly feel the direction he had to go towards. The denser the universe origin energy, the closer he was getting to the land of origin. When Huang Xiaolong rushed through the world of departed souls, Huang Shangdao swung about a creation artifact in search of some sort of treasure. This time, I have to locate the soul-burying orb. Light flickered in his eyes. Even though he obtained the Dao Emperor's sword and treasury, he didn't obtain the inheritance of the Dao Emperor. Everything going on outside was a rumor. He realized that he needed the soul-burying orb to open the final restriction in the Dao Emperor treasury, and he was hell-bent on finding it. This time, he brought along the Dragon Soul Circlet along with him in order to locate the soul-burying orb. The Dragon Soul Circlet was a pseudo-creation artifact that could feel the presence of other treasures in a certain radius. Huang Xingdao was pretty confident he could locate the orb with the item he brought. As long as I locate the soul-burying orb and open the final restriction, I will be able to enter the God of Creation realm in 10 billion years. Huang Xingdao muttered to himself. When your highness enters the God of Creation realm, you will be able to kill Huang Xiaolong with a tiny squeeze of your fingers. That's right. When your highness enters the God of Creation realm, our true dragon celestial empire will be a celestial empire with 2 gods of creation. When the old ancestor emerges from seclusion, he will sweep through the universe with your highness. The blazing dragon will have to lower his head to us in the future. One of the experts behind Huang Shengdao snickered. It seemed as though Huang Xingdao had a special way of locating the experts of the true dragon celestial empire. Huang Xiaolong is nothing but a walking disaster. Killing intent raged in Huang Xingdao's eyes. If I manage to find him now, it would be for the best if I can get rid of him. No one knows how strong he will be in 10 billion years. After all, Huang Xiaolong's talent was too terrifying. However, the old freak is standing right outside. If we kill Huang Xiaolong in the world of departed souls, he might... Someone exclaimed in terror. Huang Xingdao sneered. Even the blazing dragon won't be able to know what happens in the world of departed souls. Who will ever know that we are the ones behind his death? He can't kill everyone in his rage. Should we pass down the order to hunt him down right now? Someone else asked. Contact Fu Luosen and the other sons of creation. I refuse to believe that he will be able to fight off all 5 of us at the same time. Huang Xingdao's voice rang through the void. 2 years passed quickly. The son of creation from the Grand Myriad Celestial Empire managed to find a creation-level spirit stone. The Celestial Emperor of the Extreme Bliss Celestial Empire found a golden-striped elephant egg. It was supposed to be located at the edges of the universe, but its egg appeared in the world of departed souls. Every time a treasure was found, the entire wood would be thrown into an uproar. His Highness Huang Shengdao found a universe source spiritual vein. What? Universe source spiritual vein. He's too lucky. The news of Huang Xingdao's find caused the experts in the world of departed souls to break into another uproar. A universe source spiritual vein was something that was extremely rarely seen. Since the start of time, less than 10 veins have been discovered. Now, Huang Shengdao managed to obtain one of them. Huang Xiaolong was stunned when he heard the news. The universe source spiritual vein was formed from condensed universe origin energy. One could easily increase the amount of grand cosmos energy in their bodies by devouring it, and they could even use it to temper their Tao bodies. Could easily improve someone's cultivation speed by 1,000 times. Of course, there were other uses of the universe source spiritual vein. Refining pills and artifacts were some of its other uses. Whatever the case, Huang Xiaolong wasn't envious of Huang Xingdao's discovery at all. Even if Huang Xingdao obtained the universe source spiritual vein, his cultivation speed wouldn't be able to catch up to Huang Xiaolong. I should be able to arrive soon. Huang Xiaolong stared at the void before him. In the past 2 years, Huang Xiaolong didn't stop for a single second as he headed straight for the land of origin. No one knew how far he had traveled. A vague premonition formed in Huang Xiaolong's mind. He felt that, in at most half a year, he would be able to locate the land of origin. Along his way, he discovered countless treasures that were at the creation level. However, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother collecting them at all. After all, there would be layers upon layers of restrictions protecting them. Breaking the restrictions would cost him precious time. Huang Xiaolong's goal was simple. All he wanted was to refine the world origin of the world of departed souls. Half a year later, Huang Xiaolong entered one of the holy worlds contained in the world of departed souls. I'm finally here. A trace of excitement formed in Huang Xiaolong's heart when he looked at the space before him. Locating the land of origin already won him half the battle. Without any hesitation, Huang Xiaolong circulated the grand cosmos energy in his body and started to seal up the space around the land of origin before summoning the 4 origin divine fires. As the 4 divine fire spirits emerged from his body, the entire holy world was filled with rays of resplendent light. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and the black tortoise went over to sit in the 4 corners of the world as they opened their mouths to release balls of origin divine fire. The 4 godly fires started to fill the holy world they were in. Rushing to the center of the holy world, Huang Xiaolong sat down as he concentrated on controlling the fires. If he were to compare the world of departed souls to a peak-grade creation artifact, the holy worlds it contained would be like giant formations contained within it. The land of origin where Huang Xiaolong sealed off was the heart of all the formations. As long as he managed to refine it, refining the world origin of the world of departed souls would grow a lot easier. Under Huang Xiaolong's constant circulation, the 4 origin divine fires started to wrap around every single structure they came across. When Huang Xiaolong was refining the land of origin, Huang Shangdao and several experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire ran across a giant silver tree and visible joy sprouted on their faces. Your Highness, this is the soul-burying silver tree. It's the tree of legends. One of the marshals yelled in joy. Soul-burying silver tree. It was the number 1 divine tree in the world of departed souls. Huang Shangdao failed to contain the joy in his heart, and he roared with laughter. My luck is too damn good. Ha ha ha. First, I obtained the universe source spiritual vein. Now, the soul-burying silver tree is mine for the taking. The heavens are definitely looking out for me. The experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire were equally as excited. Quick! Seal off the entire area and stand guard outside. I will refine the soul-burying silver tree right now. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Huang Shangdao knew what he had to do. As such, he started to refine the giant silver tree. Even though the members of the True Dragon Celestial Empire sealed off the surrounding area, the news of the tree soon shook the experts located in the world of departed souls. Swarming over, the number of experts who arrived increased by the second. Even though they were afraid of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, no one could resist the temptation of obtaining the soul-burying silver tree. Eventually, they started to move against Huang Shengdao's subordinates. Killing intent soared through the skies as the killing began. Several dozen years passed, and one fine day, the space around the world of departed souls started to shake. As the shaking got ever more intense, the experts scouring the lands couldn't help but stare at the skies in shock. What's going on? Are the restrictions around the world starting to recover? Someone yelled in shock. There's no way. It has only been 40 years since the world of departed souls opened. Ordinarily, the world will stay open for 60 years. When everyone was still stuck in a state of shock, the world trembled once again. This time, the shaking nearly threw them off their feet. Frowns formed on the faces of everyone present. What's going on? Is a treasure about to appear? One of the marshals of the true dragon's celestial empire yelled as he swept his gaze across the lands. Huang Shangdao felt a weird feeling forming in his heart, and he muttered, "Doesn't seem like it?" If that wasn't the case. When the members of the true dragon's celestial empire were still thinking of the possibilities, the world returned to normal. Staring at each other in shock, no one knew what was going on. Releasing the dragon qi around his body, Huang Shangdao tried to discover any abnormalities in the surroundings. When he failed to do so, he used the dragon spirit circlet to look for the source of disturbance. However, that failed too. Eventually, he decided against looking for the source. Whatever. There is no need to bother about the incident. There should only be a little more than 10 years left to the closing of the world of departed souls. We need to make full use of our time to locate the soul-burying orb, Huang Shangdao yelled. The most important thing right now is to find the orb. In the void above the land of origin, Huang Xiaolong sat cross-legged as gold light covered his body. He was like a giant golden rock that remained suspended in the air as universe origin energy rolled around him. It formed a tiny stream as it poured into his body endlessly. The spirits of the four origin divine fires danced around his body. Huang Xiaolong slowly opened his eyes to reveal a satisfied expression when he noticed the stream of universe origin energy pouring into him. After so many years of refinement, he finally refined the land of origin. The universe origin energy that was pouring into him was the energy accumulated by the world of departed souls. Like a giant tree in the universe that sucked up an endless amount of universe origin energy, the world of departed souls was releasing all the energy into Huang Xiaolong. A great world had many uses for universe origin energy, and they would usually perfect the space contained inside it before sending the rest to remain in the spaces contained in the greater holy worlds. As the world of departed souls had existed for an endless amount of time, the amount of universe origin energy it absorbed was insane. Even if Huang Xiaolong only absorbed a tiny bit of it, the amount would be astounding. A tiny fraction of the universe origin energy contained in the world of departed souls probably numbered in the billions of units. Moreover, the universe origin energy that was absorbed by the world of departed souls went through a round of tempering. It was extremely pure, and it could be compared to the universe source spiritual vein obtained by Huang Shangdao. In fact, it was a little better in terms of quality. As for the quantity, one would be comparing a firefly to the moon if they wanted to compare the spiritual vein to the universe origin energy contained in the world. In reality, the universe source spiritual vein in Huang Shangdao's hand was created by the accumulation of universe origin energy by the greater world. A universe source spiritual vein could also appear in the blazing dragon world, but there were experts capable of refining the universe origin energy there. Due to the constant refinement by the old dragon, the amount of universe origin energy left in the space wasn't dense enough to form a spiritual vein. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong's accumulation wouldn't stop when he reached 32 million units of grand cosmos energy. When he realized that the universe origin energy contained in the world of departed souls was boundless, excitement formed in his heart. With the accumulated universe origin energy in the world of departed souls, Huang Xiaolong knew that he would be able to quickly bring the amount of grand cosmos energy in his body up to more than 1 billion. Like the various celestial emperors, his strength would reach a whole new level. The amount of grand cosmos energy in the bodies of the various celestial emperors would hover around the 1 billion mark. A terrifying possibility flashed through Huang Xiaolong's mind. With the help of the world of departed souls, he could catch up to Huang Ding'ai, Zheng Lu, and Di Zongtian. He could reach the peak of the grand perfection level. Suppressing the happiness in his heart, Huang Xiaolong knew that he could also control the world of departed souls now that he had refined the land of origin. It was time for him to locate the soul-burying orb. With a single thought, Huang Xiaolong's will entered the world of departed souls. It started to spread at a terrifying speed through every single region. In one of the holy worlds, Huang Shangdao stared at a faint purple orb hovering before him. Looking from a distance, the orb seemed like a miniature version of the world of departed souls. Soul-burying orb. I finally found it. Huang Shangdao no longer controlled his emotions as he yelled in joy. After refining the orb, he would be able to open the last restriction in the Tao Emperor's treasury. He could finally receive the inheritance and gain control over the Tao Emperor world. "Congratulations, Your Highness!" the experts of the True Dragon Celestial Empire exclaimed in excitement. Roaring with laughter, Huang Shengdao boasted, "I'll reward everyone here heavily after we leave the world of departed souls." Ha ha ha! A round of appreciation swept through the members present. Flying towards the purple orb, Huang Shengdao reached out his hands in anticipation. Just as he was about to touch the orb, he turned into a streak of purple light that shot off into the distance. The speed was something even Huang Shengdao failed to catch, and no one could react in time. A stunned expression formed on Huang Shengdao's face as he looked at the spot where the orb used to be. With his expression sinking, Huang Shengdao roared in rage. "Who did that? Get out here right now!" After he yelled, he sent a punch through the void. His punch tore through God knew how many regions before it stopped. However, it was useless. No matter how loudly he screamed, the orb was nowhere to be seen. "Get out here right now!" Huang Shengdao roared. "If I ever discover who you are, I'll kill your entire family and exterminate your faction." Huang Shengdao's voice caused the void around him to tremble. "Exterminate my faction?" A voice descended from the skies. "There's no need for you to launch an investigation. I'll kill you right here and now." Huang Shengdao couldn't be more familiar with the voice. They felt like a bomb went off in their heads and Huang Shengdao's pupils shrunk. "Huang Xiaolong." The moment the words left his lips, a figure appeared before their very eyes. It was none other than the man himself, and Huang Shengdao seethed in anger when he saw Huang Xiaolong. "Huang Xiaolong, we were planning to hunt you down anyway. You must be stupid to show yourself. Since you're asking to die, you can remain here forever." After he spoke, the dragon spear and the Tao Emperor's sword appeared in his hands. "Die!" With both weapons shooting towards Huang Xiaolong, Huang Shengdao used the grand cosmos energy contained in his body to the limit. Two terrifying rays of light emerged. Huang Xiaolong was shocked by Huang Shengdao's sudden outburst. He discovered that the other party had already reached 4 million units of grand cosmos energy, and he was at least twice as strong as he was in the past. It was no wonder he dared to move against Huang Xiaolong without his best friend, Fu Luosan. Huang Shengdao roared with laughter when he saw that Huang Xiaolong merely raised a single finger in response to his attack. "Huang Xiaolong, if you manage to hold off my attack, I'll..." A look of terror started to spread across his face when he realized that something was very wrong. Grand Cosmos Energy. Grand Cosmos Energy was contained in Huang Xiaolong's finger. That would mean that Huang Xiaolong not only reached perfection level in all 13 elements, he even reached the Grand Perfection level. That was the only reason he would possess Grand Cosmos Energy. Huang Shengdao couldn't believe his eyes. In the past, he took over 30 million years to reach the Grand Perfection level. In a mere million years, Huang Xiaolong, who only reached the perfection level in 12 elements, reached the Grand Perfection level. A ray of light from Huang Xiaolong's finger slammed into the spear light and sword light produced by his weapons by the time he was done thinking. Staring at Huang Xiaolong with his eyes wide, the two rays of light were torn apart. Huang Shengdao felt a supreme wave of energy slamming into his chest. Bang! Like a shooting star, Huang Shengdao was sent flying. Under the shocked gazes of the members of the True Dragon Celestial Empire, he smashed through countless mountain ranges before flying out of the sacred land. The two weapons landed on one of the random mountain peaks in the distance. Everyone from the True Dragon Celestial Empire felt their bodies tightening up in fear. Crawling to his feet, Huang Shengdao glared at Huang Xiaolong with blood staining the corners of his lips. How the fuck did you grow so strong?" A casual point from Huang Xiaolong revealed that he used at least 6 million units of Grand Cosmos Energy. That was a lot more than Huang Shengdao at his peak state. A million years ago, Huang Xiaolong hadn't even started to produce Grand Cosmos Energy. How in the world did the punk train? Huang Shengdao had no idea what was going on. In the past few years, Huang Shengdao only managed to increase his strength due to the assistance of the treasures he obtained in the mysterious magician's treasury. His power level could be said to be ascending with the speed of a rocket, and he thought that he would be able to suppress Huang Xiaolong with a single hand. However, reality gave him a slap in the face when they finally met. After he sent Huang Shengdao flying, Huang Xiaolong didn't bother following up. Instead, he started to walk towards the man slowly. "What unfulfilled wishes do you have left? I'll help you finish them." With his expression sinking, a sinister smile slowly formed on Huang Shengdao's face. "Unfulfilled wishes? Hehe. Huang Xiaolong, you're dreaming. Do you really think that you have one?" He shattered a transmission signal in his hands after he was done speaking. When Huang Xiaolong saw what happened, his heart trembled slightly. However, he didn't bother stopping Huang Shengdao. After shattering the transmission signal, Huang Shengdao sneered. "Huang Xiaolong, 30 years ago, the experts of 5 celestial empires formed an alliance. The experts of the excessive darkness, Grand Myriad, Extreme Bliss, and Buddhist Yang Celestial Empire will appear soon. No matter how strong you are, you won't survive against the onslaught of our celestial empires." The moment the words left Huang Shengdao's lips, experts started to appear in the air around them. Fu Luosen and the experts of the excessive darkness celestial empire were the first to arrive. "Huang Xiaolong!" Fu Luosen screamed in joy. Like Huang Shengdao, Fu Luosen had been looking for Huang Xiaolong the moment they entered the world of departed souls. However, he nearly jumped in fright when he saw the state Huang Shengdao was in. He saw a gaping hole in the man's chest as blood streamed down his body. The armor around Huang Shengdao's body was shattered beyond belief, and his hair was disheveled. It was as though he fell into a ditch after suffering a terrifying blow to the chest. "Brother Huang Shengdao, this Huang Xiaolong. He did it." Huang Shengdao gasped in pain. "What?" Fu Luosen turned to stare at Huang Xiaolong. You! How could Huang Xiaolong possibly injure Huang Shengdao? Not to mention the fact that Huang Shengdao was on the brink of death. One had to know that Huang Shengdao's strength took a leap forward after he obtained the Dao Emperor's treasury and Dao Emperor's sword. Fu Luosen estimated that Huang Shengdao should have already reached 4 million units of Grand Cosmos energy. Did he enter the Grand Perfection level? Fu Luosen asked in disbelief. "He reached 6 million units of Grand Cosmos energy when we exchanged blows previously." Fu Luosen sucked in a cold breath as the members of the excessive darkness celestial empire stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. The experts of the other 3 celestial empires arrived quickly, and they were equally as shocked when they realized how strong Huang Xiaolong was. Even though they had surrounded Huang Xiaolong, no one wanted to make the first move. After all, the threat of the old dragon and Huang Xiaolong's actual strength were real deterrents. If it was before Huang Xiaolong reached the Grand Perfection level, they would have attacked him without the slightest misgiving. However, with 6 million units of Grand Cosmos energy, he was a force to be reckoned with. Huang Xiaolong swept his gaze across those present and sneered. "This is a grudge I have with the excessive darkness celestial empire and the true dragon celestial empire. If all of you leave now, I'll take it as though I didn't see you here. Otherwise," the extreme bliss celestial emperor frowned. "Or else what? Otherwise, I'll kill everyone here." The experts of the 3 celestial empires felt rage burning in their hearts the moment the words left his lips. "Preposterous!" The extreme bliss celestial emperor sneered. "You're a mere junior with 6 million units of Grand Cosmos energy. Do you really think you can take us all on at once? I alone am enough to kill you. The only reason I helped back was because of your master, you dumbass." It was clear that the extreme bliss celestial emperor was enraged by Huang Xiaolong's threats. As soon as he spoke, he released his aura completely. The power of 800 million units of Grand Cosmos energy was displayed to the world. The energy fluctuations alone were enough to cause the space around them to crumble. The mountain ranges in the distance shattered into tiny little pieces from the revelation of the extreme bliss celestial emperor's power. With 800 million units of Grand Cosmos energy, the extreme bliss celestial emperor would be able to crush an entire holy world if he so willed it. Even if he wasn't as strong as Huang Dinghai or the other super celestial emperors, the extreme bliss celestial emperor was strong. Fu Luosen and the others sucked in another cold breath in terror. Locking down the space around Huang Xiaolong, the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor snorted, "Huang Xiaolong, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself based on the fact that you're the Blazing Dragon's disciple. If you force me to make my move, you'll die a horrible death." Fu Luosen followed up with a laughter filled with mockery. "Huang Xiaolong, did you not hear what His Majesty said? Kill yourself right now. If I were you, I'd blow myself up right this instant." His laughter rang through the air, but it was rudely interrupted by a chuckle from Huang Xiaolong. "Is that really the case?" The shackle around the space formed by the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor started to crack as another terrifying aura descended on the lands. "What?" Huang Shangdao and the others felt the world spinning around them when they felt the aura coming from the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor crumbling. How could someone with 6 million units of Grand Cosmos energy stand up to an expert with 800 million units? That was like an ant challenging an entire mountain range. The Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor's expression changed and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. "Huang Xiaolong, did you?" Before he could complete his sentence, pillars of light emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body and filled the entire region around them. "Run!" The Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor screamed, and he grabbed the experts of the Extreme Bliss Celestial Empire. The experts of the other 4 celestial empires were a step too slow, and they were swept up by the explosion that ensued. All of them were sent flying, and there were also some who blew up on the spot. Miserable cries filled the air. When Huang Shangdao and Fu Luosun stared at Huang Xiaolong in confusion, the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor yelled, "How are you able to control the world of departed souls?" Huang Xiaolong definitely used the power of the world of departed souls just a second ago. It was also the reason Huang Xiaolong could withstand his aura. Otherwise, Huang Xiaolong wouldn't be able to do it with the short amount of training he had. Huang Shangdao and Fu Luosun felt the blood draining from their faces when they heard what the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor said. "There's no way. There's no way he can control the world of departed souls." One of the marshals standing behind Huang Shangdao yelled. Even an existence at the level of the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor couldn't refine the world of departed souls if they were given several 100 million years. How could Huang Xiaolong, someone who only had 6 million units of Grand Cosmos energy, refine the world of departed souls? That was an absolutely absurd thought. Huang Xiaolong raised his finger and a giant pillar of light descended from the heavens. A marshal who was on the brink of death was crushed into pieces. The faces of everyone changed once again. If Huang Xiaolong hadn't refined the world of departed souls, he wouldn't have been able to summon the pillar of light. How? How did you refine the world of departed souls? The Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor frowned in shock. As a Celestial Emperor, he knew what controlling an entire world meant. An unprecedented sense of crisis filled his soul. "When I exterminate your Dao physique, I'll tell you," Huang Xiaolong sneered. The experts of the 5 celestial empires glared at Huang Xiaolong with equal parts anger and terror. "Huang Xiaolong, this is a grudge between you and the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire and the True Dragon Celestial Empire. It has nothing to do with us." The Son of Creation of the Grand Myriad Celestial Empire exclaimed, "We'll leave right this instant." The faces of Huang Shangdao and Fu Luosun turned ugly instantly. "I gave you a chance to leave, however. All of you refused to take it." Huang Xiaolong's gaze turned cold. "Now all of you will have to die." There was no way he would allow anyone to learn that he had refined the world of departed souls. As such, he would silence everyone who had learned his secret. "Let's go." The Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor planned to rip the space around him in order to snake his escape. "I sealed off the space 100 million miles around me. Do you think you can escape?" Huang Xiaolong snorted. "Unless you're a god of creation, you'll have to leave your life here today." Huang Xiaolong wasn't trying to scare them. With the power he wielded in the world of departed souls, only God of Creation realm experts would be able to stand against him. "Kill Huang Xiaolong and we will definitely be able to leave. Don't tell me the experts of our 5 celestial empires will lose to a mere brat." Huang Xingdao's yell tore through the air. "Lay down the Excessive Darkness Grand Formation." Kill him, Fu Luosin raged. In an instant, the experts of the excessive darkness Celestial Empire started their desperate attempt to kill Huang Xiaolong. Releasing everything they had, they started to lay down the excessive darkness Grand Formation. As the Grand Formation created by one of the strongest celestial empires, the excessive darkness Grand Formation was one of the top 10 formations in the universe. The Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor and the others realized that there was no other way, and they quickly passed down the order to kill Huang Xiaolong. In an instant, the experts of all 5 factions turned their swords against Huang Xiaolong. The heavens trembled and the earth crumbled. Time seemed to flow in reverse. Golden blood rained down on the lands and the stench of blood filled the air. When the massacre went down, a group of experts from the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire was coincidentally making their way over. An expert from the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire stopped all of a sudden. "Elder Lu, what's wrong?" Zhang Ying asked. The elder stared into the distance as he muttered softly. "The space in front of us has been sealed off by a certain expert. We have to make a detour." The eldest prince of the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire, Zhang Tianchong, sneered in response. "Bullshit. It's just a space seal. There's no need for us to go around it. I'll shatter the seal right now." As soon as he spoke, he raised his arm and smashed the giant hammer in his hands on the seal. Bang! A resounding blast rang through the skies as he was sent flying. Vomiting mouthfuls of golden blood, he stared at the space seal in shock. "What?" The experts of the Excessive Heaven Celestial Empire stared at the space seal before looking at Zhang Tianchong. Zhang Tianchong was the strongest prince in the royal family of the Excessive Heaven Celestial Empire, and he comprehended 13 elements with 11 of them at the perfection level. He was only weaker than Zhang Ying, but even someone at his level was heavily injured by the backlash. Wiping the blood from his lips, Zhang Tianchong yelled, "All of you, work together to break the barrier right now." Elder Lu's expression changed, but he was too slow to stop them. The experts serving under Zhang Tianchong had already unleashed their attacks on the space seal. Boom! Explosions rang through the air as a horrifying wave of energy emerged from inside the space seal. Everyone who struck the space seal was flung away as the armor on their bodies shattered into tiny little pieces. Blood rained down on the land outside the space seal. Zhang Tianchong gasped in shock. "Hurry up and leave," Elder Lu exclaimed hastily, and he brought Zhang Ying and the others away from the space seal. They only stopped after they got a pretty distance away from the seal. "Elder Lu, who in world made the space seal?" Zhang Ying asked. Shaking his head slowly, Elder Lu sighed. "I have no idea. However, the person is definitely at the Grand Perfection level." Grand Perfection level? The experts of the Excessive Heaven Celestial Empire gasped in shock. Could it be Huang Shengdao? A complicated look could be seen on Zhang Ying's face. Ever since Huang Shengdao obtained the Dao Emperor Sword and experienced a huge increase in strength, he was known as the #1 cultivator in the younger generation. Everyone would feel a sense of fear when they spoke of his name, including Zhang Ying. Elder Lu shook his head. "I have no idea." In fact, he could vaguely feel that the person who sealed off the space was stronger than Huang Shengdao. He was someone who had only entered perfection level in all 13 elements, and he didn't know too much about the power wielded by an expert with grand cosmos energy. When the experts of the Extreme Heaven Celestial Empire left, there were a ton of experts who ran into the space seal. Like Zhang Tianchong, many of them tried to shatter it, but they were sent packing without the slightest bit of suspense. Several days passed in an instant. Several days later, Huang Xiaolong looked at the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor who was on the brink of death. The 5 celestial empires brought with them over 10,000 experts, but all of them were slain. The only person left was the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor who had 800 million units of grand cosmos energy. With his body covered in blood, the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor's appearance was no longer what it once was. With a distressed smile on his face, he sneered, "Huang Xiaolong, even the old dragon won't be able to protect you now that you exterminated the experts of our celestial empires. Unless you remain in the world of departed souls your entire life, you will be hunted down to the ends of the universe." The extreme bliss celestial emperor knew what was about to come, and he had come to terms with fate. "There's no need for you to worry about me," Huang Xiaolong muttered. He thought of the countermeasures a long time ago. So what if he offended the 5 celestial empires? Moreover, there was no one who could prove that he was the one who killed them. As an expert who had 800 million units of grand cosmos energy, the extreme bliss celestial emperor was a powerhouse in the universe. Even if Huang Xiaolong personally admitted to killing them all, no one would believe him. Several moments later, Huang Xiaolong destroyed the extreme bliss celestial emperor's body, and he threw every single one of their Tao souls into the depths of the world of departed souls. After dealing with all of them, Huang Xiaolong started to look through the loots of his battle. Huang Shengdao had 2 creation artifacts with him, and Fu Luosen had a single creation artifact. The extreme bliss celestial emperor had 1, and the son of creation of the grand myriad celestial empire also had 1. There was the soul-burying silver tree, and Huang Shengdao's universe source spiritual vein. There were countless other treasures, and Huang Xiaolong managed to locate a ton of creation-level spiritual pills on their bodies. There were both extreme bliss spiritual pills and Tao Emperor spiritual pills. Even sons of creation at the level of Fu Luosen didn't possess creation-level pills. One could only imagine how precious they were. Only celestial emperor-level figures would bring some along with them, and Huang Shengdao managed to obtain his from the Tao Emperor's treasury. Since there were only several years left till the restrictions around the world of departed souls recovered, Huang Xiaolong decided to completely refine the world before they did. The time passed in the blink of an eye, and the restrictions around the world started to shine. The experts from the various factions departed immediately, and Huang Xiaolong followed closely behind. He had completely refined the world of departed souls in the last few years, and he could enter whenever he pleased. The old dragon questioned him the moment he left. "How was your trip to the world of departed souls?" "It was great," Huang Xiaolong laughed. Great was an understatement. Huang Xiaolong's gains could be said to be overwhelming. He even managed to refine the entire world. Not to mention the fact that the treasures on the bodies of Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor, Huang Shengdao, and the others fell into his hands the moment he killed them. The old dragon laughed happily, and he didn't bother asking what Huang Xiaolong obtained. "That's great then." After he spoke, he brought Huang Xiaolong and they started their journey back to the Blazing Dragon world. After the experts left the world of departed souls, they started to return to the worlds they came from. There were extremely few people who paid attention to the disappearance of Fu Luosen, Huang Shengdao, and the others, but there were still several people who noticed. "That's weird. The Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor and the experts of the Extreme Bliss Celestial Empire haven't emerged." The encompassing essence Celestial Emperor frowned. His relationship with the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor was pretty good, and he wanted to discuss something with the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor when they returned. The world of departed souls would close in half an hour. They should be out soon. One of the marshals behind him muttered without thinking too much about it. The encompassing essence Celestial Emperor nodded slowly. However, by the time the restrictions around the world of departed souls recovered, the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor was nowhere to be seen. The world sank into the soul-burying silver river, and the expression of the encompassing essence Celestial Emperor finally changed. The Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor didn't emerge. The experts of the encompassing essence Celestial Empire stared at each other in shock. "They might have left a long time ago," the encompassing essence Celestial Emperor sighed. Even though one wouldn't leave the world of departed souls early, he didn't wish for anything to happen to his good friend. Several days later, the disappearance of the Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor started to spread through the lands. The experts of the Excessive Darkness Celestial Empire, Great Myriad Celestial Empire, Buddha Yang Celestial Empire, and the True Dragon Celestial Empire were also missing. The experts sent by the 5 Celestial Empires were completely gone. The news caused the entire universe to shake. The disappearance of anyone among those would cause a stir in the universe, not to mention the fact that a Celestial Emperor was among them. There were also Huang Shengdao and Fu Luosen. The experts of the 5 Celestial Empires should be besieged by a group of Silver River beasts. Experts guessed. Impossible. The Extreme Bliss Celestial Emperor is an expert who has 800 million units of grand cosmos energy. Even if he ran into a group of Silver River beasts, he will be able to remain alive. In the various great worlds in the universe, discussions flew about. Elder Lu, do you think it had something to do with the expert who laid down the space seal? Zhang Ying asked all of a sudden. Sixth Princess, please speak with caution. Elder Lu jumped in fright. That was a matter that concerned 5 celestial empires. If any of them heard it, a giant problem would land on their heads if the celestial empires held Zhang Ying accountable for her words. However, Elder Lu shook his head eventually. It doesn't seem like it. The expert who laid down the space seal might be strong, but he wouldn't be able to trap the experts of all 5 celestial empires. Only God of Creation realm experts possess that level of power. Zhang Ying nodded her head. On the way back to the Blazing Dragon world, Huang Xiaolong heard the rumors going around and, like what he thought, his name didn't even come up once. As soon as they returned, Huang Xiaolong entered seclusion and he started to refine all the creation-level pills he obtained. Several tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, and Huang Xiaolong completed the refinement of the universe source spiritual veins along with the various pills. He went to visit the old dragon, and he spoke of leaving the Blazing Dragon world for several years. The old dragon didn't think too much about it, and he only told Huang Xiaolong to take care of himself. He handed over 10 protection runes he refined himself. Huang Xiaolong didn't stand on ceremony and kept them all. Master, about my family. Relax. I'll take care of them. The old dragon reassured Huang Xiaolong. Nodding slightly, Huang Xiaolong felt at ease. With the old dragon watching over them, the Huang family wouldn't run into trouble. Huang Sheng might be the strongest expert in the universe, but he wouldn't be the old dragon's opponent in the Blazing Dragon world. The only way would be for Huang Sheng to surpass the God of Creation realm. Before he left, Huang Xiaolong went back to the Huang family for a short visit. After a few short years, Huang Xiaolong returned to the soul-burying Silver River. He entered the world of departed souls once again, and this time, he planned on staying until he refined all the universe origin energy contained in the world origin. He knew that he wouldn't emerge until he reached 1 billion units of grand cosmos energy. When Huang Xiaolong returned to the world of departed souls, he was like a fish in water as he quickly arrived at the land of origin. It was the most suitable place for him to devour the universe origin energy contained in the world origin. Before entering seclusion, Huang Xiaolong went to take a look at the Dao souls of Huang Shengdao and the others. Huang Xiaolong, you better stop gloating. Our old ancestor will definitely figure out that you're the one behind this. When that happens, you will die a horrible death. Huang Shengdao screamed in anger. Your old ancestor? Huang Xiaolong sneered. Huang Sheng doesn't care about your survival. He's been in seclusion all this while. He didn't even order to search for any of you. You look too highly upon yourself. Your life doesn't matter to him. Huang Shengdao roared with rage. Huang Xiaolong, you're lying. That's not possible. He. Huang Xiaolong's lips curled upwards slightly. Ever since Huang Shengdao's disappearance, Huang Dinghai went over to make a report to Huang Sheng. After all, the disappearance of the Son of Creation was something that could shake the foundations of the Celestial Empire. However, Huang Sheng continued to remain in seclusion, and he didn't bother ordering the investigation of the incident. One could see how much Huang Sheng cared about his descendants compared to surpassing the God of Creation realm. After visiting them, Huang Xiaolong returned to the core of the world of departed souls. Sitting down cross-legged, he started to circulate the Soaring Dragon art and the Blazing Dragon Grand art. A boundless amount of universe origin energy poured into him. With the devouring power of both creation-level secret arts, the universe origin energy was like a waterfall that threatened to drown Huang Xiaolong. If he were to speak of his experience, no one would ever believe that there would be so much universe origin energy in the world. However, that was indeed the truth. He was surrounded by a sea of universe origin energy, and Huang Xiaolong felt as though he was suspended in a sea of stars. The heavenly river of universe origin energy swept about as it roared thunderously around him. Grand cosmos energy started to form in 2 of the 3 small worlds in him. When Huang Xiaolong left seclusion in the blazing dragon world, he accumulated more than 40 million units of grand cosmos energy. Now, that number is skyrocketing. When experts cultivated, they would experience an increase of a single unit in a month if they were lucky. However, Huang Xiaolong managed to increase it by nearly 200 units a day. His strength was increasing at an unbelievable rate. After 300,000 years, the amount of grand cosmos energy in his body reached a whopping 99,999,999 units. Only a single unit was left for him to reach the grand hallmark of 100 million. However, the grand cosmos energy in his body froze before the final unit could form, and no matter how hard he tried, the final unit wouldn't condense in him. It was as though the worlds in him had absorbed enough energy and wouldn't be able to accept more. In actual fact, anyone who reached the same stage as Huang Xiaolong would feel the same phenomenon. It was like how primal ancestors were unable to take the final step into the Tao Venerable Realm. There were some people who would only be able to condense the final unit to break through to 100 million units after several tens of millions of years. Everything depended on one's talent. The blazing dragon of the past took several 100,000 years to break through to the 100 million units mark. Huang Xiaolong wasn't hasty in the slightest as he started to compress the grand cosmos energy in him. Even though the grand cosmos energy in him was a liquid-like substance, they started to crystallize after Huang Xiaolong compressed them to a terrifying degree. Every single crystal of grand cosmos energy was like a gem that emitted resplendent rays of light. After compressing them for 200 years, the final strand of grand cosmos energy formed, pushing him into the 100 million range. Another 100,000 years later, Huang Xiaolong reached another bottleneck at 199,999,999 units. Again, he started to compress them. 400 years later, Huang Xiaolong formed his second 100 million. After 11 million years, Huang Xiaolong formed his 1,200,000,000 units of grand cosmos energy. Moreover, both worlds broke through at the same time. Experts like Huang Dinghai would only possess 1,199,999,999 units of grand cosmos energy at best. However, like the monster Huang Xiaolong was, he managed to accumulate twice the amount with two small worlds in him. The difference between someone with 2,400,000,000 units of grand cosmos energy wasn't a mere 2 times stronger than someone who had 1,199,999,999 units of grand cosmos energy. Without exaggeration, even 10 Huang Dinghai wouldn't be able to fight Huang Xiaolong to a draw. A supreme expert who entered the God of Creation realm would possess 2 billion units of grand cosmos energy after several years of training. However, Huang Xiaolong had already surpassed that level. When both small worlds broke through at once, Huang Xiaolong could feel that the universe origin energy contained in the world of departed souls thinning by quite a bit. Even though the world accumulated a lot of universe origin energy, Huang Xiaolong's speed of refinement was too damn fast. Another million years flashed by. Eventually, the grand cosmos energy contained in a single small world reached the absolute limit of 1,299,999,999 units. There was no longer a way for him to go further, as that was as far as anyone under the God of Creation realm could go. The moment he reached the 1.3 billion mark, he would break through to the God of Creation realm. Naturally, the moment he entered the God of Creation realm, he would possess 2.6 billion units of grand cosmos energy. Since the start of time, not a single expert at the grand perfection level could break past the 1.3 billion mark. Now, Huang Xiaolong not only did that, he condensed nearly twice the amount. "It's time for me to return," Huang Xiaolong muttered to himself. That was the longest he had ever been in seclusion for, and Huang Xiaolong finally realized what time meant for a God of Creation. Even 100 million years was nothing to an expert at their level. Entering seclusion for tens of billions of years was something God of Creation realm experts would find easy. As soon as Huang Xiaolong emerged from the world of departed souls, he received several messages from his master. A smile formed on his face after he read them, and he knew that his master was definitely worried now that he had disappeared for more than 12 million years. With a single step, Huang Xiaolong crossed several fields of stars. He couldn't help but gasp in shock. His speed had long since reached an unmatched level in the universe. In the past, he used several dozen years to return to the blazing dragon world. Now, he wouldn't even take half an hour to return. When he returned to the blazing dragon world and met his master, he was met with a torrent of abuses. The old dragon's face sank as he went off. After he was done, he sighed. "Where have you been? Do you know that every single second counts? 1,000,000,000 years will pass in the blink of an eye. You might be talented, but if you fail to break through to the grand perfection level of the God of Creation realm, you won't be able to save your father." The old dragon's face was gloomy as he held back the urge to beat Huang Xiaolong up. A helpless smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. From the looks of it, the old dragon probably thought that he went out to roam the universe. "Master, I've been in seclusion this whole time." Huang Xiaolong could only try to explain himself. "Heh, how strong have you gotten since then? Have you reached 300 million units of grand cosmos energy?" The old dragon stared at Huang Xiaolong and snorted angrily. "All right, since you've been in seclusion all this time, I'll let you off if you manage to show me 300 million units of grand cosmos energy. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here for the next 100 million years until you enter the God of Creation realm." Huang Xiaolong snickered when he heard his master's estimation of his newfound strength. 300 million units? That's right, you little brat. It's fine if you fail to reach 400 million units of grand cosmos energy. I'll let you off if you manage to accumulate 300 million units. He stared at Huang Xiaolong, who was trying his best to force himself to remain expressionless, and continued. "Don't tell me you're not even close to accumulating 300 million units of grand cosmos energy?" A terrifying aura emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body all of a sudden. In an instant, the power of a cultivator who had 100 million units of grand cosmos energy surged through the space around them. 200 million. 300 million. The old dragon stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock, but a look of joy soon formed on his face. It seemed as though the little brat wasn't lying. He was really cultivating for the past 12 million years. Just as he thought that Huang Xiaolong was about to stop there, another wave of energy emerged from Huang Xiaolong's body. The space around him started to crack and mountain ranges started to crumble. Even the rivers stopped flowing. 400 million. The old dragon was so surprised he yelled in shock. Of course, that wasn't the end. 500 million? The old dragon was so shocked he jumped in fright. His disciple actually managed to accumulate 500 million units of grand cosmos energy after 12 million short years. Even though he knew that Huang Xiaolong possessed unparalleled talent, he knew that gathering grand cosmos energy would get more and more difficult. He thought that 400 million would be Huang Xiaolong's limit, but it seemed as though his disciple's limit was actually 500 million. That was 500 million units of grand cosmos energy they were talking about. When he cultivated for 10 million years in the past, he only managed to accumulate a little more than 1,000,000 units. The difference between 1,000,000 and 500 million was Huang Xiaolong stopped after revealing 500 million units of grand cosmos energy. He knew that if he showed off all the grand cosmos energy he managed to accumulate during his 12 million years of seclusion, the old dragon might just die from fright. Whatever the case, 500 million units of grand cosmos energy was shocking enough. If news were to spread, many people would be looking for a brick wall to smash their head in. It was especially so for the extreme East old man, Yu Ming, and other people who had Huang Xiaolong as their enemy. Good, good, very good. The old man was so happy he didn't know what to do with his hands. Grabbing Huang Xiaolong's shoulders all of a sudden, he roared with laughter. "Little brat, you're too fucking awesome." Huang Xiaolong was stunned the old dragon would be able to use such a fashionable phrase, but he laughed nonetheless. "Master, I don't care." Black lines formed on Huang Xiaolong's forehead when he saw the old dragon's reaction. After indulging himself in his excitement for a short while, the old dragon turned serious. A smile remained on his face as he continued. "You didn't disappoint, you master. With your current speed, You will definitely be able to enter the God of Creation realm in 100 million years. 100 million years? Huang Xiaolong shook his head inwardly. If his master knew his actual strength, he would probably change his evaluation. After all, the kid was right on the edge of entering the God of Creation realm. According to Huang Xiaolong, he would definitely be able to enter the God of Creation realm in 20 million years. Master, can you use your secret art now? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. That was the reason he was so desperate to increase his strength in the first place. The old dragon mentioned in the past that as long as Huang Xiaolong reached the grand perfection level, he would be able to meet his father with the help of the old dragon. Now, his strength was more than enough to reach the old man's standard. With your current strength, you can probably hide for an hour and a half. However, you failed to obtain the soul-burying orb. With it, you will be able to hide for longer. It was evident that Huang Xiaolong's achievements in the world of departed souls hadn't made its way around. Master, I actually obtained the orb a long time ago. Admitting sheepishly, Huang Xiaolong retrieved a purple orb. A look of surprise appeared on the old dragon's face, and he roared with laughter. You little brat. Why didn't you say so? All right, make your preparations. I'll send you over with my secret art in a little bit. Sucking in a cold breath, Huang Xiaolong suppressed the anxiety in his heart. Nodding to the old dragon, he was ready. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong was good to go, the old dragon waved his arm and grand cosmos energy poured out from his body. It tore a hole in the void, and it stretched towards the edges of the heavens. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but exclaim silently in his heart. He might have reached a whopping 2.59999 billion units of grand cosmos energy, but he felt like an ant before the old dragon. He could see that the grand cosmos energy that his master used remained in the void without any signs of dissipating, and even after being stretched thin, the strength contained within didn't waver. As the old dragon displayed his power, a spatial tunnel was formed. All Huang Xiaolong could see was weird fluctuations inside the runnel. All right, hurry and enter, the old dragon said all of a sudden. Without the slightest hesitation, Huang Xiaolong's body flashed and he entered the spatial tunnel. He appeared on the other end in an instant. Using the soul-burying orb, he hid his aura completely. He found himself in a special space where runes spun around like webs. The runes covered the entire space they were in, and he saw a giant golden dragon that was trapped by the runes in the middle of the space. Unable to move, Huang Xiaolong could see that the body of the dragon was skewered by the runes, and it was clear that the runes were sucking away the golden dragon's vitality and strength. A sense of familiarity formed in Huang Xiaolong's heart when he looked at the dragon. There was no need for any confirmation as Huang Xiaolong instantly recognized the golden dragon. Father! With tears in his eyes, Huang Xiaolong rushed over with all his might. Forcing his eyes open, the giant golden dragon looked at Huang Xiaolong. Traces of joy and excitement flashed in his eyes when he saw Huang Xiaolong. My son, you're finally here. My son, you're finally here. Tears streamed down Huang Xiaolong's face when he heard the voice ringing in his head. Huang Xiaolong hadn't cried in too long. The unfamiliar feeling of tears streaming down his face caught him off guard. But he knew that even the strongest of men couldn't hold back their tears. No longer holding back his emotions, he allowed the tears to stream down his face. After arriving at his current level of cultivation, Huang Xiaolong's understanding of the world had already changed. There's no need to worry about me. I'm fine. Huang Long reassured him. You grew up faster than I imagined. It seems like you managed to form 3 small worlds in your body when you broke through in the past. Nodding his head, a smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face. Yes, I managed to create 3 small worlds. Others might not understand the reason behind Huang Xiaolong's special growth, but Huang Xiaolong understood that his current achievements were due to Huang Long's painstaking efforts. Other than the soaring dragon art, you managed to cultivate the blazing dragon grand art? A ray of golden light shot into Huang Xiaolong's body. A chuckle left Huang Xiaolong's lips. Yes, father. The blazing dragon is my master. He quickly spoke about the part where the old dragon took him in as a disciple before changing the topic to talk about the Panguax. A gratified smile formed on Huang Long's face. It's good that the old dragon is protecting you. With him around, I don't have to worry about you any longer. Also, there's a reason behind your appearance on Earth. Do you mean that the Pangu axe is located on Earth? Huang Xiaolong's heart trembled and he yelped in shock. Nodding slowly, Huang Long sighed. That's right. However, I have no idea where the exact location of the axe is. You will need to locate it yourself. One will have to rely on fate if they wish to obtain a treasure of that level. No matter how hard I tried in the past, I failed to find the axe. Huang Xiaolong frowned. Even you failed to locate the axe? Even if I didn't manage to find it, you might be able to. Pangu mentioned that one wouldn't need to use grand cosmos energy if they wished to discover the Pangu axe. Neither did they have to possess the power of Tao souls. Huang Xiaolong felt a trace of helplessness forming in his heart. I wonder what Lord Creation Pangu means by that. Is he trying to look for someone with a strong will? That was a possibility. Huang Long continued. Probably, no one knows what that weird fellow is thinking. However, one can be sure that only talented individuals can locate the Pangu axe. He's extremely particular about one's talent. I probably wasn't talented enough, or it might be because I have already entered the God of Creation realm. Huang Xiaolong gasped in shock. There's no need for you to worry. With your talent, there is no way for you to fail to meet Pangu's expectations, Huang Long continued. Not to mention the fact that you haven't entered the God of Creation realm yet. As long as you return to Earth and begin your search, you will definitely be able to find the axe. Huang Xiaolong sighed. Father, you can rest assured that I will definitely locate the axe. When I enter the grand perfection level of the God of Creation realm, I'll save you. Go on. I believe in you. Huang Long chuckled. There's no need for you to worry about me. It won't be easy for Huang Shang to devour my blood essence. Staring at Huang Long with a reluctant gaze, Huang Xiaolong turned to leave. Entering the tunnel, he disappeared in an instant. Not too long after he left, a golden-robed young man appeared in the space above Huang Long. When he raised his hand, the universe bent to his will. A deep gaze could be seen in his eyes, and nothing could hide from him. He seemed to be able to peer through time and space itself, and a suspicious look could be seen on his face when he looked all around. The person who appeared was precisely Huang Shang. Even though Huang Xiaolong had the soul-burying orb and didn't stay for a long time, Huang Shang managed to feel that something was wrong. After surveying the space around him, he glared at Huang Long and snapped, Huang Long, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, your life will turn into a living hell. Roaring with laughter, Huang Long ignored the man. What are you laughing at? Huang Shang turned to stare at Huang Long in contempt. You won't be able to get your way for much longer. Huang Long sneered. You will be able to see the day where I devour your bloodline and power. On that day, I will surpass the God of Creation realm. I will turn into the true ruler of the universe. Huang Shang snorted. Relax. You won't get so far. When Huang Xiaolong returned to the blazing dragon world, he felt a mountain weighing on his heart. The old dragon didn't say a word as he took his leave. He knew that Huang Xiaolong needed some time alone. He only returned 3 days later. Master, I plan on heading over to the Pangu world in a few days. Huang Xiaolong mentioned the moment the old dragon showed up. Seemingly unprepared for such a sudden decision, the old dragon raised an eyebrow in shock. That's quick. Nodding slowly, Huang Xiaolong continued. I plan to leave in a few days. After his meeting with his father, he wanted nothing more than to look for the Pangu axe. When he obtained the Pangu axe, his cultivation would increase yet again. When his third world accumulated 1.299999 billion units of grand cosmos energy, it would be time for him to enter the God of Creation realm. He would become the God of Creation, Huang Xiaolong. The old dragon looked at Huang Xiaolong and sighed. All right, you won't be able to hide forever. Even though locating the axe would waste quite some time, you will be able to make up for all the time you lost after training the Pangu world creation art. Perhaps finding the axe would be even better than entering seclusion. In fact, Huang Xiaolong had reached a bottleneck. He had to locate the Pangu axe if he wanted to ascend, but he didn't plan on explaining everything to the old dragon. With your strength, you can probably sweep the entire Pangu world along. However, you need to be careful of a single person. Are you talking about Hong Jun? Huang Xiaolong asked. In the legends of the Pangu world, Hong Jun was the teacher of all saints. He supported the heavens on his own, and he was the strongest individual under Pangu. That's right. The old dragon nodded. Hong Jun has already entered the god of creation realm, and he's the second god of creation after Pangu. Soon after, the old dragon spoke of several other matters. Noting everything down, Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless. In the next few days, the old dragon clarified any doubts Huang Xiaolong had with his cultivation. He wasn't the oldest god of creation for nothing. He knew practically everything, and Huang Xiaolong felt his road ahead clearing up with the help of the old dragon. Before he returned to Earth, Huang Xiaolong returned to the Huang family to visit Xiaofei and the others. After several more days, he left the Blazing Dragon world. The Pangu world was located quite a distance away from the Blazing Dragon world, and it was several times the distance between the Huanglong world and the Blazing Dragon world. In the past, he took several tens of thousands of years to travel to the Blazing Dragon world, but with his current speed, it would only take him a year to arrive at the Pangu world. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother using the purple lightning peak. Instead, he used his fleshy body to soar through the space. At his current realm, he was much faster than the purple lightning peak. Along the way, Huang Xiaolong would refine the sun-moon furnace and the purple lightning peak with his grand cosmos energy. Even though their hopes of becoming a creation artifact was slim to none, Huang Xiaolong believed that, with enough dedication, there would come a day when they did. Occasionally, he would run into universe beasts. However, he didn't wish to deal with them, and he chased them away by releasing a tiny bit of his aura. With his current strength, a trace of his power could cause these terrifying universe beasts to tremble like a leaf in the wind. Without a doubt, Huang Xiaolong was an existence who was invincible under the God of Creation realm. Other than several God of Creation realm experts who existed in the universe, no one could stand up to Huang Xiaolong. Even celestial emperors like Huang Dinghai would be defeated by a single point from Huang Xiaolong. When Huang Xiaolong ventured past the Tao Emperor world, he hesitated for a moment. Since he obtained the Tao Emperor's sword from Huang Xingdao, he would be able to obtain the Tao Emperor's inheritance with the soul-burying orb. When that happened, he would be able to cultivate the Tao Emperor's sword art. That could easily be the third creation-level secret art for his third world. However, Huang Xiaolong knew that the Tao Emperor's sword art was far too lacking compared to the Pangu world creation art. If he studied the Tao Emperor's sword art, his speed of cultivation would suffer in the long run. He would never be able to become as strong as he hoped. After thinking about it for a moment, Huang Xiaolong made his decision. He would cultivate the Pangu world creation art. Locating the axe shouldn't be too difficult after he returned to Earth. Moreover, the experts of the 5 celestial empires had laid down countless formations around the Tao Emperor world. The disappearance of Huang Shangdao and the others were too much of a coincidence. No matter who appeared with the Tao Emperor's sword, they would turn into suspect number 1 for the disappearance of the experts of all 5 celestial empires. That was also the reason Huang Xiaolong decided against opening the final restriction around the Tao Emperor's treasury. As he continued his journey, the Pangu world soon appeared before his eyes. Looking at the Pangu world before him, a sigh left his lips. Complicated emotions welled up in his heart when he thought about how he was brought to the Huanglong world during his rebirth. He wondered about the changes on Earth, and whenever he thought about the possibilities, a gloomy feeling would shroud his heart. He was afraid that he would no longer be able to meet the members of the Huang family after his return to Earth. No matter what, they were his family members. Since he transmigrated more than 10 million years ago, Huang Xiaolong wondered if time passed the same way on Earth. If that was really the case, he was afraid that the members of the Huang family would have already returned to the Earth. Now, the only hope he had in his heart was the fact that time flowed differently on both worlds. Even though it was something nearly impossible, as a god of creation who had reached the grand perfection level, Pangu was more than capable of doing something like that. Looking at the spatial storms around the Pangu world, Huang Xiaolong hesitated for a moment, releasing all his power at once. He tore the storm apart as he strolled into the Pangu world. The universal spatial storm was something formed by Pangu in order to deter experts in the universe from entering his world. It was a layer of protection made by Pangu himself. With the universe spatial storms around the Pangu world, even experts at the level of Huang Dinghai wouldn't be able to enter. Of course, that didn't stop Huang Xiaolong. With nearly 2.6 billion units of grand cosmos energy, the spatial storms around him couldn't even scratch the surface of his skin. Even so, Huang Xiaolong didn't dare to be careless. He slowed himself and proceeded with caution. After tens of minutes, he finally broke past the final barrier to enter the Pangu world. Standing in the void above the Pangu world, Huang Xiaolong could feel the difference between the laws governing the heavens and earth. It was completely different from the laws of the world controlling the Blazing Dragon world and Huanglong world. There was a sense of tyranny hidden in the laws of the world around him. This should be one of the mortal worlds of the Pangu world. Huang Xiaolong used his Dao souls to look all around him, and the situation around the region appeared in his mind. Finally, Huang Xiaolong came to the conclusion that he was right. Rushing over to one of the worlds around him, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. If he appeared in one of the immortal worlds in the Pangu world, God knew how long it would take for him to arrive back in the lower worlds. With a single step, Huang Xiaolong appeared outside a star field. He had already slowed himself, and if Huang Xiaolong were to use his full strength, he would probably travel past the entire star field with a single step. One had to know that Huang Xiaolong's grand cosmos energy was already comparable to a god of creation. Only Hong Jun would be able to match up to him. Several moments later, Huang Xiaolong grabbed the strongest expert he could find in a star field, and he looked through the other party's memories. He quickly learned that he was in the Milky Way galaxy. Moreover, the man he caught was a member of the number 1 sect in the Milky Way galaxy, the Coiling Martial Immortal Gate. The person he caught was the patriarch of the Coiling Martial Immortal Gate, Yi Zhaolong. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard where he was. After all, Earth was also located in the Milky Way galaxy, and returning would be a matter of time. Not making things difficult for Yi Zhaolong, Huang Xiaolong let the man off after looking through his memories. After he was released, Yi Zhaolong yelled in fright, "Senior, please spare my life." Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the man's reaction. "Your talent is pretty good. You should be able to enter the heavenly immortal realm in 1,000 years to enter the immortal world." The cultivation levels of the Milky Way galaxy were Hotian, Xiantian, Foundation Building, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Enlightenment, Spirit Severing, Soul Condensation, Great Void, Grand Completion, Tribulation, and Void Immortal Realm. Yi Zhaolong was at the peak of the Void Immortal Realm, and he was a step away from breaking through. When one finally broke through, they would enter the heavenly immortal realm and they could enter the immortal worlds of the Pangu world. Seeing as Huang Xiaolong had praised his talent, Yi Zhaolong became even more afraid. "Zhaolong is too weak compared to Senior. My talent is mediocre, and it's nothing compared to Senior." Huang Xiaolong nodded and smiled. "Seems like our meeting was brought together by fate. All right, I'll help you out a little." After he spoke, a strand of golden light entered Yi Zhaolong's mind. With another step, Huang Xiaolong disappeared into the space above. With his heart pounding in fear, Yi Zhaolong saw how Huang Xiaolong entered the void with a single step. He knew that even with the power of a heavenly immortal, one wouldn't be able to do what Huang Xiaolong just did. Kneeling in fear, Yi Zhaolong didn't dare to raise his head for a long time. After leaving, Huang Xiaolong wasn't in a rush anymore. Since he knew that he was in the Milky Way galaxy, he would take 2 days at best to return back to Earth. 1 day later, Huang Xiaolong didn't know how far he had gone, but a big blue orb could be seen on the horizon. Earth was still in existence. The blue planet that he had seen during his time on Earth in textbooks. It was still there. A ripple ran through his heart when he looked at the planet before him. Before he arrived, Huang Xiaolong had a burning fear in his heart that the Earth would have been destroyed after more than 10 million years. A trace of hope formed in his heart. Since Earth was still standing, there was a chance the Pangu axe was still around. Calming himself down, he started to make his way over to Earth. Before he could enter the atmosphere, Huang Xiaolong paused in his tracks. He stared all around him and frowned. There was a terrifying layer of restriction around Earth, and Huang Xiaolong narrowed his eyes when he looked at it. From the strength of the restriction surrounding Earth, Huang Xiaolong knew that it was laid down by a god of creation realm expert. Moreover, it wasn't just any god of creation realm expert. With his current strength, ordinary restrictions wouldn't faze him in the slightest. However, he could feel his hair standing on end when he looked at the formations around him. Even with nearly 2.6 billion units of grand cosmos energy, Huang Xiaolong knew that he wouldn't be able to take a single strike from the restriction. Could Lord Pangu be the one who personally laid down the formation? A light flashed in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. There was no way Hong Jun could do something at that level. Also, why would Pangu lay down such a terrifying formation around Earth? Could it be to protect the Pangu axe? Or was he trying to protect Earth from outsiders? Since Huang Xiaolong's ability in the art of formations was higher than He Jun, he managed to discover that the restriction only stopped members who had reached the peak of the late 9th level void immortal realm from entering Earth. Calming himself down, Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could enter Earth, there would be a chance for him to locate the axe. Suppressing his cultivation level by level, he finally stopped when he reached the peak of the late 9th level void immortal realm. Even though he wouldn't be attacked by the restrictions surrounding the world, Huang Xiaolong still proceeded with caution. Only when he entered the atmosphere without triggering the restriction did he heave a sigh of relief. Standing in the air above Earth, Huang Xiaolong released his divine sense that had the strength of someone at the peak of the late 9th level void immortal realm. His expression changed all of a sudden. With his figure turning blurry, he rushed towards one of the cities in the distance. As Huang Xiaolong suppressed his strength to the peak of the late 9th level void immortal realm, his speed was several billion times slower than before. He could only fly slowly towards the city as a massive flying ship passed him. The flying ship that passed him resembled flying ships in the Huanglong world, and there were thousands of people who were seated within. It was something that shouldn't exist on Earth. Half an hour later, Huang Xiaolong finally arrived. Looking at the city before him, Huang Xiaolong's expression sank. The city was surrounded by thick walls, and from what he knew, something like that only existed in the ancient times. However, the walls were way thicker than before. Luaha City. When he saw the words written on the plaque on the wall, Huang Xiaolong sighed at the familiar words. A group of soldiers clad in battle armor stood at the gates of the city as they questioned everyone who tried to enter. Huang Xiaolong was stunned when he looked at them. Every single piece of armor of their bodies was inscribed with restrictions. Even though they were nothing more than pieces of junk to Huang Xiaolong, it was enough to show that Earth had undergone a massive change since he left. The Earth of the past would never be able to produce armor at that level. Moreover, Huang Xiaolong could feel traces of true qi surrounding their bodies. When Huang Xiaolong grabbed Yi Zhaolong previously, he learned that there were different levels of cultivation in the mortal worlds. The soldiers were at the Hotian realm, the weakest of them all, and it was also known as the Qi condensation realm. There were 9 levels in total, and from what Huang Xiaolong could see, all the soldiers were close to breaking through to the Xiantian realm. When Huang Xiaolong roamed the earth in the past, their old ancestor was a direct disciple of Shaolin, and after the Ming dynasty exterminated the entire Shaolin sect, their old ancestor escaped and started the Huang family. The Huang family started to learn the martial arts of the Shaolin, and they turned into a martial family on Earth. Even so, the number of experts who reached the Xiantian realm in the Huang family was little to none. Even on Earth, the number of experts who reached that level didn't number a lot. Now, Huang Xiaolong was surprised to see that even ordinary soldiers were about to break through into the Xiantian realm. Just as Huang Xiaolong was strolling into the city, he was stopped by one of them. "Hold it right there. Hand over your identity plaque right now." Identity plaque. Huang Xiaolong casually glanced at the other party in response. Despite it being just a normal look, the soldier who stopped him felt the blood draining from his face as fear gripped his heart. He bowed and yelled to everyone's surprise, "I was too rash and offended, senior. Please enter the city. Huang Xiaolong didn't bother with the man and strolled directly into the city. The other soldiers couldn't help but stare at Huang Xiaolong in shock. They turned to the soldier who bowed and asked, "Captain, is that a scholar of the Xiantian realm?" As long as one entered the Xiantian realm on Earth, they would be respectfully addressed as scholar. Their status was different from the general population. When the captain looked at Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure, he gasped in shock. "I'm afraid that the senior has already crossed the scholar realm." He had seen many Xiantian realm experts in his life. Even though they were strong, they wouldn't be able to scare him just with a single gaze. As such, he concluded that the other party was an expert who had long surpassed that level. The soldiers around him jumped in fright. Don't tell me the expert was a foundation-building realm expert?" A look of terror could be seen in their eyes as they turned to look at Huang Xiaolong. One would enter the foundation-building realm after they surpassed the Xiantian realm. When that happened, they would be considered a true cultivator. One's future would be limitless as long as they managed to cross the barrier to become a foundation-building realm cultivator. The captain remained silent. In his heart, he felt that even foundation-building realm experts wouldn't be able to strike fear in his heart with just a single gaze. Of course, there was no point in explaining to the soldiers. When he thought of the realm above the foundation-building stage, he felt chills creeping down his heart. Huang Xiaolong strolled down the street, and he could see traces of the old earth in the building design. However, it seemed as though cultivation had taken over the world as the structures were built from spiritual wood, and there were even several better buildings made up of essence metal. Roads and crossings filled the street as people would ride on beasts and humans would drive by in cars alongside each other. It was evident that the cars were no longer the same as before, as they were much quicker than the cars Huang Xiaolong knew. The chattering of those around him quickly entered his ears. From what they said, it was the 22nd century, and it was 100 years since Huang Xiaolong transmigrated into the Huanglong world. 100 years. Huang Xiaolong's heart sank. After so many years, the Huang family, since it had only been 100 years, his family might still be there. Ever since Earth transitioned into the cultivation era 80 years ago, any foundation-building realm expert would be able to live past 100 years. Moreover, from what he heard, Earth underwent a weird transformation 80 years ago. No one knew where it came from, but spiritual energy started to emerge from the already polluted Earth. The spiritual energy in the air transformed the physique of all humans, enhancing their basic abilities. Not too long after the incident, various cultivation sects and factions from outer space entered Earth and laid their foundations there. Since that time, more than 400 sects entered Earth and set up their branches. They started to spread at an incredible speed. Before long, cultivation took over the entire world. In the past, Earth had 195 countries, but now, there were less than 10 left. Many smaller countries were swallowed by these cultivation sects, and they turned into the strongholds of the various factions. Several others quickly submitted to the larger countries around them and formed an alliance against the foreign factions. Wuxia of the past was still present, but it had already changed its name to the Wuxia Alliance. The city he was currently in also belonged to the Wuxia Alliance. Strolling along the streets, Huang Xiaolong released his divine sense and surrounded the entire city in his senses. Even though Huang Xiaolong's strength was locked at the peak of the late 9th level void immortal realm, covering the city with his senses was nothing difficult. In several days, the 6th Sword Gate will be accepting disciples. Many families have already rushed over to the 6th Sword Mountain. It won't be easy for anyone to be accepted. One has to be a genius in the way of the sword. Otherwise, the 6th Sword Gate wouldn't even look at you. I've heard that the 6th Sword Gate accepted a monster in the previous recruitment. He has an innate sword physique, and he has a 10th grade spiritual vein. His name is Chun Dongping. Out of the various factions on Earth, the 6th Sword Gate was one of the 6 strongest sects. It was an honor as long as anyone could enter any one of the 6 strongest sects, and it would be an honorable achievement if one managed to enter any one of the 6. And it was something that gave one even more bragging rights than if one managed to get into one of the top universities in the world of the past. Of course, the six sects had stringent requirements when it came to accepting disciples. However, a smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face when he heard their definition of talent. To Huang Xiaolong, they were like children playing house. There wasn't even a need to speak of the matters in the mortal world. Even in the immortal world, everyone was ordinary in Huang Xiaolong's eyes. There was no difference between a cultivator and a mortal if they weren't at the peak level of cultivation. After walking around for more than an hour and listening to the conversations going on, Huang Xiaolong gained a better picture of the current state of the earth. Of course, those who he overheard were speaking of ordinary things. If Huang Xiaolong wanted to know more, he had to start focusing on the more important topics. Since he wanted to learn about the real situation on Earth, it would only make sense to grab the person with the highest authority. They would definitely know about many matters the public had no idea about. As such, Huang Xiaolong locked on to the two strongest individuals in the city instantly. Both of them were Golden Core Realm experts, and they were the City Lord and Vice City Lord respectively. When Huang Xiaolong set his sights onto them, they were currently talking about the matter of the Six Sword Gates recruitment. Even existences at their level had to pay attention to superpowers at the level of the Six Sword Gate. I've heard that the Six Sword Gate is planning to accept the 3 most talented students of the Eastern University as inner disciples of the sect. The City Lord, Lu Duan, mentioned. There were countless universities in the Earth Huang Xiaolong was familiar with, and there were many now. The Eastern University was the best university the Huaxia Alliance had to offer. Chun Dongping's cultivation when he entered the sect can be said to be astounding. It's been several years, and he already entered the foundation building realm. I've heard that he's already at the second-level foundation building realm. The Vice City Lord, Su Shiji, frowned. A look of envy and jealousy could be seen on his face. Lu Duan continued, "Yeah. Innate sword physique and grade 10 spiritual veins. The Six Sword Gate really picked up a treasure this time. Chun Dongping's talent will definitely allow him to enter the 9th level foundation building realm in the next 20 years. Once he condenses his golden core, he will become a golden core realm expert like us. It's even possible for him to enter the nascent soul realm in 60 years. Su Shiji shook his head slowly. It will be extremely difficult for people like us to enter the nascent soul realm. It's nearly impossible. They might be talented, but they were far from good enough. Actually, we're pretty good. Even though we will probably never enter the nascent soul realm, we can enjoy our time here as the City Lord and Vice City Lord. Indeed, one could be considered pretty well off if they were a City Lord in the current day and age. Their position was comparable to the head commissioner of a city in ancient times. To many commoners, their statuses were close to an emperor. When the two of them were talking about matters of the Six Sword Gate, a terrifying pressure descended from the skies and locked the both of them down. Reacting instantly, the two of them tried to summon everything they had to struggle free, but they failed to move a single muscle. It was as though a mountain of several million tons were pressing down on them. The space around them started to twist as they were brought onto the streets of the city. A youngster in his mid-20s stood before them, and he looked pretty damn handsome. Who are you?" Lu Duan stared at Huang Xiaolong in shock. "There's no need to worry. I just wish to ask you several questions." The two of them were stunned by Huang Xiaolong's statement. They could see everyone walking around them, but weirdly enough, no one seemed to notice them standing on the streets. It was as though they were invisible. Was that the art of formations? That was the only possibility that came to mind. The young man who was standing before them probably laid down a formation to hide them from the eyes of those walking around, and terror slowly gripped their hearts. "What do you wish to know?" Lu Duan stuttered. Since the other party could pull them out of the City Lord's manor without any resistance, his strength should. "There's no need to panic." Huang Xiaolong continued, "I have left the earth for nearly 100 years. I only wish to know what happened during the time I was gone." Left Earth for 100 years. Huang Xiaolong might not care about it much when he spoke of his absence, but the two of them felt their brains trembling in their heads. Ordinarily, only nascent soul realm experts were able to pierce through the atmosphere to leave the planet. Wouldn't that mean that the youngster before them was an expert in the nascent soul realm? I have no idea what Senior wishes to know. The both of them stuttered. Nascent soul realm experts were considered supreme experts in the eyes of mortals. Not to mention the fact that the man standing before them was probably already a nascent soul realm expert 100 years ago. Do you know about the Chuan province that existed 100 years ago? Where is it now? After the changes 80 years ago, the entire layout of the world changed. The Huang family of the past was located in the Chuan province of the Wuxia country. But the changes confused Huang Xiaolong. Even though they were curious about Huang Xiaolong's sudden question, the two of them replied respectfully. Donglin Province. Huang Xiaolong wasn't surprised that the name of the province had changed. Noting it down, he started to ask about the events that happened in the Wuxia Alliance and the Donglin Province. There were more than 60 provinces in the Wuxia Alliance, and the Donglin Province was one of the largest and most important among them. Do you know about the Huang family? Huang Xiaolong asked all of a sudden. Huang family? Lu Duan and Su Shiji jumped in shock. Lord, are you asking about the ancient martial arts family? The Huang family? Could the mysterious expert before them be part of the Huang family? Huang Xiaolong's heart trembled slightly when he saw their reactions. It seemed as though the reputation of the Huang family wasn't too bad. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't have heard of them. That's right. Huang Xiaolong nodded. When they received the confirmation that Huang Xiaolong was asking about them, Lu Duan quickly spoke up. We know that the Huang family, who was known as an ancient martial arts family of the past, has already been classified as one of the 10 strongest cultivation families of the Wuxia Alliance. Ha! Huang Xiaolong raised an eyebrow in shock. One of the 10 strongest cultivation families of the Wuxia Alliance? Huang Xiaolong didn't expect that. It seemed as though the Huang family progressed quite a bit during the time he was gone. The Wuxia Alliance was the strongest alliance in the current world, and even the Six Swords Gate had to think twice if they wanted to go against the entire alliance. As such, one of the 10 strongest cultivation families of the Wuxia Alliance was nothing to scoff at. One could only imagine the power and prestige the Huang family held. Huang Xiaolong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the current state of the Huang family. Have you heard about Huang Jiuan of the Huang family? Huang Xiaolong asked. Huang Jiuan was Huang Xiaolong's father on Earth. He might be Huang Long's son, but he was sent to Earth during his past life, and the relationship between Huang Jiuan and himself wasn't something that could be written off as he pleased. Huang Jiuan? The two of them stared at each other for a moment before shaking their heads. Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a sense of disappointment washing over him. Even so, a trace of hope remained in his heart. Since the Huang family was one of the 10 strongest cultivation families in the Wuxia Alliance, it was possible for his parents and sister to have reached the foundation-building realm. Who's the current patriarch of the Huang family? The current Huang family patriarch is called Huang Haod. Su Shiji replied instantly. Oh! Huang Xiaolong was slightly taken aback. It wasn't a foreign name. Instead, it was extremely familiar. In the past, he was hailed as the most talented of geniuses alongside Huang Haod. The two of them clashed with each other constantly, and grievances formed along the way. Huang Haod planned for Huang Xiaolong to die, and it was a grudge Huang Xiaolong couldn't forget. Lord, do you know Patriarch Huang Haod? Lu Duan asked when he saw Huang Xiaolong's reaction. I do. Glancing at the two of them, Huang Xiaolong didn't plan on hiding anything. I formed some grievances with Huang Haod in the past. The two of them suddenly felt as though their lives were candles flickering in the wind. They thought that Huang Xiaolong would be happy to hear that Huang Haod was the current patriarch of the Huang family, but they didn't expect the two of them to be enemies. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong learned that Huang Haod had already entered the nascent soul realm several years ago, and he was currently a 6th-level nascent soul realm expert. 6th-order nascent soul realm. That was the level of a top-level expert in the Wuxia Alliance. Even on Earth, Huang Haod was able to walk sideways. It was no wonder the Huang family reached its current heights. With Huang Haod's personal strength, he could easily trample on members in the same generation. Who's the strongest cultivator in the Huang family right now? Huang Xiaolong asked. It's Huang Ming. A trace of fear formed in the eyes of Lu Duan and Su Shiji when they spoke his name. Even when they talked about Huang Haod, they weren't too afraid. Huang Ming. Complicated feelings welled up in Huang Xiaolong's heart when he heard the name. Huang Ming was the old ancestor of the Huang family, and he was the survivor of Shaolin who escaped to the mortal world. He created the Huang family, and Huang Xiaolong didn't expect him to still be alive. In the past, Huang Ming treated him pretty well. After all, he was one of the two biggest talents of the Huang family. Huang Xiaolong could still remember the kind look on Huang Ming's face with his silver beard drifting in the wind. Next, he learned that the old ancestor of the Huang family had already entered the Enlightenment realm. He was the sole reason the Huang family had the rights to remain in the top 10 strongest families of the Huaxia Alliance. After chatting for more than an hour, Huang Xiaolong learned the general state of the Huang family. He also learned that Earth no longer used money as their currency. Instead, everything was measured in spirit stones. Gold and oil were no longer the most sought-after commodities on Earth. Instead, spiritual veins, spiritual herbs, and everything that could assist in cultivation were the hot potatoes. When he left, he pointed at the space between their eyebrows and chuckled. Return and practice this specialized martial art. You will be able to enter the nascent soul realm in 10 years. With their jaws dropping in excitement, Huang Xiaolong disappeared from their sight. What did that lord say? Did he just say that we will be able to enter the nascent soul realm in 10 years if we cultivate the martial art he showed us? Lu Duan and Su Shiji stared at each other in shock. They knew that their talent only limited them to the Golden Core realm, and there was practically no hope of them ever breaking through. However, Huang Xiaolong said that they would be able to in 10 years to boot. You shall not tell anyone else about our meeting today. Huang Xiaolong's voice suddenly rang through their minds. With their hearts trembling in fright, the two of them bowed and remained standing there for a long time. They only returned to their senses a long time after Huang Xiaolong had left. When the two of them were sure that Huang Xiaolong had finally left, they heaved a sigh of relief. That lord, is he an expert at the Enlightenment realm? Su Shiji asked. After examining the martial art Huang Xiaolong passed on to them and feeling the intricacies, Lu Duan yelled in shock. He's definitely an expert who is in the Enlightenment realm or higher. Enlightenment realm or higher. Su Shiji frowned. Can he be someone from the Huang family? Wait, isn't Huang Ming the only person in the Huang family who has reached the Enlightenment realm? If the Huang family really has two experts at the Enlightenment realm, the situation in Huaxia is about to change. Lu Duan sighed. As Golden Core realm experts, they were extremely clear about what an expert at the Enlightenment realm meant. A cultivator at that level could single-handedly change the fate of an entire family. Even though the Huang family was part of the 10 strongest cultivation families in the Huaxia Alliance, they didn't rank in the top give. However, things would change if they had another expert at the Enlightenment realm. But how can an expert at the Enlightenment realm create such profound techniques? How can someone like that ensure that we enter the nascent soul realm in 10 years? The two of them stared at each other silently. By the time they were done with their conversation, Huang Xiaolong was starting to make his way to the Donglin province. Earth might have entered the cultivation era, but technological advancements progressed by leaps and bounds. The planes in the air were replaced by flying ships, and the speed of them were extremely quick. Trains were several times faster than they were. However, one needed to verify their identity if they wanted to get on such vehicles, and Huang Xiaolong found it a problem without a proper identity in the Huaxia Alliance. He had no choice but to proceed on foot. The Luaha city Huang Xiaolong was currently in was nowhere near the Donglin province, and he had to cross 6 different provinces to get there. Even nascent soul realm experts would need several days to get there. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't even take half an hour with his cultivation suppressed to the void immortal realm. Moreover, that was also after he slowed down to take in the sights. Otherwise, he would arrive in 10 minutes. In the past, there were hardly any trees over 100 meters tall on Earth. However, Huang Xiaolong noticed that it had become a common sight. As for ferocious beasts like tigers and wolves, they also underwent transformation to become spiritual beasts. The speed, defense, and attacking capabilities of these beasts received an all-rounded upgrade. Huang Xiaolong even managed to discover a tiger beast who had condensed its inner core. A beast at that level was comparable to a golden core realm cultivator on Earth, but it was several times more deadly. Ordinarily, a beast would be able to fight against 2 cultivators of the same level. It was too bad he didn't find any in the nascent soul realm. Beasts at that level would only appear in the deep oceans or deep within primitive forests. Along the way, several tigers at the Golden Core realm surrounded Huang Xiaolong after seeing that he was roaming about alone, but they were exterminated with a wave of his hand. He didn't bother with their inner cores and he decided to bring them alone. In fact, he planned to sell them for cash in the near future. Looking for the Pangu axe wasn't something he could achieve in a day or two. He knew that he would have to live on Earth for quite some time, and there was no way he could do without money. There might be herbs capable of tempting God of Creation realm experts in the Sun-Moon Furnace, but there was absolutely no point using them on Earth. After all, Genesis-level herbs and treasures were things he couldn't give to mortals. By the time he arrived in the Donglin province, Huang Xiaolong had several dozen inner cores on him. As the inner cores of Golden Core realm beasts were pretty valuable, Huang Xiaolong felt that they should be worth several hundreds of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. Several dozen inner cores meant that he would be able to trade for 20 million low-grade spiritual stones at the very least. That should be enough for him to live on Earth for some time. After asking about the location of the Huang family, he started to make his way over. As the largest cultivation family located in the Donglin province, Huang Xiaolong saw their products being sold in practically every corner. There were countless businesses that belonged to them, and there were even some who sold spirit stones and spirit herbs. There were several who sold construction equipment, and a simple glance around was enough for Huang Xiaolong to learn about the Huang family's financial capabilities. Just as he was about to enter the headquarters of the Huang family, he noticed a squabble among several disciples. "Huang Bo, don't go too far. Return the spiritual beast to us." A well-built youngster raged as he pointed at a party of 3 before them. "What do you mean return them to you?" The party of 3 broke out into laughter when they looked at the man. "Huang Datu, if you're capable, come get the snow jade rabbit from us." One of the more elegant-looking young men laughed. "However, you won't be able to do it in this life. You can go back and complain to your father and get his incompetent ass to help you. Perhaps you can go find your grandfather, Huang Jiuan, to come." Huang Jiuan. Huang Xiaolong felt a trace of joy in his heart when he heard the name. His father was still alive. Along the way, he might have taken a detour, but he was afraid that he would return to the bad news that his father had already passed on. Now that he learned otherwise, wild joy filled his heart. There was a special place in his heart for Earth, and the Huang family was something he would never forget. "Hey, your grandfather already has half a foot in the grave. Even if you look for him, he won't be able to stand up for you." The man called Huang Bo sneered, with his face turning completely red. The man they called Huang Datu didn't know how to respond. "Huang Datu, get lost right now. If you refuse, we'll break your fingers." The youngster beside Huang Bo snorted. Unable to control his rage, the kid they called Huang Datu roared in anger. "Fine, come at me. I would like to see you break my fingers." "Hee. What an incompetent fool. Do you really think we wouldn't dare to sever your arm?" The female among them laughed. The sword in her hand flashed, and it shot towards Huang Datu. The speed of the sword was quick, and the kid couldn't react in time. The lady had reached the peak of the late 9th level Qi refining realm, and she was half a step into the Xiantian realm. The kid named Huang Datu was only a 6th level Qi refining realm cultivator, and it was impossible if he wanted to stop her. Seeing as the sword was about to slice off the kid's finger, a strand of energy appeared from the side and sent the sword flying. It was shattered into a million pieces, and the lady was similarly flung into the ALR. She vomited mouthfuls of blood without any sign of stopping. Everyone stared at her in shock, and they didn't know how to react to the sudden change in situation. Huang Xiaolong casually walked over, and the gazes of everyone turned to him. When they saw the features on Huang Xiaolong's face, they couldn't help but feel their jaws dropping in amazement. Their anger dissipated like the wind. Even the kid they called Huang Datu was stunned. Huang Xiaolong was too damn handsome. It was so much so that they couldn't even describe it in words. The aura he emitted made them feel extremely attracted to him. Huang Bo was handsome, and he could stand out from the crowd. Even among the thousands of disciples in the Huang family, he was someone who had extraordinary looks. However, he was as ugly as a toad when compared to Huang Xiaolong. How can someone be so handsome? The female disciple of the Huang family stared at Huang Xiaolong and screamed in infatuation. "Who are you? How dare you mess about with matters of our Donglin's Huang family?" Huang Bo quickly snapped back to reality, and he glared at Huang Xiaolong with anger in his eyes. He couldn't control the envy towards Huang Xiaolong's looks, and jealousy burned in his heart. It was especially so when he saw the way the female disciple stared at Huang Xiaolong. The Huang family was the strongest cultivation family in the Donglin province, and disciples of the family would use the name of the Huang family every time they saw other cultivators. After all, everyone in the Wuxia alliance knew about them. Of course, Huang Xiaolong didn't give half a shit about Huang Bo turning to the kid they called Huang Du. He asked, "Did he steal your snow jade rabbit?" It was evident the kid didn't think that Huang Xiaolong would speak to him, and he nodded in haste. "Yeah, I captured the jade snow rabbit myself in order to use its blood essence to help my father's injured qi veins." Turning to Huang Bo, Huang Xiaolong muttered, "Return the rabbit." Laughing in rage, Huang Bo sneered in anger. "Brat, are you trying to command me? Who the fuck do you think you are? Do you really think you're unstoppable because you look like a damn sissy? Fuck off right now. If you butt into my matters, you won't live to see tomorrow." The Huang family was a supreme existence in the Donglin province. With Huang Bo's identity, not too many people dared to mess with him. Even Golden Core realm cultivators would have to greet him respectfully as young Master Huang Bo when they ran into him. It was too bad Huang Xiaolong wasn't a Golden Core realm cultivator. As soon as the words left his lips, a slap landed on his face. A miserable shriek came soon after, and Huang Bo was sent flying into a random ditch on the street. Mud smeared all over his face, and his appearance was wretched to the extreme. Everyone on the street stared at the scene in shock. They looked at Huang Bo like it was the first time they had seen him. Even though his body was covered in filth, the giant palm print on his face was clear for all to see. His cheek was several times the size it was, and Huang Bo turned into an actual pig head. "You!" Huang Bo raged, and he pointed at Huang Xiaolong. However, a tooth popped out from his mouth the moment he opened it. At least half the teeth in his mouth were dislodged from his gums with that slap from Huang Xiaolong. "If you speak another word, I'll make sure you no longer have teeth," Huang Xiaolong muttered. The snow jade rabbit that was in Huang Bo's arms made its move the moment Huang Bo was distracted. Leaping out of Huang Bo's grasp, it fled with extreme speed. It moved more than 1,000 feet in the blink of an eye, and Huang Data started to panic. Right before he could give chase, Huang Xiaolong reached out and the rabbit appeared in his hands. Everyone who saw what happened felt their jaws dropping in shock. Using qi externally, Huang Bo, Huang Susu, and the other member of the Huang family felt a bomb going off in their heads. Only experts who had surpassed the Xiantian realm could do something like that. The man before them was at the very least an expert who had surpassed the Xiantian realm. However, even 9th level Xiantian realm experts wouldn't be able to use their qi more than 1,000 meters away. One definitely had to be in the foundation building realm to do so. "Lord." Huang Data stared at Huang Xiaolong and uttered. A smile formed on Huang Xiaolong's face as he handed the rabbit over. "Many thanks to Lord for the generous gift." "Heh, you're just a cultivator in the foundation building realm," Huang Bo sneered. Foundation building realm cultivators might be an expert in the eyes of commoners, but they were nothing in the eyes of members of the Huang family. After all, the guest elders in the Huang family could crush foundation building realm cultivators with ease. Ignoring Huang Bo, Huang Xiaolong turned to Huang Datu and laughed. "Is your grandfather really Huang Juan?" "Lord, do you know my grandfather?" The kid was stunned for a second before yelling in shock. "Of course. I'm extremely familiar with him. Familiar? Being the other party's son would count, right? Huang Bo and the others were stunned. The youngster before them knew Huang Jiwen. Let's go meet your grandfather. Huang Xiaolong chuckled happily. Huang Data snapped back to reality and a look of excitement could be seen on his face. Lord, are you my grandfather's friend? Black lines formed on Huang Xiaolong's forehead, but a cheeky smile soon formed on his face. Nodding slightly, he didn't bother explaining himself. Huang Bo's expression fell when he saw Huang Xiaolong leaving with the kid. Big brother Huang Bo, what do we do now? The other male disciple of the Huang family asked. We'll head on back. When we do, we shall get guest Elder Chan Yu to make a move. Get some people to keep an eye on that kid in case he leaves the Donglin province. Big brother Huang Bo, you can rest assured. Even if the kid is in the Golden Core realm, he won't be able to escape. Huang Cheng laughed. Huang Susu stared at Huang Xiaolong's leaving figure with hearts in her eyes. When Huang Bo saw the look on her face, the anger in his heart reignited with even more passion. Susu, let's go. Nodding her head, she turned to look at Huang Bo whose head was swollen. Laughing uncontrollably, she couldn't describe the look on Huang Bo's face. A tinge of red crept up Huang Bo's face as his expression sank. As Huang Xiaolong followed the kid along the streets, he could tell that the little brat was extremely happy from the way he was chattering. Are you really called Huang Datu? Huang Xiaolong couldn't help but ask. After all, the kid should be his nephew. However, when he left Earth in the past, he only had a single sister. Could his parents have given birth to another son after he left? No. Huang Data sighed in embarrassment and he explained, I'm called Huang Bisheng, but everyone called me Huang Datu because of my head. However, Lord can call me Huang Datu like everyone else. The kid laughed. Hee hee, that sounds pretty good. Huang Xiaolong laughed. Rubbing his head, Huang Bisheng chuckled helplessly. Soon after, Huang Xiaolong asked about Huang Jiwen and his mother Wang Milan. He also asked about Huang Bisheng's father. When Huang Xiaolong heard that Huang Jiwen and Wang Milan were reaching the end of their lifespans, his heart sank. From what Huang Bisheng said, they would only be able to hold out for 2 more years at best. From his estimations, his mother would only live for another year. A feeling of fear swept through his heart before he heaved a sigh of relief. He was relieved that he made it back in time. With his abilities, there was no way they could die. Luckily for him, he returned in time. What happened to your father's qi veins? Huang Xiaolong asked.